The frequent rumbling did not interrupt Herelia from familiarizing herself more and more with the new skills she had obtained from the evolution she had undergone. At this point, around 45 minutes had passed since Herelia had undergone her evolution, with the intent emanating from her now being a bit more subdued when compared to her aura after evolving. Then again, if one entered her aura, they would feel that the aura was more powerful than before, as if she had gained understanding in a new area of knowledge. BZZT.BZZT. Eventually, all of the lavender lightning bolts had been converted into royal blue lightning bolts, with the loud rumbling resounding throughout the dark clouds now continuous. Noticing that some of the royal blue lightning bolts were heading towards certain spots on the area occupied by the dark clouds, as well as the fact that the rumbling brought forth by the dark clouds gradually became stronger and stronger, Argentum could not help but mutter to himself, "It seems that the first round of lightning bolts are about to come crashing down." Crash. Coincidentally, just as Argentum had finished saying those words, the first round of royal blue lightning bolts finally pierced through the dark clouds and came down, their target naturally being Herelia. The number of lightning bolts in this round was the same number of lightning bolts that attacked Herelia in the final round of the first trial, which was 100. But due to the destructive intent and power inherent in each royal blue lightning bolt, Horrell could not help but look at Argentum and ask him in a slightly panicked tone, "Why isn't Herelia doing anything? The bolts are getting closer to her." In response, Argentum maintained silence, making Horrell think that Argentum was deliberately ignoring his words of concern, prompting to radiate an aura of slight fury. Soon after, Horrell went ahead and started to curse Argentum for not helping Herelia out. At first, the words used by Horrell were curses at the level of what an animate toddler would say, but in just a few seconds, the words used were on the level used by experts in the industry of cursing beings out. Of course, Argentum ignored Horrell's curses at him as he focused his enhanced senses towards the royal blue lightning bolts. Although he wanted to alert Herelia that the bolts were about to come close to her, he went ahead and sensed the aura radiating from Herelia, giving off the feeling that it was not the best time for her to be woken up yet. And so, Argentum waited and waited until the time for him to wait finally came to an end. At this point, the curses coming out of Horrell were non-stop as his eyes were glued to the royal blue lightning bolts that were scarily close to Herelia's body. If one looked closely, only a few meters separated the 100 calamity level bolts from Herelia's body. Although the trajectory of the 100 bolts was scattered throughout the area, most of them would still hit Herelia, and Horrell didn't want to happen. Fortunately, Argentum felt like it was the right time for him to wake Herelia up, prompting him to send an energy strand towards her and say, "Herelia, the first round of bolts have already come. They are only a few meters away from your body, so dodge them first before attacking." It took less than an instant for a reply to come back from Herelia, resounding throughout Argentum's mind as she said, "I see. You alerted me at the right time. Did you take my time to comprehend the skills into consideration?" In response, Argentum let out a light chuckle as he said, "Who knows? Anyways, good luck." "I'll need it," Herelia hastily replied before opening her sense of vision to the sight of a great number of royal blue lightning bolts soon colliding with her body. If it was the previous Herelia, she would not have any way to dodge these bolts at such a distance, unless she had help from Argentum and Horrell in the form of movement speed boosting buffs. Fortunately, this time, her evolution gave her a few skills that allowed her to be more versatile. Whoosh, whoosh. While continuing to look at the lightning bolts, she willed all of the crimson thorns she had made a while ago to strike the ground in front of her in unison, making sure that all of them would hit at full power. Bang! Thanks to that, a crater was formed in front of Herelia while she had used the force from the unified strike to fling herself away from the vicinity of the royal blue lightning bolts, utilizing some of the crimson thorns to anchor herself as she did not want to distance herself that much from the lightning bolts. At the very instant she landed slightly far away from the lightning bolts, the 100 bolts struck the ground and brought forth a strong quake that spread throughout the area of the existence tribulation. prompting Horal to activate a levitation spell while Argentum activated the levitation spell he recently made through Sage's water magic. "Good thing I saved a slot for levitation magic," Argentum said to himself as water continuously jetted out of the bottom of his feet, making it look like he was still connected to the ground through water. While the calamity-level bolts had struck the ground, Herelia did not waste her time as she conjured a great number of crimson tendrils through her robe before manipulating them to wrap around the 144 crimson thorns surrounding her body. Gradually, the shapes of the crimson thorns changed, transforming into long and pointed spears that looked like the fangs of a wolf. On top of that, the power exuded by each crimson spear was greatly increased, making Herelia feel satisfied as she muttered to herself, "This new skill is quite great. If I had this back then, I would have been able to clear the previous round without a problem." Then again, "There's no point mulling over the past," Herelia said not long after as the royal blue lightning bolts removed themselves from the ground before hastily finding where she was, heading towards her way. With a light chuckle, she then shouted, "Sanguis Monarchia, Crimson Spear Brigade, charge!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Due to the shape of their tips, after being propelled towards the calamity-level bolts by Herelia's energy, the crimson spears headed towards the bolts at a speed far faster than before, as if they were snakes adamant on catching their prey. As for the royal blue lightning bolts, seeing that the trial taker was now retaliating against them, they felt like their names were being sullied, prompting them to head towards the crimson spears as a collective group. From afar, Argentum could not help but notice that the royal blue lightning bolts decided to bunch up and charge towards Herelia's attack collectively, eliciting a light sigh from him as he recalled what he knew about calamity-level lightning bolts. Although ruined and forsaken lightning both have a decent level of self-awareness, only when it reaches the calamity level does it undergo a qualitative change, turning into bolts that would not hesitate to use basic strategies to smite the trial taker down. Surprisingly, he let out a light chuckle as he focused his vision on the crimson spears Herelia brought forth to retaliate against the lightning bolts. He then said, "Too bad they're fighting against a leader that knows a lot more strategies than them." Whoosh! Just as the crimson spears and the lightning bolts were about to collide, the crimson spears abruptly split apart, stupefying the lightning bolts in place as they pondered on what to do next. But just as they decided that they would ignore the crimson spears and head towards Herelia, the crimson spears appeared behind their backs, piercing through them at full power. In an instant, the 100 royal blue lightning bolts that were supposed to collide with Herelia had transformed into royal blue strands of energy that made their way towards Herelia, enhancing the amount of power that coursed throughout her body. To her surprise, the increment in power brought about by the royal blue strands was equivalent to the increment brought by the purple strands from the last round. And the increment from that was equivalent to the increment brought by the first 9 rounds of the last trial combined. Taking in a deep breath to calm her excitement over the increment in power brought by the royal blue strands, she recalled all of the crimson spears back to her robe, waiting for the next round of lightning bolts to come. As for Argentum and Horal, the both of them could not help but radiate auras of glee and satisfaction after seeing what Herelia had done, with Horal radiating more of it as he saw Herelia finally retaliate against the lightning bolts. Wondering why she only moved at the very last second, he could not help but wonder if it had something to do with Argentum. Only to remember the incessant amounts of cursing he had done before. Although he wanted to apologize that he cursed Argentum out, seeing as Argentum was not talking about it at all, Horal decided to keep silent and place the thought at the back of his head before turning his head to look back at Herelia. After the first round of lightning bolts brought about by the trial entitled Myriad Calamity Shower, the subsequent rounds of lightning rounds were still manageable for Herelia to dispel, although the increment in the number of lightning bolts was far more terrifying when compared to the last trial. In the second round, she was greeted by 200 calamity-level bolts while she was greeted by 300 lightning bolts on the third. Naturally, she was greeted by 400 lightning bolts on the fourth and 500 lightning bolts on the fifth. Fortunately, thanks to the offense-boosting skills she had before the evolution, as well as the offense-boosting skills she had obtained after the evolution. She was able to dispel all of those bolts with relative ease, relying on the speed and power of the Crimson Spears. Taking in a few deep breaths as she pondered on how she would be able to withstand against an additional 100 lightning bolts in the next round, she recalled the extended Crimson Spears and utilized a bit of her energy to make sure that their tips would stay sharp. BZZT.crash. Just as she was about to be finished on pondering over her next plan of action, the sixth round of lightning bolts finally came crashing down, bringing forth 600 calamity-level lightning bolts, which all aimed to smite Herelia down. This time though, the 600 bolts were split into 4 areas, having 150 lightning bolts each. Seeing that they were split into quarters, Herelia used their formation to her advantage as she split the 144 Crimson Spears surrounding her into 272 Crimson Spear formations, heading towards 2 of the quarters without hesitation. Sanguis Monarchia, Crimson Assault. Whoosh! Just as the Crimson Spear formations were about to collide with the respective lightning bolt formations they were up against, Herelia hastily imbued both of these formations with a large amount of energy, allowing a golden sheen to exude from their tips as they moved back and forth at great speeds, dispelling a single bolt with every pierce the spears made. Eventually, the 2 lightning bolt formations Herelia aimed for were dispelled, prompting the remaining 2 lightning bolt formations to stop in their tracks as it seemed that they were pondering over their next plan of action. As for Herelia, she decided to recall all of the Crimson Spears she sent out while maintaining the golden sheen surrounding their tips. I wonder what's going to happen next? Herelia could not help but wonder to herself as she soon saw the remaining bolts split up into multiple smaller groups before positioning themselves in a circular formation with Herelia as the center. Feeling that the current formation of the lightning bolts was a bit peculiar, Herelia decided to wait and see what the lightning bolts were going to do next, only for a bunch of lightning bolts to head towards her way soon after. Whoosh, whoosh. In retaliation, Herelia sent all of her Crimson Spears towards the bunch of lightning bolts that came down. Unfortunately, just as it seemed that the Crimson Spears were about to collide with them, the lightning bolts turned around at the last minute and headed back to their original positions. Soon after, another group of lightning bolts came down to smite Herelia, only for the same thing to happen. After that, it continued for quite a while, with Herelia chasing the lightning bolts with her Crimson Spears, only for it to end up in failure as they headed back to their original positions. At this point, Herelia could not help but feel that the lightning bolts were now toying with her, wanting her to get used to their patterns to give them an opening. With that in mind, she decided to use one of the skills she had learned from the evolution. Unfortunately, before she could do so, a familiar voice resounded in her mind. Hey, Herelia, do you need me to boost your attack speed so you can hit those lightning bolts? This familiar voice came from none other than Argentum, who could not help but feel the same thing Herelia was feeling as he looked at what was currently happening. Surprisingly, rather than accept his offer, Herelia let out a light chuckle before saying, "Thanks, but no thanks." The difficulty of the next rounds would become harder because of that, right? She then added, "Fortunately, after the evolution, I now have a few more tricks up my sleeve." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After cutting the connection between her and Argentum, she then willed the Crimson Spears on her robe to head towards various directions outward. A few seconds later, these Crimson Spears then started to rotate around Herelia as they gradually fused together, reducing the number of Crimson Spears that Herelia had connected to her robe. Surprisingly, the lightning bolts did not make their move as they were curious as to what Herelia was doing. Eventually, the Crimson Spears stopped spinning around her as the number of Crimson Spears left was only 5. Nevertheless, the size of each Crimson Spear made it look like they were petals instead of spear tips. Seeing the current appearance of the spears, Herelia took in a deep breath before infusing all of the 5 crimson petals with a great amount of her energy. In less than an instant, the crimson petals started to radiate a golden glow as it gradually intensified. Just as the lightning bolts realized what Herelia was doing, Heralia's preparations were already done as the intensity of the petal's glow had reached its limit. Soon after, 5 large beams were shot towards the lightning bolts that circled over her, dispelling them in an instant as she shouted, "Sanguis Monarchia! Gilded Crimson Rafflesia. Want to see some official art of Iris? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrhuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 299 Lightning Bolt Bombardment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thanks to the large golden beams formed by Heralia's gilded Crimson Rafflesia, the royal blue lightning bolts, which were previously taunting her and mocking her for not having enough range to deal with them, were now dispelled in an instant thanks to the sheer power hidden beneath the beams. Of course, this was Heralia's first time in using the skill, so her first shot of the beams towards the bolts were still not that accurate. Fortunately though, the number of royal blue lightning bolts she was able to disperse, even with her inaccurate shot, was still over half, shocking the remaining bolts frozen. Taking their current states as a chance for her to dispel all of them in one go, Heralia took in a deep breath as she infused her energy towards the crimson petals once more, gradually intensifying the golden sheen on their surface. Just as the remaining bolts realized what Heralia was doing, another wave of beams was fired towards them, with Heralia making sure that all of the bolts would be hit by the beams. And with that, the 6th round of royal blue lightning bolts was dispersed in the most tyrannical manner Heralia has shown so far, eliciting Heralia to let out a light chuckle as she muttered to herself, "Using this tactic ain't half bad." After saying those words, she then glanced at the dark clouds, estimating in her mind as to how long it would take for the 7th round of lightning bolts to arrive. While doing so, she allocated most of her attention to the experience she felt while activating and maneuvering gilded Crimson Rafflesia for the first time. Although she familiarized herself with the skill multiple times in her mind, a theoretical understanding of the skill did not give her that much of an advantage when compared to a practical understanding. Closing her sense of vision while her other senses were on high alert for the next round, she went ahead and tried to understand the skill even more, wondering if she could utilize the skill in other ways. On the other hand, Argentum and Horal could not help but radiate an aura of awe and delight from the showcase of power Heralia did a while ago. To them, they thought that Heralia had reached the limits of what her evolution had given her. They were ready to go ahead and help Heralia out in the form of buffs, but after Argentum asked Heralia if she needed buffs, hearing her decline made Argentum realize that she was saving quite a few things from the evolution she had undergone. What a huge increase in power, Argentum muttered to himself as he compared the destructiveness of Heralia's Crimson Spear to her current Crimson Petals. If one were to factor in the flexibility and maneuverability of the skill to fit a situation, then it would be a given for the former to be chosen. But if it was pure destruction, then the latter would win hands down. "It seems that we won't have to buff Heralian up for a while," Argentum said as his aura turned into that of slight glee, focusing his sense of vision towards Horal, only to see that Horal was radiating a slightly somber aura. Wanting to know the reason why Horal was like that, he went ahead and asked him, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" In response, Horal let out a sigh as he shook his head. He then responded, "Nothing bad happened. It's just that I feel useless." "Useless? In what way?" Argentum replied to Horal's statement with a question. Concurrently, he could not help but think that Horal secretly had a weak mindset. Although it looked like he was always calm, composed, and cheery when interacting with others in the Alliance, Argentum finally realized right now that it was more or less a facade that shrouded his true personality. Nevertheless, he would not say this to Horal outright, in fear of hurting his feelings. Answering Argentum's question, Horal replied, "Since Heralia has undergone an evolution, that means that her power has increased. Although that means that the number of buffs we cast on her is decreased, which in turn reduces the overall difficulty of the subsequent rounds. I can't help but feel useless that I haven't helped her out." Listening to Horal's words, Argentum could not help but scratch his head as he did not know how to respond to such a statement. While doing so, He pondered on what he could say to alleviate Horal's feeling of uselessness, only for a thought from quite some time ago to surface in his mind. With that in mind, Argentum went closer and patted Horal on the shoulder before saying, "You won't be useless for long." "Well, to be more exact, we won't be useless for long. Our time to help Heralia out will eventually come." Horal radiated a confused expression as he listened to Argentum's words, wondering where he pulled such a statement. In response, Argentum let out a light chuckle as he said in a slightly mysterious manner, "You'll see what I mean eventually." After that, the two of them focused their senses of vision back to where Heralia was, who was already finished digesting the experience she had obtained from using Gilded Crimson Rafflesia a while ago. Right now, she felt like she could now use the skill in more ways than before, wanting to test out her new ideas on the 7th round of lightning bolts. Surprisingly, it seemed that the heavens sensed Heralia's yearning to test her new ideas out as the 7th round of lightning bolts came crashing down from the dark clouds as 700 calamity-level bolts were now out to get Heralia. This time, the lightning bolts were split into 7 groups of 100. Making Heralia let out a light chuckle as she utilized her movement skill to hover in midair, wanting to take the initiative. She then leaned forward to tilt the trajectory of the beams towards the lightning bolts as she found out that the petals could only rotate around her and not behind her. After feeling that her angle was suitable enough for the beams to hit the lightning bolt's head, she then infused her energy into the petals as she simultaneously manipulated them to tilt forward or backward, depending on the location of the lightning bolt group she was trying to hit. Naturally, what came after that dot was pure destruction. Bang, bang, bang. Since the 5 beams from the crimson petals were now separated to target 5 different lightning bolt groups, the true power of Gilded Crimson Rafflesia was finally revealed, dispelling those 5 groups just as the beams had collided with them. Seeing that the 5 lightning bolt groups she had targeted were dispelled with only a single beam aimed towards them, Heralia now had a better idea of how destructive her skill was, redirecting the petals once more to dispel the remaining 2 lightning bolt groups. And just like that, the next few rounds of lightning bolts seemed to be smooth sailing for Heralia as she became more and more familiar with how she could manipulate Gilded Crimson Rafflesia to suit her lightning bolt dispelling needs. Once the 8th round of lightning bolts came, Heralia decided to experiment with the skill and tried to cast another Gilded Crimson Rafflesia, only to stop at 3 out of 5 petals for the second Rafflesia as she wanted to get a better feeling of the burden brought about by a second Rafflesia. Other than that, she was able to dispel the 800 lightning bolts brought by the 8th round in one go thanks to the 3 additional petals. Not long after, the 9th round of lightning bolts passed through the dark clouds to smite Heralia down, bringing along 900 calamity-level bolts eager to be the one to destroy Heralia's hopes of clearing her existence tribulation. As for Heralia, she went ahead and formed the remaining 2 petals needed for the second Rafflesia. Surprisingly, forming the full Rafflesia increased the burden she felt on her mind to a great degree, though it was still in the realms of what she could endure. Naturally, just like the 8th round, the 9th round of lightning bolts was wiped out without a problem with the addition of 2 crimson petals. After she was finished dispelling the bolts as they turned into royal blue strands that enhanced the strength of her body, she could not help but look at the 2 groups of 5 crimson petals that revolved around her. Manipulating the crimson petals to move, she decided to combine the 2 groups of 5 into one layer of 10 crimson petals, feeling that it was better to look at, as well as simpler to manipulate. Eventually, the 10th round of lightning bolts came to strike Heralia down. Only for them to be instantly dispelled as the number of petals surrounding her was enough to destroy the 1000 lightning bolts brought by the dark clouds. With such a situation like this happening, Heralia could not help but feel that her current strength was alien to her, muttering to herself, would a single evolution really result in a significant change in power? What Heralia did not know was that, the evolution she had undergone did not only change her appearance and species, but it had also changed her existence level. In other words, since she had evolved into a pseudo-animate life form, the amount of damage she was dealing was at least 1,000 times greater than before. Sadly, she never thought about it as she felt that she had just undergone the usual evolution of species. Nevertheless, she let out a sigh of relief as she had counted in her mind that she had survived 10 rounds of lightning bolts. To her, that meant that the dark clouds would remain dormant for a bit to give her some time to rest and recuperate her losses. Since she did not lose that much stuff from the lightning bolts other than her energy, she decided to sit cross-legged on the ground and ponder over the experiences she had obtained from controlling Gilded Crimson Rafflesia, wondering if it was possible for her to use Gilded Crimson Rafflesia and Crimson Spear Brigade in tandem. On the other hand, Argentum and Horal looked at the current situation of the dark clouds with differing reactions. Seeing that the dark clouds had become dormant, Horal let out a sigh of relief as that meant that Herelia would be able to digest the combat experience she had obtained from the previous rounds and turn into her own strength. Just as he was about to persuade Argentum to relax with him, he noticed that an aura of contemplation was surrounding him, prompting him to ask Argentum, "What are you thinking about, Argentum?" "It feels off," Argentum said succinctly, to which Horal replied, "What feels off?" "The dark clouds," Argentum replied before adding, "They've gone dormant." "Isn't that a good thing?" Horal looked at the clouds for a bit before responding. "That means that Herelia could rest for a bit and enhance her understanding of her abilities." "Well, there's nothing wrong with being optimistic." Argentum went silent for a bit before saying, letting out a soft sigh as he had a hunch that the dormancy of the dark clouds was just a lead up to something worse. Although the 10th round of lightning bolts was already cleared by Herelia, the system did not notify him that the trial was over, leading him to think that there was still a bit more to this trial than he had thought. "Although it would be great if the dormancy is really a time for her to rest," Argentum said after a while, only to add, "but if we always think of the dormancy that way, that would be incredibly bad." "So what are you trying to tell me?" Although Horal was listening to Argentum's explanation, he could not wrap his head around the situation, prompting him to ask this question. With a slightly grave tone, Argentum responded, "Herelia might need to face another round of lightning bolts." Rumble. As if the heavens were telling Argentum that his hunch was correct, the dark clouds let out a rumble far louder than any of the previous rumbles from before, even jolting Herelia awake from her session of improving her comprehension. Hastily standing up to look at the dark clouds, Herelia noticed that when compared to the last round of lightning bolts, wherein a few spots on the dark clouds would glow brightly, a great number of spots were now glowing brightly this time. This sight could not help but make Herelia mutter, "I have a bad feeling about this." BZZT. Soon after, the next round of lightning bolts was finally revealed to Herelia, not only leaving her at a loss for words, but Argentum and Horal as well. The two of them hastily went ahead and used all of their investigation skills and spells to count the number of lightning bolts that were about to strike Herelia down, making them feel immense despair. Not long after, as Horal said in a stutter, 4,000 calamity-level bolts, Argentum muttered to himself as he watched the lightning bolts cover the sky in a bluish glow. "Man, I should really stop jinxing stuff." Want to see some official artivirers? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.gzruge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 300. The True Power of Buffs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In less than an instant, 4,000 royal blue lightning bolts came down from the dark clouds, briefly lighting up the dark sky for a few seconds. Not long after, these bolts went ahead and decided to separate into groups, only for them to recall what had happened when they clumped up into groups. Surprisingly, rather than split up into individual bolts to reduce the chances of multiple of them being hit by the beams that dispelled their previous brethren, they decided to continue with the group idea, moving closer to one another. And just like that, 40 incredibly dense bolts, each of which was made up of 100 calamity-level lightning bolts, now gradually made their way to where Herelia was, with the intent of striking her down and letting her fail her existence tribulation. At this point, Heraclea had finally gotten over the initial shock brought about by the sheer number of bolts that came down from the clouds. Infusing her energy into the 10 crimson petals surrounding her, Heraclea decided to make the first move, lest she wanted to be swallowed up by the hundreds of bolts out to kill her. But just as she was about to start hovering and tilt her body to allow the trajectory of the beams to be aimed at the dense bolts, she had a hunch that the destructive effect the beams would have on the lightning bolts would be diminished due to their current formation. Working her mind in overdrive, she soon decided that she was going to fight fire with fire, circulating the energy inside her body before forming another crimson Rafflesia. Unfortunately for her, even the first petal of this third Rafflesia was enough for the burden on her mind to increase exponentially, making it seem like the formation of the third Rafflesia was going to fail. Thankfully, Heraclea was someone who did not give up every possible method under a situation of life and death, prompting her to endure painful feeling brought by the formation before continuing to form the third Rafflesia. 12.14.15 Eventually, the third Rafflesia was formed, with Heraclea radiating an aura of exhaustion, which was soon replaced with confidence and expectation as she took in a deep breath to get used to the increased burden brought by the newly formed Rafflesia. She then went ahead and fused the third Rafflesia to the layer of petals below it, bringing the total number of petals in a layer revolving around her to 15. Naturally, with the third Rafflesia now formed, she went ahead and continued with the thing she was about to do before, utilizing her movement skill to hover off the ground and tilt the petals to face the incredibly dense lightning bolts. At this moment, the dense lightning bolts were only around a dozen meters away, with some only being a few meters away from colliding with the ground. Without hesitation, she infused all of her energy towards these crimson petals, bringing forth 15 golden beams, which were shot towards 15 dense lightning bolts. Bang! Being accompanied by the sound of explosions going off from the collision of beams and bolts, the first round of golden beams were able to dispel a large portion of lightning bolts. Unfortunately, unlike before where the beams would be able to dispel a single lightning bolt group without a problem, a few dozen lightning bolts remained from the dense lightning bolts that were hit by the beams. In other words, 40 dense bolts were still heading down to strike Heraclea down, but 15 of these were less dense than the others. Whoosh! Just as Heraclea was about to fire a second round of beams to dispel the less dense lightning bolts once and for all, she noticed that the amount of energy in her body was not enough for her to do so. With that in mind, she went ahead and utilized the energy to turn around and run away from the dense lightning bolts instead, recalling that the lightning bolts usually swerved around the trees while chasing up to her. This action done by the lightning bolts gave her time to prepare a stronger attack, allowing her to dispel the lightning bolts without asking for help from Argentum. But just as she turned her sense of vision around to look at the current position of the lightning bolts, boom! The dense lightning bolts had finally collided with the ground, bringing forth the quaking of the ground that was far more intense than before. Since Heraclea was hovering, she was not affected by it. The same went for Argentum and Horal as well, utilizing their skills and spells to hover off the ground. But even though that was the case, they were still affected by the collision of the bolts with the ground in another way, with all of them radiating auras of shock and surprise. Why is that, you may ask? That's because the dense bolts did not swerve around the trees before colliding with the ground, but instead collided with them directly. With the great amount of force behind the lightning bolts, the trunk of multiple trees cracked, eventually falling down a few seconds later. This effect was further amplified by the quake, with some of the trees even falling in front of Heraclea. Of course, she utilized the crimson petals around her to push these falling trunks away from the path she was heading through, wanting to make sure that the lightning bolts were as far as possible from her so she could unleash a stronger attack. Naturally, as the lightning bolts birthed by the heavens to become the obstacles hindering Heraclea's dream from being fulfilled, they were not going to let Heraclea have her way around them, hastily removing themselves out of the ground, with some removing themselves out of the trees they collided with. The latter was even surprised that the trees were not burnt from the collision at all, with a crater the only evidence that they had collided. Recalling their mission, they discarded these useless thoughts before congregating with the other dense bolts, moving in the direction where Herelia was running. On the other hand, Argentum and Horrell were looking at the current state of things from afar, looking at each other for a bit before looking back at Herelia and the dense lightning bolts chasing her through their own means. At this moment, both of them could not help but feel that things were going south for Herelia, wondering as to whether or not they were going to tell her to use her trump cards. After a while, Argentum let out a sigh, breaking the silence between the two of them. He then looked at Horrell and told him, "I think we're going to have to make a move this time." Horrell uttered as he had not yet processed the words Argentum said to him. After he had done so, the aura radiating from him had undergone an immense change, as it was changed with that of immense excitement as he looked at Argentum and asked, "Do you mean?" "Yeah," Argentum said as he nodded in response to Horrell's question. He then added, "We're going to have to cast a few buffs on Herelia." "I'm glad to hear that," Horrell replied to Argentum's words with a light chuckle before asking, "So what buffs are we going to cast?" But just as he was about to finish his question, he remembered that casting buffs would increase the difficulty of the subsequent rounds, bringing him to a crossroads. On one end, he wanted to cast buffs on Herelia so she would be able to survive this perverse bombardment of lightning bolts while giving him a sense of purpose. On the other end, he suppressed the urge to cast buffs as he recalled that thought. Pondering on what was the best course of action to take right now, Horrell went silent for a bit, only for the aura surrounding him to become solemn and serious. Contrary to the aura surrounding him, he asked Argentum in a slightly unsure tone, "But Argentum, doesn't that mean that the difficulty of the subsequent rounds would increase thanks to our actions?" "Of course, that's a given," Argentum said as his sense of vision was still focused on Herelia's current condition. At the moment, she would turn her body around to fire at the large swath of dense lightning bolts out to get her, reducing the total number of dense lightning bolts to around 30 or so. Thanks to the help of his enhanced senses, he was able to sense that Herelia was giving it her all to retaliate while maintaining distance from him, not caring as to whether or not her energy was about to run out. With that taken into consideration, he felt that it was the best course of action for them to cast a few buffs on Herelia, even taking the increased difficulty of the next rounds as a factor in the decision. Nevertheless, he decided to ask Herelia's opinion on this rather than make his own decision, prompting him to look at Horrell and tell him, "Just so you would feel at ease, I'll ask Herelia whether to cast her some buffs or not." Whoosh! Before Horrell could reply to his words, Argentum sent out a strand of energy towards Herelia, instantly forming a connection between the two as Argentum asked in a slightly serious tone, "How's your current situation?" "To be honest, better than I expected," Herelia replied as she focused all of her attention on running. After a while, she stopped in her tracks before sending out a wave of beams to fight against the dense bolts, dispelling a great number of them. She then continued to run after that before saying, "Then again, I feel like I'm reaching my limit. Although I could use a trump card to turn the tides, I wouldn't have enough energy to make use of it, so it would be useless." "I see," Argentum said in response before the sounds of hemming and hawing resounded in Herelia's mind. Fortunately, those sounds did not last long as Argentum asked her, "So, would you like us to cast a buff on you?" Argentum then followed up with another statement, not letting Herelia respond as he continued, "Before you say no, this buff would increase your combat power to a great extent. I've thought about the consequences brought by casting this buff, and I can say with full certainty that the pros outweigh the cons." "If you say that, then I have no choice, do I?" Herelia said not long after in response to Argentum's words, letting out a light chuckle before adding, "Cast it as fast as possible. I might be swallowed up by the lightning bolts at any second." "On it," Argentum responded to Herelia's words before cutting off the connection between them. Noticing that Argentum was not preoccupied anymore, Horrell went ahead and asked him, "So what did Herelia say?" With an aura of slight happiness, Argentum replied, "We're going to cast some buffs." "All right," Horrell said with immense glee before asking, "What buff should I cast?" In response, Argentum went ahead and started to mutter a long incantation as a ball of blue energy gradually manifested over one of his hands. While he was doing so, he turned his head to look at Horrell for a bit and said, "Save your buffs for now." For now, this buff in casting will allow Herelia to turn the tides without a problem, Argentum added soon after. A few seconds later, he stopped chanting incantations as the ball of blue energy hovering over his hands radiated an aura that made one feel like they were going to be reborn if they were basked in it. Not long after, Argentum went ahead and utilized his enhanced vision to locate where Herelia was before flinging it towards her at lightning speeds. Supreme Aqua Benefica, selfless variant. Whoosh. Although Argentum did not know if it was due to the spell being a blessed water spell or not, the ball of blue energy headed to where Herelia was within a few seconds, with Herelia's body absorbing the ball of blue energy not long after. Swoosh. In an instant, the effects of the blue energy ball had shown itself, increasing the gap between Herelia and dense lightning bolts chasing her in an instant as she felt that all of the cells making up her body were in an energized state. Not only that, but she also felt that the amount of energy she could hold at once was greatly increased, which meant that she could fire out more attacks at once before running out. Seeing the effects brought about by the ball of blue energy she had absorbed, Herelia instantly thought that this was one of Argentum's buffs, thinking to herself, "I wonder what Arg.I.P.S. Argentum had to go through to obtain such a buff like this." Soon after, she placed the thought at the back of her head as she continued to increase the gap between her and the dense lightning bolts, allowing her energy to recover. Eventually, she stopped running away from the lightning bolts as she felt that the energy in her body was more than enough for her to fire a salvo of golden beams, hovering off the ground to position the petals to face the lightning bolts. Swish. Not even a second later, a wave of golden beams was soon fired towards the lightning bolts. Thinking that only a few dense lightning bolts would be dispelled from the wave she fired, contrary to what she had expected, the golden beams instead wiped out a greater amount of dense lightning bolts at once, making Herelia soon realize that this was all due to the buff Argentum cast on her. Nevertheless, seeing as a great number of dense lightning bolts were being dispelled with a single round of her golden beams, she gained more confidence in her power as she allowed her aura to be released to its fullest extent. She then fired another salvo of golden beams once she met the energy requirements. Swish. And just like that, the remaining dense lightning bolts, which had plagued Herelia with the feeling of dread and despair a while ago, were dispelled as a great swath of royal blue strands made their way to where Herelia was. After those strands were absorbed by her body, she felt that the power improvement brought by the strands this time around was at least 10 times higher than the power improvement brought by the last 10 rounds combined. While allowing her body to get used to the increase in power, she could not help but recall the feeling brought by the ball of blue energy after it was absorbed by her body. Although it was still activated, it was only at that time did she feel like she had ascended to a higher level of existence, as if the dense lightning bolts chasing her were nothing to her. With that in mind, she could not help but ask herself, is this the true power of buffs? Want to see some official art of errors? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 301 Blitzkrieg of the Century Abyss. With the same question in her mind, she could not help but follow it up with another question, saying, where did Argentum get this type of ability? While pondering over this question, she wondered if Horus asked Argentum to obtain this type of skill before he underwent his evolution process. Thinking about it, she could not help but imagine Horus telling Argentum to obtain it just in case he was the one chosen to help Herelia out in her existence tribulation instead of Horus. Before she went too deep into the rabbit hole of this question, she felt that there was no point in thinking about it any further. She also felt that there was no point asking Argentum about it since he would definitely not tell her, so she let it be. Concurrently, just as she was finished thinking over it, her body had now fully acclimated to the swath of royal blue strands that were absorbed by her body, making her feel that her strength was greatly improved once more. After that, she focused her sense of vision towards the dark clouds, making sure that another round of clouds was not going to head her way anytime soon. Seeing that the dark clouds had gone to a lull, Herelia let out a sigh of relief as she slowly made her way back to her original position, allowing her health and energy to recover as she allowed herself to get more used to the feeling of the burden that 3 raffle easiers brought. Letting out a long breath at the very moment she arrived at her original position, she took another glance at the dark clouds once more, making sure to be vigilant at all times. Surprisingly, even though her sense of vision was fixated on the dark clouds for a few minutes, nothing special happened within the clouds whatsoever, making Herelia wonder if the clouds were giving her a chance to recuperate. Looking at the dark clouds for a few more seconds, Herelia eventually let out a sigh as she radiated an aura of nonchalance before closing her sense of vision, deciding to use this time to become more familiar with the skills she had in her arsenal. On the other hand, Argentum and Horal were looking at Herelia with auras that could be summed up as general surprise. Horal could not take away his sense of vision from Herelia, noticing that the aura radiating from her, which came from her combat power, was multiple levels above the aura she radiated before. Right now, he felt that if he and the current Herelia were to fight against each other, then she would win 10 times out of 10. As for Argentum, he looked at Herelia with slight surprise, surprised that the effect of the spell he cast a while ago was more or less similar to the spell it was based on. Of course, its efficacy was slightly lower due to it being created after Sage's water magic was evolved to the level of a grade mortal, but it was still a strong spell nonetheless. He then took a glance at the dark clouds, wondering if another round of lightning bolts would come crashing down as he had not obtained a notification from the system yet. With the royal blue lightning bolts remaining dormant inside the dark clouds, Argentum thought that the heavens were just giving Herelia some time to rest and reflect upon the combat experiences she had accrued. With that in mind, he decided that it was alright for them to relax their alertness for a bit as nothing wrong would happen anytime soon. After that, he went ahead and sat down on the ground, stretching his body as he made himself comfortable in the cross-legged position. Horal, on the other hand, noticed what Argentum was doing, sensing the change in his aura. He then went ahead and asked him, "Why are you relaxing? The tribulation isn't over, right?" "Of course, it isn't," Argentum nonchalantly replied as he decided to change some of the true water spells he made a while ago into other support spells that had a more specific purpose. While opening up the spell creation feature in his mind, he continued, "But the dark clouds became silent, thus it means that the heavens are giving Herelia some time to rest. In other words, the heavens are also giving us time to rest," Argentum added as he looked through the 9 true water spells he had made, discarding around half of them without hesitation. In response to Argentum's words, Horal could not help but berate him for not being vigilant at all times, only to stop before he could say it as he thought that Argentum was probably the most vigilant out of the 3. Letting out a sigh as he thought that he should become more like Argentum, Horal scratched his head as he sat beside Argentum in silence. At first, the two of them went ahead and did their own things, with Argentum modifying the true water spells he had in his arsenal, while Horal was attuning himself to the mana in the surroundings. But after a few minutes or so, Horal became sick of attuning his body to the mana, prompting him to focus his sense of vision towards Argentum. As he looked at him, he could not help but remember the change he noticed in Herelia's aura a while ago. It was only at this moment did he realize that such an abrupt change in combat power would only be the result of the buff Argentum sent to her, prompting him to wonder as to what kind of buff it was. Wanting to know what it was, Horal unhesitatingly tapped Argentum on the shoulder and asked him, "Hey, Argentum, what kind of buff did you cast on Herelia?" Being interrupted by someone while he was preoccupied with modifying the spells in his arsenal, Argentum could not help but radiate an aura of slight infuriation as he looked at Horal. Although he wanted to somewhat berate Horal for interrupting him while he was busy, he decided not to as he took in a few deep breaths to calm himself down before recalling the words Horrell told him while he was preoccupied. He then scratched his head for a bit as he pondered over the words he should use to describe the buff he cast on Herelia. After finding the right string of words, Argentum eventually responded to Horrell, saying, "Well, it's a buff that improves almost every aspect of a being." Hearing Argentum's response, Horrell could not help but think that he was joking around with him, prompting him to question Argentum. "Kidding, right?" To which Argentum responded with a shake of his head, "Nope, no." Sensing the serious aura radiating from Argentum at this moment, he turned his vision to where Herelia was, taking a closer look at her current aura. It was then that Horrell accepted the fact that Herelia's current aura was due to Argentum's buff, only to wonder as to why Argentum was still fine right now. He knew that in order for a buff of that caliber to be cast, then the one casting the spell should have to sacrifice a great number of resources, may it be energy or catalysts, in order for it to be successfully cast. But while he was looking at Argentum, there was no change to him whatsoever. The color of the energy making up his body did not change. The aura radiating from him did not change. It was as if the buff Argentum cast was nothing to him at all. And so, with that in mind, Horrell could not help but ask Argentum, Argentum, I was just wondering, why didn't you cast that buff on Herelia at the start of the tribulation? In response, Argentum pondered over it for a bit before responding with a calm tone, if I were to cast it at the start of her tribulation, then the current difficulty of her trials would be way higher than what it is now. Following up on Argentum's response, Horrell then asked, "So is that the strongest buff you can cast?" Although he could not help but wonder why Horrell was asking him such a thing, Argentum decided to pay it no heed as he pondered over his choice of words before responding, "In terms of buffs that I can give to others, yes. If I were to talk about every buff I can cast, then the buff I cast a while ago isn't the strongest." "Hey!" Horrell uttered as a response to Argentum's words, although he was incredibly shocked within, wondering what Horus had undergone to obtain a clone like this. As for Argentum, after finishing his conversation with Horrell about buffs, he could not help but become curious as to whether or not the buffs he cast before Supreme Aqua Benefica, Selfless variant, was still active on her body. With that, he utilized his enhanced senses to its maximum potential to check if they were still there, only to be left dumbfounded as he found out that only the latest buff he cast was active. This gave Argentum immense shock as he pondered as to when the buffs he cast at the start of the tribulation had dissipated. After about 3 minutes of contemplation, he felt that the evolution Herelia underwent wiped all of the buffs on her body clean, which meant that she more or less tanked the myriad calamity shower without any help from him or Horrell at all. To think that her current evolution is incredibly strong, Argentum could not help but mutter inwardly before adding, and this is just the first transitional evolution that would lead to her final evolution. Her current combat power is already above Horrell's, even without the buff I cast. Predicting the turn of events after this one, Argentum had a hunch that Herelia would have no problem clearing the existence tribulation, taking the possible improvements in power her next transitional evolutions would give her. But then, just as he felt that the current situation was quite positive, an notification sound resounded in his mind, reminding him that trials like these were not consistent. Without delay, he went ahead and opened up the notification screen in his mind as the aura surrounding him had turned into that of slight dread. Ding! The trial taker has successfully passed through the second trial given by the heavens with flying colors. In response to this amazing achievement, the heavens have decided to give the trial taker a chance to improve the transitional evolution they would undergo. Through a trial, adjusting the difficulty of the trial to the trial taker's strength, as well as the interferences made along the way, the heavens have decided that the bonus trial the trial taker is going to undergo shall be the Blitzkrieg of the Century Abyss. Ah, shit! Argentum could not help but curse inwardly as he read the last line of notifications he had received, wondering if the heavens were mocking him for what he was thinking a while ago. Seeing that the purpose of the trial was to improve the transitional evolution Herelia was going to obtain, then it meant that he and Horrell had to do what they could to make sure that she would clear this trial. Abyss-level lightning. Although it was within Argentum's expectations that Herelia was going to clash against Abyss-level lightning, he did not expect these lightning bolts to come so soon. He recalled that their destructive power was multiple levels above the Calamity-level bolts Herelia was facing a while ago. To give a rough comparison, if a single Calamity-level bolt and a single Abyss-level bolt were to hit a tree, the former would crack the trunk of the tree, while the latter would turn it into ashes. Ding! Just as Argentum thought that the system was finished notifying him about the next move the heavens were going to do to Herelia, another notification sound resounded in his mind. This prompted him to think that there was more to it than he initially thought. Like before, he unhesitatingly opened the notification screen inside his mind, radiating a brief aura of excitement as he read the first few notifications he had received. As this trial is not a trial meant for the trial taker's tribulation, the heavens have decided to give the trial taker a tip to surviving this next trial. Unfortunately, the trial taker is preoccupied with another task, thus the heavens have decided to send the tip to the user instead. The heavens say, focus on the defensive in this trial. Although the trial taker would not die when they are touched by the lightning bolt in this trial, their chance to obtain an improved transitional evolution would be gone forever. In other words, it would become harder for the trial taker to survive the next trial meant for their existence tribulation. To think that the heavens decided to give Herelia a heads up on what she should do for the next trial, Argentum muttered to himself in a slightly gleeful tone, wanting to tell Herelia about the next trial as soon as possible. But then, another notification soon appeared on his screen, making him wonder whether or not the heavens had a grudge on him or something. The heavens have noticed that the user has some powers that are akin to the powers of heaven. The heavens have decided that the difficulty increase to the trial taker's subsequent rounds would be far greater if the user directly interfered. The heavens are warning the user to not directly interfere with the trial taker's tribulations, lest the user wants to see the trial taker disappear from the face of the world. After reading the last few notifications he had received, he then went ahead and closed the notification screen in his mind before taking in a few deep breaths. He then stood up and looked at the dark clouds, noticing that the lightning bolts within the dark clouds were now starting to make a move. With a grim tone, he muttered to himself, "So the heavens are threatening me, eh?" He then let out a chuckle filled with malicious intent as he continued, "Very well, then. If that's what the heavens tell me to do, then I shall not make a move. Not worth the risk. Want to see some official artiviras? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xreuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 302 How to Tank Lightning Bolts. Then again, what do the notifications mean by the heavens sensing that there's a similar power inside my body? He could not help but mutter to himself not long after in a questioning tone. Reading through the notifications he had obtained one more time. He then tried to read between the lines, pondering over each notification he had received before finally coming to a plausible conclusion a couple of minutes later. By similar power, do the heavens mean the system? Coming to this conclusion, he felt that it was the most likely answer, given by the fact that his current combat power was something that an average normal-grade pseudo-animate wouldn't be able to reach. He then tried to estimate his current combat power according to what he knew about pseudo-animates, feeling that he would be able to fight against pseudo-animates of the 4th or 5th grade to a standstill. After that, he could not help but focus his attention on the line that said that a greater consequence would arise if he directly interfered. With that in mind, he muttered to himself, "What are the chances of me interfering with Herelia's trial?" It did not take long for him to obtain an answer, which was more or less unlikely. Even without any buff supplied on her, Herelia was able to unleash a level of combat power similar to his. Considering the improvement brought about by the first transitional evolution, then the next transitional evolution after this next trial would surely give Herelia a huge boost in power once more, he thought. Just as he was about to inform Herelia about what the heavens told him regarding the next trial, Horrell went ahead and attracted his attention, noticing that he was now unoccupied. Although there was a hint of slight fury in the aura surrounding Argentum, Horrell ignored it and asked him, "What are you thinking about, Argentum?" "I'm thinking about the next round of lightning." "Of course," Argentum said in a rather perfunctory manner as he swiftly glanced at the dark clouds. He barely noticed that the energy emanating from the royal blue lightning bolt starting throughout the clouds were gradually intensifying. With that observation, he then continued, "And it seems that the next round is coming very soon." In response, Horrell asked Argentum, "Can I help out in anything?" "So far, it has mostly been you that's helping Herelia out, and I feel really guilty. I'm also her companion, so I should help her out as well," he added. While he was listening to this, Argentum could not help but think that there was a stark contrast to the current Horrell and the Horrell everyone knew in the Alliance. Then again, he felt that Horrell's current personality was more lifelike while the one he showed in the Alliance was quite stiff. Pondering over what Horrell could do for a bit, he then remembered the notification he had obtained a while ago regarding consequences when it came to direct interference. As he pondered over it a bit more, he then looked at Horrell and responded, "For now, the only thing we can do is wait." That alone is enough for her to understand that we're helping her out. After saying those words, his voice then took on a grave tone as he continued, "But once the next round comes crashing down to smite Herelia, there's a chance that Herelia might not be able to withstand it. By then, I hope you can respond to that as soon as possible." "Got it." Now that he was given something to do, Horrell's aura slightly turned serious as he used all of his senses to their fullest extent. He wanted to make sure that he did not miss even the smallest detail when it came to the next round. On the other hand, Argentum focused his vision onto the dark clouds, waiting for a change to happen to the royal blue lightning bolts after he was alerted. Eventually, after around 10 minutes or so, a change did happen, accompanied by a loud explosion sound. The energy emanating from the royal blue lightning bolts intensified to a great degree as they started to fuse into a type of lightning far more destructive than before. At first, these new type of lightning bolts glowed an intense white, but after a while, the glow gradually disappeared, revealing the true appearance of the new lightning bolt. From a single glance, one could easily notice that the color that the new lightning bolt took on was quite similar to the royal blue lightning bolt, albeit closer to black than the previous color. Other than that, everything else was different. The intent of destruction was different, the destructive power was different, and even the feeling it gave off was different. Seeing that the next level of lightning bolts was now being made, Argentum could not help but mutter, "The abyss-level bolts are finally being made. I wonder if Herelia would be able to withstand the bombardment of 100 bolts at this level." As he thought about Herelia, he could not help but glance at Herelia's direction, only to notice that Herelia was currently standing with her sense of vision fully focused at the clouds. After a few seconds, an aura of terror faintly radiated from her, which was soon replaced with an aura of determination and tenacity as she knew she had already come this far in her tribulation. With that in mind, she then took a look at Horrell and Argentum, only to notice that Argentum was looking at her. Without hesitation, she sent a strand of energy towards Argentum to connect the two of them up before telling him, "This next round is incredibly dangerous." "I know," Argentum said in response to her words before letting out a chuckle. Feeling that the chuckle had a hint of confidence added to it, Herelia could not help but briefly radiate an aura of confusion before asking, "What are you laughing about?" "Well, let's just say that the heavens gave me a few tips regarding the next round of lightning that's about to hit you," Argentum responded to her words, to which she replied with a tone of slight elation, "Really? Why would I lie?" Argentum said in a slightly cheerful tone before starting to tell her what the notification told him to tell her. After that, he then added, "Just so you know, the next round of lightning consists of 100 dark blue lightning bolts. A single dark blue lightning bolt has the equivalent power of over 100 royal blue lightning bolts, so you know what would happen if it touched you." "But you told me that if I get hit by it, I wouldn't die, right?" Herelia replied with Argentum's earlier words, to which Argentum responded, "That is indeed the case for this next round. But what about the round after that? The heavens won't always give me a hint like this, you know. Anyways, are you confident that you would be able to handle the next round of lightning bolts without a problem? He asked soon after, prompting Herelia to remain silent for a bit. After a while, she then radiated an aura of confidence before responding, around 80% confident. Although I've familiarized myself with the defensive skill I've obtained from the evolution, theoretical experience doesn't beat practical experience. In other words, more or less prepared. Listening to Herelia's response, Argentum then suggested, do you want me to cast a buff on you that enhances your defense? In the off chance you lose focus, a buff like this would definitely help you. Herelia scratched her head quite a bit as she thought about Argentum's suggestion. While that was happening, Horal could not help but look at Argentum, only to notice that he was preoccupied. He then looked at the direction Argentum was looking at, seeing that he was currently looking at Herelia. It did not take long for him to put two and two together, and decided to return to his vigilant state. And just as Horal returned to his vigilant state, Herelia finally came to a conclusion as she nodded while saying, all right, then. Cast it on me. I'll take it as assurance. Okay, Argentum responded as he nodded before muttering the incantation of a true water spell he had prepared for this tribulation. With his palms extended, a cyan magic circle soon appeared in front of it as he aimed the magic circle towards Herelia. After double-checking that the magic circle would hit Herelia, he then shot it as he muttered, as your enhancement verse, Prazidas vis. Whoosh. In less than an instant, the cyan magic circle soon arrived at where Herelia was before being absorbed by her body. In a matter of seconds, Herelia felt that the surface of her body was covered in an intangible layer of energy that seemed to be impenetrable. As for Argentum, after seeing that the defense-enhancing spell he had cast was successfully applied on Herelia, he then used his enhanced senses to check if Supreme Aqua Benefica, selfless variant was still active. After making sure that it was still active, he let out a sigh of relief before redirecting his attention to the dark clouds. Rumble. At this moment, a loud rumble resounded throughout the surroundings as more and more royal blue lightning bolts were being fused to turn into dark blue lightning bolts. Unlike before, where the loud rumbling seemed to come from an increase of the lightning bolt's power, the rumble that had resounded seemed to have an intent to it. Using his enhanced senses to sense the hidden intent behind the loud rumble, Argentum let out an awkward chuckle as he muttered to himself, the dark blue lightning bolts wanted to obtain our attention. Can these things still be considered lightning bolts? Placing this thought at the back of his head, he then continued to look at the progress of the transformation of the lightning bolts. By the time around an hour has passed, all of the lightning bolts starting throughout the dark clouds were now dark blue in hue. Coincidentally, it was also at this time that a loud rumble resounded throughout the surroundings once more, but this time, the intent was different. Sensing the intent from the rumble, Argentum hastily sent a strand of energy to Herelia to connect the two of them before shouting, prepare your defensive skill. The next round of lightning is coming. Whoosh. Without delay, Herelia went ahead and circulated all of the energy coursing throughout her body as she went ahead and channeled this energy towards her robe. Soon after, hundreds of crimson-red tendrils were soon conjured from the robe before making their way towards the 15 crimson petals that surrounded Herelia. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by the faint sounds of wind, the crimson-red tendrils covered the crimson petals, increasing the thickness of each petal within a matter of seconds. While this was happening, Herelia decided to spare a glance at the dark clouds, noticing that around 10 spots on the dark clouds were glowing a bit more intensely than the other spots. With that in mind, she proceeded to hasten the thickening process of the crimson petals. It was only after around 30 seconds did the thickening process finish, with Herelia now being surrounded with 15 petal-shaped objects that looked more like rocks instead of petals due to their thickness. BZZT.crash. Just as she was about to activate her defensive skill, the next trial had finally begun, bringing down 100 dark blue lightning bolts that made their way towards Herelia. At first, She thought that she had the time to move towards one of the small lightning bolt groups in order to reduce the burden she would have to face at once. But just as she was about to do so, the 10 small lightning bolt groups instantly fused as one, transforming into a dark blue pillar made out of lightning bolts that spiraled around one another. With such a sight covering her field of vision, Herlia let out a mocking chuckle as she muttered, "Well, this is quite a predicament." On the other hand, Argentum could not help but radiate an aura of understanding after seeing the lightning bolt groups bunch up. He then said, "So that's why there's the word blitzkrieg." After feeling satisfied that the current mechanic of the trial followed the name of the trial to a T, the aura surrounding him was then replaced with an aura of slight worry, which was overshadowed by the intense confidence he felt as he looked at what Herlia was currently doing. Whoosh, whoosh, not waiting for the dark blue pillar to come crashing at her, she then manipulated 15 thick petals to rotate above her head as they separated into 3 layers made up of 5 petals each. The layer closest to the dark blue pillar was made out of petals that were less thick than the layer below it, while the layer closest to Herlia was made out of the thickest petals. With the 3 layers firmly placed above her head, she then sent a great portion of her energy towards the 3 layers, allowing them to radiate a golden sheen as she shouted, "Sanguis Monarchy Variant, Crimson Gold Pagoda, Twaffles Bootlia." Bang! As the 3 layers of thick petals radiated an intense golden sheen, the dark blue pillar had finally collided with them, pushing the first layer of thick petals down to collide with the second layer. Not long after that, the 2 layers were then pushed down to collide with the third layer, making it look like the 3 layers of thick petals was a fancy cake of some sort. While this occurred, Herlia could not help but radiate a faint aura of shock as she shouted, "Strong!" Fortunately, just as it seemed that the final layer was going to be pushed down to collide with Herlia's head, the third layer maintained its position as it tenaciously withstood the strong force stemming from 100 abyss-level lightning bolts. Even Herlia was surprised that the third layer was holding on while facing against this force. Nevertheless, the current situation was in her favor, prompting her to infuse a bit more of her energy towards the 3 petal layers. This intensified the golden sheen radiating from the 3 layers, and surprisingly, it pushed the dark blue pillar quite a bit in the process. Wondering if the dark blue pillar could be pushed back all the way, she then manipulated the 3 petal layers to gradually move upward. To her shock, her hypothesis was, in fact, correct, as the dark blue pillar was gradually being pushed back towards the dark clouds. While this was happening, one of the lightning bolts making up the pillar would separate from it once in a while before returning to the dark clouds on its own. This phenomenon gradually reduced the burden she faced while she was pushing the pillar back to the dark clouds. This is it. Looking at what Herlia was doing, Argentum could not help but radiate an aura of confusion as he felt that this trial was a bit too easy. Not wanting to jinx the next trial, he kept this thought to himself as he pondered over how the current scenario came to be. In the end, his question was left unanswered as the dark blue pillar was pushed all the way back to the dark clouds, thus ending the blitzkrieg of the century abyss. Want to see some official art of errors? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 303, The Second Evolution. Ding. Since the trial was over, then naturally, what came next was a notification resounding within Argentum's mind. Without hesitation, Argentum opened up the notification screen in his mind, reading through the notifications he had just received while radiating an aura of slight interest. While reading through these notifications, his sense of vision was soon fixated onto a certain string of words, prompting the aura surrounding him to transform to that of curiosity as he muttered to himself, "An enhancement of 2 grades. The trial taker has successfully cleared the bonus trial with flying colors." As the heavens are an entity that does not go back on its word, the heavens have decided to enhance the transitional evolution the trial taker is going to undergo by 2 grades. Though the heavens have decided to give the trial taker such a reward, The heavens do not know exactly which path of evolution the trial taker wants to proceed with. The heavens have decided to ask the trial taker as to what path they would like to embark in evolution. Obtaining the trial taker's response. The trial taker's response has been secured. The heavens are now adjusting the next evolution to the trial taker's response. After reading through these notifications, Argentum continued to wait for a bit. Seeing that the last notification he had received did not feel like it would end there. Unfortunately for him, he had not received a new notification from the system even after a few minutes of waiting, making him inwardly let out a soft sigh as he closed his notification screen. He then focused his vision towards Herelia, who was currently reverting the thick petals surrounding her into the crimson petals from before. While this was happening, Horal, who remained vigilant all this time, could not help but radiate an aura of despondence as he made his way to where Argentum was. Letting out a slightly loud sigh, which attracted Argentum's attention, Horal then asked him, "Argentum, didn't you tell me that Herelia could be in possible danger in the round that just passed?" In response, Argentum focused his sense of vision onto Horal and replied, emphasis on the word could. It just so happened that Herelia was able to survive the round that just passed without a problem. Isn't that a good thing? Well, it is, but, as Horal listened to Argentum's words, he could not help but let out another sigh as he continued, "I feel like I've done nothing significant so far to help out Herelia." Whenever you feel that way, remember that you were the one who saved Herelia from death, Argentum told Horal as he noticed that the aura around him had slightly intensified. It was at this moment that he felt that if Horal's feelings were left ignored, then the help he could offer to Herelia would become less flexible as the coverage of his skills were limited. He then continued, "If it wasn't for your quick wits back then Herelia wouldn't be standing out there undergoing her second evolution right now." At first, Horal could not help but feel warmed that Argentum made him remember what he had done to help Herelia, but then, after hearing the latter portion of his statement, the aura radiating from him was soon replaced with shock as he asked Argentum in a shouting manner, "What? She's evolving again?" "Yeah." Argentum nodded before saying, "The round that she cleared without a problem just now was pretty much the final trial she had to face before she could evolve a second time." "And where did you get this information from?" Horal could not help but ask, feeling that it was slightly suspicious that Argentum seemed to always know what to do next. In contrast, he could only wallow in fear as he hoped that his companion would survive the rounds that came her way. Listening to Horal's question, Argentum knew that it would be stupid for him to say that he got the information from his system, knowing very well that only he and Herelia were the only ones he knew who had a system. Pondering over his answer for a bit, he took a brief glance at Herelia, who was sitting cross-legged as the crimson petals surrounding her slowly circled her body. It was this quick look that gave Argentum an idea on what he should say, letting him give off an aura of slight confidence as he replied, "Herelia, whenever a round of lightning is about to come striking down, she alerts me through energy strands." "Well, that's unfair." Horal could not help but say, only to become silent and mull over the reasons why Herelia was contacting Argentum instead of him regarding the next rounds of lightning. It did not take long for him to obtain the answer, prompting him to let out an inward sigh as he asked Argentum, "Is it possible if you could relay the information you get from Herelia to me as well?" Although Argentum was slightly shocked to hear such a request from Horal, he did not feel that it was an out-of-topic request under the current circumstances. With a nod, he replied, "Sure." "Fine now though, we won't obtain any news from her for quite a while. As I've said a while ago, she's about to undergo her second evolution." Rumble. Just as the two had finished their conversation, a loud rumble resounded throughout the clouds. This time though, there was no intent to it, unlike before. Sensing that there was no intent in the rumble, Argentum proceeded to focus his sense of vision towards the dark clouds. He soon noticed that a type of lightning, which formed before, was being formed once more. Of course, this type of lightning was none other than the iridescent lightning that struck Herelia quite some time ago, allowing her to undergo what seemed to be an instant evolution. While looking at the iridescent lightning, Argentum could not help but feel that the intent of life and nourishment that surrounded the lightning bolts was amplified by multiple degrees. With this in mind, he wondered if the intent surrounding these iridescent lightning bolts had something to do with the lightning bolts surrounding them. On the other hand, Horrell was left in a state of awe as he clearly sensed that the intent radiated by the iridescent bolts had intensified to a higher level, making him feel like if he were the one struck by these bolts, then the improvement in power he would get would not be meager. Nevertheless, he knew that he had already undergone an existence tribulation. Plus, he was more eager to see how much of an improvement the recipient of the bolts would get. Naturally, the recipient of these iridescent bolts would be Herelia, who opened her sense of vision after feeling a familiar intent emanating from the clouds. Once she noticed that the iridescent lightning bolts were being formed in the middle of the dark clouds once more, she went ahead and dispelled all of the crimson petals surrounding her as she stood up. Letting out an aura of slight expectation and elation, she focused her sense of vision directly onto the iridescent lightning bolts before saying, "So this is why I was asked by the heavens some time ago. It's because I'm going to undergo another evolution." With this in mind, she could not help but redirect her vision for a bit towards Argentum, who was currently looking at the iridescent lightning bolts just like she was a while ago. Sensing the aura of calmness and composure surrounding Argentum, which also had hints of expectation and elation surrounding it, she then questioned herself, "Did Argentum know that I was going to undergo another evolution?" She then pondered over the question for a bit, eventually concluding that it was highly likely for it to be the case. Not only that, but she also felt that Argentum knew about the trials she was going to undergo, thus allowing him to give the right level of help necessary for her to clear the trials. It was at this moment that Herelia felt that something had changed in the way she looked at Argentum. She did not know in what way her perspective of Argentum had changed, but she did feel that it had indeed changed. BZZT.crash. Just as she was about to talk with Argentum, the iridescent lightning bolts had finally come crashing down. Knowing what these bolts entailed, Herelia did not resist these iridescent lightning bolts as she allowed these bolts to be absorbed by her body. Coincidentally, an notification appeared in front of her field of vision, something she had never received from the previous swath of iridescent lightning bolts that surrounded her. Feeling that there was a reason for such a notification to appear, Herelia unhesitatingly went ahead and read the notification she had received, eventually radiating an aura of understanding as she said, "So that's how it is." With a light chuckle, she then continued, "I guess I should have been more specific, but hey, too late for regrets. Ding. The user is currently undergoing an assisted evolution. Thanks to the power inherent in the tools helping you out, the species that you shall evolve into has been enhanced. The species you shall evolve into shall be." Ding. While this was happening, Argentum had received a notification from the system as well, informing him that Herelia was now undergoing the evolution process. After reading through the notifications he had received, he then took a look at Herelia, noticing that the process of evolution was quite slow when compared to the first transitional evolution she had received. With that in mind, he slightly pondered over the reasons why it was slower, easily finding the answer as he remembered that the heavens gave Herelia a chance to enhance her evolution. "I guess the heavens wanted her to slowly adjust to her improvements in power while she's undergoing evolution," Argentum muttered to himself with a tone of slight uncertainty before looking at the dark clouds once more. After looking at the clouds, he then focused his sense of vision towards a slightly far away location before going ahead and casting all of the movement speed boosting buffs he had in his arsenal at himself. Noticing that the aura surrounding Argentum had intensified, Horrell could not help but look at Argentum and ask, "What are you doing?" "I'm just going to check how much time has passed since Herelia's tribulation started," Argentum briefly responded to Horrell's question before dashing out to an area that was not covered by the dark clouds. Due to the compounding effects of the movement speed boosting buffs he cast on himself, it only took a few minutes for him to arrive at the area he looked at a while ago. Without delay, he focused his sense of vision onto the clear sky, seeing not long after that the sun had now passed the peak position. I wonder if the speed at which Herlia is clearing her tribulation could be considered as fast, Argentum muttered to himself as he made his way back to where Horrell was. Along the way, he went ahead and utilized his enhanced senses to check the changes that were happening to Herlia's body, only to retract it soon after. The reason why he retracted it was that he did not see any significant changes to her appearance or power at all while heading back to where Horrell was. This was also the reason why when he came back to where Horrell was, he went ahead and sat cross-legged before closing his sense of vision. He presumed that it was going to take a long while for Herlia to finish her evolution. And a long time did it take indeed. Bang! After about an hour or so since Herlia was first struck by the iridescent lightning bolts, the cocoon, which was made out of the iridescent bolts that struck Herlia, burst into multiple pieces as a loud explosion sound resounded throughout the area. This loud explosion alerted Argentum, who was fiddling with the true water spells in his arsenal. Of course, Horrell was alerted as well, who was immersed in attuning himself to the mana around him. Without hesitation, the two of them stood up before focusing their senses of vision onto where Herlia was, only to radiate auras of intense shock soon after, as the current Herlia in front of their fields of vision was unlike the Herlia from before the evolution. Although the general appearance of the two was the same, the current Herlia could be likened to that of polished jade, while the previous Herlia could be likened to that of a diamond about to undergo polishing. The color of her surface now took on a fleshy hue, while a hint of red could be faintly seen as well. Not only that, but the proportions of her body were now more well defined while the shape of her limbs had become more detailed. It was as if she was not made out of wood anymore, though her eyes said otherwise. Although they looked like the eyes of a normal animate, there was no life to them. It gave off the feeling that one was looking at a lifelike statue instead of a real person. Nevertheless, the aura of power radiating from her was multiple levels higher than before, even giving Argentum the feeling that her current combat power was equivalent to his in his base form. The robe that Dr.A.P. ed over her upper torso now had the appearance of red silk, with a few exquisite designs on the edges of the robe being visible. As for the hair on top of her head, which was previously made of crimson-red strands, it now looked more lifelike, which greatly complemented Herlia's already beautiful face. Ding! While the two of them were still in a state of shock, Argentum was brought back to reality as a notification sound resounded in his mind, prompting him to focus his attention on the notification screen as he took one last glance at Herlia. While reading through the notifications he had received, he could not help but mutter, although the system says that her existence level is still that of a pseudo-animate, the aura surrounding her is not something a typical pseudo-animate would radiate. It feels like something inanimate would radiate instead. Oh, so that's why. I wonder how strong she is right now. The Trial Taker's second transitional evolution is now complete. The Trial Taker's existence level is maintained at the pseudo-animate level, though the heavens have decided to bestow her power close to that of an animate. Due to the bonus trial being successfully cleared by the Trial Taker, the Trial Taker's current species has been enhanced and adjusted to the power given by the heavens. Taking the Trial Taker's responses into consideration, the Trial Taker's new species is Sanguis Imperatrix Primio, Lucas Minor Legendary Plus. Want to see some official art of Iris? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 304. A glimpse of hell. While Argentum and Horrell were inside their own little worlds, Herlia closed her sense of vision for a bit, acclimating herself to the power currently coursing throughout her body. A minute later, she opened her sense of vision before focusing it on the puddle of blood below her, only to radiate an aura of disappointment as the puddle below her was mostly gone. Nevertheless, she was able to get a rough idea of her current appearance by looking at her arms and the robe covering her body, eventually coming to the conclusion that she most likely looked more like a human than before. After that, she focused her vision onto the sky, silently staring at the iridescent bolts of lightning being swallowed up by the dark blue bolts of lightning surrounding it. Naturally, as the dark blue lightning bolts engulfed the iridescent bolts. The intent of destruction radiating from them underwent a change. Unlike before, the intent of destruction surrounding these bolts felt suppressed, yet at the same time, enhanced to a certain extent. If one were to describe it, then the previous intent would be akin to a blade covered in blood, while the current intent would be akin to a sheathed great sword slung behind one's back. Other than that, no other change happened to the dark clouds. No new type of lightning was being formed, nor did a rumble resound from the dark clouds as an act of arrogance. Only pure silence prevailed at the moment. This thought made Heraclea stop looking at the dark clouds as she commanded the system to list the changes that had happened to her body. It did not take long for the multiple notification screens that appeared in her mind to overwhelm her, causing her to sit cross-legged as she soon closed her vision. It was only after 10 minutes or so was she able to process and organize the information she had received from the system, radiating an aura of wonder as she said, "To think that my body has undergone this much change. Is this because of the response I gave? Wait a second. Was that me talking just now?" As she was talking to herself about the improvements brought about by the evolution she had undergone, her sense of hearing could not help but pick up her voice, causing her to become shocked for a bit. She then went ahead and made a few random sounds, making her let out a sigh of awe at the end of her experimentation as she soon muttered to herself, "If I were a man, I might have fallen for my voice just now. Anyways, I should really familiarize myself with these new skills I've obtained," she said not long after, letting out a sigh of dismay as she continued, "This evolution removed all of my skills from the past evolution, as well as my skills from before the past evolution. Then again, from what I'm seeing through the system, these skills are far more potent and flexible than the other ones," she added, letting out a chuckle as the aura around her changed to that of expectation and curiosity. She then went ahead and closed all of the notification screens in her mind before replacing it with a screen listing all of the skills she had at the moment. After that, she commanded the system to remove all of the passive skills on the skill list, leaving only the active skills on it. Just as she was about to go ahead and immerse herself in the familiarization of her new skills, a thought surfaced on her mind, prompting her to redirect her vision towards Argentum and Horal before sending a strand of energy towards them. Whoosh! In less than an instant, this strand of energy had arrived in front of its recipient, which was Argentum. Hearing a familiar voice resound in his mind, Argentum moved the thing he was doing aside before focusing his attention on the voice. "Hey, Argentum," Heraclea said to Argentum, to which he replied, "What's up? I'm going to familiarize myself with the skills I've obtained from the evolution, so that means I'm tasking you to keep an eye if there's any change to the dark clouds," she responded to his question soon after. She then continued, "Is there any problem with you doing that?" "Well, wasn't I doing that in the first place?" Argentum replied to her question, letting out a chuckle as he added, "Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on the clouds while you go ahead and familiarize yourself." After that, he looked at the dark clouds and noticed that the dark blue lightning bolts seemed to move in a sluggish manner relative to their previous speed, prompting him to wonder what kind of hardship Heraclea would have to go through next. With that in mind, he decided to tell her, if possible, familiarize yourself with your new skills as fast as possible. "I have a feeling that the next trial would be incredibly deadly. Then again, the next trial is your final trial. If you survive it, then you would have successfully cleared the existence tribulation," he continued. In response, Heraclea radiated an aura of determination as she replied, "That's good to hear." "All right, I'll try my hardest." "I'll be going now," Heraclea said soon after, to which Argentum replied, "Good luck." Whoosh! After that, the connection between the two was severed, leaving the two to their own devices. Taking in a deep breath, Argentum then went ahead and started with what he was told to do, which was to keep an eye on the dark clouds while Heraclea was familiarizing herself with her skills. At first, Argentum was determined to focus most of his attention on the dark clouds, keeping track of the movements of the lightning bolts. Only to get bored of it around 10 minutes later. Well, since nothing significant has happened inside the dark clouds, Then that means that the next trial wouldn't come for quite some time, Argentum muttered to himself, only for him to radiate an aura of slight fear as he felt that he had jinxed the next trial. He then waited for a few minutes after saying those words, wondering if his words were about to bite him in the back. Fortunately, even after waiting for quite some time, nothing changed in the dark clouds, allowing him to let out a sigh of relief, as he felt that he should be doing something while waiting for the next trial to arrive. Argentum went ahead and closed his sense of vision before tinkering around with the spell creation feature of Sage's water magic. It did not take long for him to stop tinkering with it, as he felt that the current arsenal of true water spells he made was quite a perfect fit for the existence tribulation. Unsurprisingly, this made him let out a sigh of boredom as he wondered what he could do while waiting for the next trial to come down. Although he felt like he had a level of patience that far exceeded normal beings, it was at this moment that he felt like his patience was finally wearing thin after his senses were extended to the fullest throughout most of the trials so far. Nevertheless, he was someone who did not want his emotions to affect the grand scheme of things, separating the frustration he felt from what he had done in order to help Herelia out in her trials. Without delay, he went in and took a deep breath to regain composure as a random thought surfaced in his mind. I wonder if the buffs I cast on her before the evolution are still there, he muttered to himself as he felt that this was something he could do while waiting for the next trial to come down. And just like that, he extended his enhanced senses towards the cross-legged Herelia, wanting to know if the buffs he had cast were still on her. Surprisingly, just like the hunch he had before from Herelia's past evolution, the buffs he had cast on Herelia's body had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, he could not help but radiate an aura of immense shock as he now knew that Herelia had tanked through most of the previous trials without any help from either of them. With that in mind, Argentum's hunch that Herelia would be able to tank through most of the lightning bolts in the next trial had become more certain. On the other hand, that also gave Argentum greater hope that she would be able to clear her existence tribulation without a problem. Should I cast that strong buff on Herelia again before the next trial starts? Argentum muttered to himself in a questioning tone, weighing the pros and cons of the decision. Of course, the strong buff Argentum was talking about was none other than Supreme Aqua Benefica, Selfless Variant, a blessed water spell he had created in order to cast a buff with around the same effects as Aqua Imperium Universalis on other people. In the end, he decided to not cast the buff on Herelia as he felt that the trial would be able to hastily adjust to her heightened power, thus increasing the difficulty of the next trial to a higher level. Taking a quick glance at the dark blue lightning bolts covering most of the dark clouds insides, he could not help but inwardly shiver at the possibility that the next type of lightning bolt would form with his buff. Other than that, he also thought about the decision from Herelia's perspective, thinking that she would have preferred to get used to her newfound power first before going ahead and asking buffs from the two of them. Then again, I have a feeling that she doesn't know that the buffs on her body have already disappeared, he said to himself not long after, letting out a slightly playful giggle. Hey, Argentum, you there? Just as he was about to bring Horrell back to reality, Horrell had already come back from his daze. In response, Argentum replied, yeah? What's up? Can you sense the power that Herelia's radiating? Horrell soon asked Argentum as his sense of vision was focused on Herelia, to which he replied with a nod. Of course, her current combat power is already beyond our current combat powers without buffs. She would definitely be able to defeat us in one move as long as we don't use our buffs. While listening to Argentum's response, Horrell could not help but mull over something before soon asking Argentum, don't you think that with her power increasing, the difficulty of the next trial would increase to a far higher level? Well, of course I do, Argentum replied as he looked at the sky, noticing that the dark blue lightning bolts were finally moving at the original speed. Not long after, he noticed that they were moving faster than before, faintly emanating an intent of destruction far stronger than ever before. Is there anything I can do to help on the next trial? Horrell focused his sense of vision onto Argentum and asked soon after. In response, Argentum looked back at him and replied, for now, be incredibly vigilant. This time, I seriously mean it. I have a feeling that this next trial would be, ding. Before he was able to finish his response to Horal's question, an notification sound resounded in his mind, prompting him to abruptly go silent as he commanded the system to show the notifications he had received in his mind. As for Horal, after seeing Argentum abruptly go silent, he could not help but radiate an aura of worry as he called out for Argentum, only to get no response. In actuality, Argentum could hear Horal's words of concern quite well, but due to the notifications he had received from the system, he opted to ignore it and focus all of his attention on the latter. It did not take long for Argentum to read through all of the notifications, radiating an aura of graveness as he closed the notification screen in his mind. Noticing the change in Argentum's aura, Horal stopped speaking words of concern at him. Instead, he asked him, "What's wrong, Horal?" Argentum said in a grave tone. "Change of plans. This next trial is going to be a hellish one. Go to where Heralia is and directly help her out in the next trial," he continued, leaving Horal at a loss for words. After a few seconds, Horal imitated the sound of one loudly coughing as he asked, "Argentum, are you serious?" "As serious as I could be," Argentum succinctly replied to his question, the serious aura surrounding him slightly intensifying. In response, Horal could not help but go silent for a bit as he weighed over the pros and cons of him following Argentum's decision. In the end, he could not make a choice and asked him, "Just to be sure, once I directly interfere with Heralia's trial, that means that the next trial would undergo a spike in difficulty, right?" "Yeah," Argentum replied before continuing, "but would you rather help her out and reap the consequences afterward or just let her die right now?" Hearing Argentum's words, Horal now took it seriously as he asked, "Is the next trial that serious?" In response, Argentum slowly nodded as he said in a slightly whispering manner, "I'll fill you on what the next trial is later. For now, head to where Heralia is." "All right," Horal said in response to Argentum's order before hastily making his way to where Heralia was. On the other hand, Argentum looked up at the dark clouds and saw that the dark blue lightning bolts, which were darting around at greater speeds a while ago, were now bunching up towards certain areas on the dark clouds. Letting out a sigh that had hints of terror in it, he then muttered to himself, "This next trial. The heavens are really going ham on this one. If this trial doesn't offer us three a glimpse of hell, then I don't know what hell truly looks like." Thanks to the massive increase in power brought about by the trial taker's enhanced transitional evolution, the difficulty of the next trial shall be adjusted accordingly, taking into consideration the interferences made by external parties beforehand. The heavens have finally decided on the next trial given to the trial taker. The name of the next trial shall be Force of 100,000 Abysses. Want to see some official art of errors? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 305 Force of 100,000 Abysses. Rumble. Rumble. Just as Horal had arrived at the place where Heralia was, a loud rumble resounded from the large swath of dark clouds, radiating an intent that did not go unignored by Argentum's senses. Then again, Argentum could not afford to ignore the rumble that resounded due to the notifications he had received from the system. Putting the notification screen in his mind aside, he went ahead and utilized his enhanced senses to their fullest extent once more, allowing him to obtain the message hidden in the intent. It did not take long for him to obtain the intent's hidden message, letting out yet another sigh as he muttered to himself, "This time, the lightning bolts are not gonna stop at anything to make sure that Heralia fails this final trial." Is this the true feelings of the heavens when it comes to Heralia's plea to become inanimate? Or is it just the feelings of the lightning bolts that have been made to smite Heralia down? Either way, the intent hidden behind the rumble this time around is quite intense. He continued to mutter to himself as he looked at Horal and Heralia from afar. In less than an instant, his sense of vision noticed that Horal was looking at the dark clouds with an aura of terror surrounding him, presumably from the loud rumble that resounded just now. On the other hand, Heraclea continued to be in a nonchalant state when it came to the surroundings around her. Of course, Argentum knew that she was deeply engrossed in familiarizing herself with the skills she had obtained from the evolution she had undergone. If Argentum knew that all of her skills from the past evolution, as well as the skills even before the first transitional evolution, had been replaced with the skills that came from the current evolution, he would definitely tell Heraclea to familiarize herself even more with the skills she had obtained. Alas, he was oblivious to this idea. Argentum, getting a bad feeling from the loud rumble that resounded just now, Horal hastily went ahead and sent a strand of energy towards Argentum before saying, "Are you really sure that I could be of service in this next trial? I feel like you just made me come here to die." Well, existence tribulations are basically trials that go against the heavens, so you're not wrong in the death aspect, Argentum replied with a joke to make the conversation light-hearted, but this only resulted in the opposite effect on Horal. With his sense of vision focused on Horal, he then continued to talk, saying, "But what if I tell you that you'll be able to offer more help than me when it comes to direct interference?" While listening to Argentum's words, Horal could not help but utter that sound as an aura of confusion emanated from him. Seeing that he was listening attentively to his words, Argentum continued, "You might not have noticed just now, but after the loud rumble resounded from the dark clouds, Heraclea sent me a message about the next trial. After hearing it, my decision to let you head to where Heraclea was seems to be the best decision I've ever made." "What kind of trial am I and Heraclea up against?" Since their conversation was now on the topic of the next trial, Horal went ahead and assumed his calm and composed state as he asked this question. In response, Argentum took in a deep breath before responding, "The next trial consists of dark blue lightning bolts, just like what Heraclea had gone through." In that instant, the calm and composed aura surrounding Horal had been instantly replaced with fear as he felt the destructive power of those bolts even from where Argentum was. He knew that, even in his current pseudo-animate form, he would be turned into ashes once he was hit by one of those dark blue lightning bolts. Nevertheless, he took a look at Heraclea beside her, prompting him to take in a few deep breaths as he steeled himself for the trial that was about to come. Letting out a sigh that had a hint of defeat, Horal continued to inquire about the specifics of the next trial, asking Argentum, "How many dark blue lightning bolts are we up against?" Argentum hemmed and hawed for a bit, making it look like he was conversing with Heraclea through energy strands to obtain this information. After a few seconds, he then sent an energy strand towards Horal before saying, 100,000. Whoosh! If the aura of fear surrounding Horal before covered the area of a small house, then the fear that he was currently feeling could easily cover the size of a football field. Around 10 of them possibly. Not wanting to make it seem that he was fearing for his life, Horal went ahead and asked Argentum one more question, though the trembling fear hidden beneath his words was still apparent. "What should I do to help her out?" Horal asked, eliciting Argentum to ponder over their next moves for a bit as he thought about the ideal course of action when facing against 100,000 lightning bolts. It did not take long for him to conclude that the first thing he should do was to guarantee Horal's safety when it came to helping Heraclea defend from the incessant barrage of lightning bolts. "First off, activate all of the buffs you have in your arsenal," Argentum responded around 20 or so seconds later, to which Horal replied by activating all of his buffs without delay. After doing so, he continued to ask Argentum, saying, "What next?" "Next, I'll cast most of the buffs I have in my arsenal on you," Argentum replied, to which Horal could not help but radiate an aura of confusion as he looked at Heraclea. Looking at Heraclea and Argentum back and forth for a bit, the fear he was feeling slightly subsided as he asked, "Shouldn't all of your buffs be cast on Heraclea first before me?" "Horal, trust me when I say that. Even if I cast most of my buffs on you, Heraclea would still exert a level of combat power that isn't inferior to it," Argentum said in a slightly grave tone before continuing, "Although I don't know how powerful Heraclea truly is, from what she told me while giving me the information about the next trial, I can say with certainty that she would be able to clear the previous trials with ease with her current power. Of course, Argentum was basing his words on what he obtained from the system notifications. Noticing that Heralia's current species had the rarity of legendary plus once he read through it, he already knew that her power was now far beyond what he and Horrell could muster in their base form. Thus, Argentum felt that the statement that her power would still be equivalent to a boosted Horrell was not a lie in some aspects. Then again, he also thought that she would be somewhat infuriated if the first usage of her skills from the get-go were boosted, even if it meant that her chances of succeeding in the next trial would become lower if she refused. Listening to Argentum's statement, Horrell could not help but refute that statement, only to go silent as he sensed the serious aura Argentum was emanating. It was then another loud rumble resounded out from the dark clouds once more, transforming the aura around Horrell to fear once more as he said, all right, cast your buffs on me. Hurry. Well, that was a quick change of attitude, Argentum muttered to himself as he inwardly let out a light chuckle. Soon after, he then went ahead and cast all of the spells he had from the wind and fire element that boosted a certain stat. Naturally, the true water spells he prepared for this existence tribulation was also cast on Horrell, which meant that he was the first recipient of his newly made spells instead of Heralia. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a matter of few seconds, a great number of energy balls in the colors of either red, blue, or green hastily made their way to where Horrell was, only to be absorbed by his body not long after, as the aura surrounding him had intensified to a greater level in less than an instant. Sensing that his combat power had undergone an incredible amount of change in what seemed to be a flash, Horrell could not help but be stuck in a daze for a bit as he felt like he was dreaming. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to come back to reality as his sense of vision was focused on Argentum before asking him, have you cast all of the spells you cast on me onto Heralia yet? I've cast most of it on Heralia, but not all of it, Argentum replied succinctly after choosing his words carefully. Surprisingly, Horrell continued to ask, question, how long does it take you to cast all of these spells after their effects have worn out? At the very instant they were dispelled. Why? Argentum said, taking into consideration the amount of mana he had, as well as his MP regeneration rate. In response, Horrell imitated the sound of one sucking air between their teeth as he replied, what kind of journey did you go to obtain such fraudulent power, Argentum? Well, even if you trekked the same paths as me, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be able to obtain most of what I've obtained, Argentum answered his question with a light chuckle, only for their conversation to be stopped as another loud rumble resounded from the dark clouds. At that instant, both Horrell and Argentum focused their senses of vision on the movements of the dark blue lightning bolts, noticing that these lightning bolts were already bunching up in certain areas. Not long after, the dark clouds started to emanate dark blue light from multiple areas, giving the two an idea that it would not take long for the 100,000 lightning bolts to finally come crashing down. Horrell, cast your strongest barrier on Heralia. It might take a while for her to finish adjusting to her current power. Not wanting to be on the passive for this trial, Argentum hastily sent a command to Horrell, to which Horrell acted upon as the earliest moment possible. Whoosh, whoosh. Without delay, Horrell went ahead and conjured a cyan magic circle at the front of his extended palms as he aimed this magic circle towards Heralia. Not long after, this magic circle was shot at Heralia, soon forming a barrier of energy that exquisite carvings on its surface. Mana barrier, Titan shield. Horrell muttered after casting the spell before focusing his vision back onto Argentum. Unfortunately for him, just as he was about to ask Argentum what he should do next, the trial had finally begun. BZZT. Crash, swish, swish, bang, accompanied by a cacophony of loud sounds that leaned more towards the explosion type. 100,000 abyss-level lightning bolts simultaneously came down from the dark clouds in order to hinder Heralia from proceeding with her existence tribulation. At first, these lightning bolts came down from the skies in a manner that leaned more towards chaotic rather than ordered. But not long after, these bolts stopped in their tracks and, as if they had a mind of their own, decided to bunch up and transform into large lightning pillars. How many? 1,000 of them. Whoosh, whoosh. And so, rather than 100,000 individual abyss-level lightning bolts. Herlia and Horrell were instead up against 1,000 lightning pillars, made up of 100 abyss-level lightning bolts each. At that moment, Horrell felt like he could not move his body from the immense fear he was feeling. It was as if that the only choice he had right now was to submit to the overbearing power of the lightning bolt pillars and be swallowed up by them. Of course, that thought did not truly happen as a voice boomed inside his mind, prompting him to remove the fear that he was feeling as he knew that his and Herilius' lives were at stake here. Horrell, use your strongest offensive skill to blast away the lightning pillars nearest to the two of you. Argentum shouted in Horrell's mind through an energy strand, to which Horrell responded with, "Here goes nothing." Whoosh! Without delay, Horrell went ahead and extended both of his arms towards the lightning pillars that were getting closer and closer to where they were. Although he was seriously fearing for his life right now, he knew that he could not shirk away at this very moment, steeling himself as an aura of determination soon suffused from the aura of fear he was radiating all this time. Swoosh! In less than an instant, a magic circle multiple times larger than the one he cast on Herlia a while ago soon appeared in front of his extended arms as a gate made out of energy was soon created from the magic circle. Soon after, Horrell went ahead and infused a great portion of his energy as he shouted, "Gate of Myriad Armaments." Part 2. Swish, whoosh, whoosh, and just like that, a near incessant amount of weapons made out of Horrell's energy soon flung out of the gate as its doors opened, targeting all of the lightning pillars that were near them. Unsurprisingly, thanks to the large number of buffs that was cast on him by Argentum, the firepower of a single weapon was enough to slightly weaken one of the lightning bolt pillars. With that in mind, it went without saying that once a large swath of weapons went ahead and collided with the lightning bolt pillars, then these lightning bolt pillars disappeared without a trace. These then transformed into dark blue strands that headed to where Herlia was, making Horrell slightly disappointed that these strands did not head to where he was. Nevertheless, he continued to fight against the lightning bolt pillars with the skill. 3.7.11.15 As time passed, more and more lightning bolt pillars were dispelled thanks to Horrell's ultimate skill, which allowed him to form a large array of weapons that he could control like an extension of his limb. Unfortunately, with every pillar he dispelled, a decently sized portion of the weapons he created would be destroyed in the process. At first, he would be able to replenish it thanks to the energy he had left over in his body, but as time passed, it became more and more impossible. By the time the 37th or so lightning bolt pillar was near where they were, all of the weapons that were formed from the spell Horrell used had now been destroyed, dispelling the large gate that acted as a controller of the weapons in the process. Although he knew that it was inevitable for him to be beaten back by the lightning pillars, he could not help but let out a sigh as he muttered to himself, "Well, what do you know? All of the fear I had a while ago disappeared." "That's great." "Just so you know, Herlia, I tried my best to dispel a lot of lightning pillars before you had to make a move, but it seems that I've already reached my limit." Horrell continued to mutter as he looked at the lightning pillars coming closer and closer at them. Just as he was about to sit on the ground and closed his eyes as he waited for the inevitable to come, a familiar voice resounded behind him, prompting him to turn around and radiate an aura of immense shock. "You've done well, Horrell. Thank you for helping me out." "Herlia, save your questions for later. For now, don't you think it's time for me to do my part? Want to see some official art of Iris? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xreuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 306 The Blood Empress rises. Without waiting for Horrell to answer her questions, Herlia went closer to where he was and stood in front of him. As Horrell could not help but radiate an aura of confusion and curiosity as he wondered what Herlia was about to do. Herlia, on the other hand, calmly looked at the lightning pillars that were coming closer and closer to the two of them. While she was doing this, she allowed the energy inside her body to circulate as small chunks of her robe detached from the edges, transforming into small crimson petals that lightly floated in midair. Of course, This had gone unnoticed under Horal's sense of vision, as it was focused on the lightning pillars rather than what Herelia was doing. Seeing that she was only calmly looking at the gradually closing lightning pillars without making a move, the aura of curiosity that suffused from Horal was gradually replaced with fear as he could not help but ask her, "What are you doing, Herelia? Didn't you say just now that you were going to do your part?" In response, Herelia let out a sound that was synonymous with the phrase of "be quiet," prompting Horal to temporarily suppress his fear as she soon uttered, "Be quiet for a second, Horal. I'm waiting for the right time." "Right time? Right time for what?" Horal replied to her words with a question before mulling over what she was talking about. It did not take long for his sense of vision to redirect itself towards the lightning pillars as he instantly felt a bad premonition in his mind. Without delay, he asked with an aura of lingering hope around him, "Don't tell me. Waiting for the lightning pillars to come closer?" Herelia responded to his question with pure silence, tacitly agreeing that what she was currently doing was indeed the case. Then again, her sense of vision did not shirk away from the lightning pillars in the first case, utilizing it to the fullest extent as she waited for the right moment to attack. Naturally, with his personality, Horal started to dissuade Herelia from what she was doing, saying with a nervous chuckle, "Joking, right? Are you seriously waiting for the lightning pillars to come closer before you make your move?" Horal soon asked her before continuing, "Do you really want us to be on the fine line between life and death before you make your move?" Herelia, this isn't like why, unfortunately for him, before Horal could continue berating Herelia for what he thought was a bad decision, Herelia had finally made her move, summoning all of the energy in her body as she manipulated all of the small crimson petals she had formed towards the lightning pillars nearest to them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In less than an instant, a great number of crimson petals emerged out of nowhere from Horal's perspective, bringing Horal an immense amount of shock as he did not know when Herelia started forming these petals. Nevertheless, it was at this moment that he realized that he was the one at fault, muttering to himself, "I should apologize to Herelia later. For now, I'll put a bit of distance from her so I don't distract her from what she's doing," he said to himself not long after. But just as he was about to move farther away from where Herelia was, a great number of crimson petals soon surrounded him, prompting him to look at Herelia. Surprisingly, Herelia was looking at him with an aura of nonchalance surrounding her, only for it to turn into a light chuckle as she asked him, "Surprised?" "Of course," Horal said in a tone of slight concern. "You should have told me earlier that you were planning something like this, then I wouldn't be saying all of those words to you." Rather than replying to his words seriously, Herelia instead responded with another chuckle as she said, "My bad, my bad." Just as she was about to continue their conversation, she noticed that the lightning pillars had finally gotten close enough through the crimson petals, prompting her to radiate an aura of blood. U.S.T. As she hastily told Horal, "Give me a second." Swish. And just like that, Herelia's attention was now fully focused on the swath of crimson petals she had created while waiting for the lightning pillars to come close once more. Without delay, she summoned all of the energy inside her body before infusing it towards the crimson petals as these petals soon arranged themselves in a mysterious formation. Not long after, this mysterious formation radiated a slightly intense crimson glow as the lines that made up a normal magic circle could be seen in between the petals. Pushing outward with one of her palms, Herelia sent the crimson magic circle towards the nearing lightning pillars as she muttered, "Blood Empress Decree." Verse 1. Whoosh. Submission. Swoosh. Whoosh. Wish. In an instant, the size of the magic circle had increased multiple times as it collided with the 10 nearest lightning pillars that were about to hit them. At first, Horal thought that the magic circle wouldn't be able to do anything to the lightning pillars as it had not manifested anything, prompting him to close his sense of vision for a bit. But then, after noticing that nothing had happened to them for some time now, he decided to gradually open his eyes, only to be left at a loss for words as shock covered his whole body. In his field of vision, he saw that 10 lightning pillars, which were the nearest to them, could not move any further beyond the large magic circle Heraclea formed. And just as he thought that this was the limit of the magic circle, it then did something unbelievable to Horal, redirecting the energy of the lightning pillars towards the center of the magic circle, forcing them to clash against each other. Bang! As a result of the collision of 1,000 abyss-level lightning bolts, a loud explosion sound resounded from the collision as a shockwave covered a great portion of the surroundings as well. Due to the shockwave, Horal had no choice but to brace himself for the aftershocks as he hovered slightly above the ground, only for the shock that covered his body to intensify one step further. Who knew this skill was actually this overbearing? Heraclea muttered to herself in slight surprise as she looked at the magic circle she had conjured. Thanks to the great improvement in power she had undergone, it was no problem for her to ignore the shockwave that came from the collision of the lightning bolts, as well as the aftershocks that came with it. But just as she was about to focus her attention on the skill she had cast once more, she noticed that Horal was slightly struggling to endure the aftershocks. Without hesitation, Heraclea channeled all of her power towards one of her feet before stomping on the ground with full force, negating the aftershocks in one move. Although she knew that Horal was now looking at her as if she was a monster, she placed this thought at the back of her head as she focused her attention on the magic circle. At that moment, she noticed that a great mass of dark blue strands was formed from the collision, prompting her to use some of her energy to command the magic circle to make a small entrance for the dark blue strands to enter. Naturally, after these dark blue strands found a small hole to pass through, they went to where Heraclea was, being absorbed by her body in less than an instant. It only took a while for her to acclimate to the improvement brought about by 1,000 abyss-level lightning bolts, allowing her to let out a sigh of contentment as she allowed the magic circle to continue defending the two of them from the lightning pillars. So where were we? These were the first words Heraclea said to Horal after allowing him to see her current combat power. In response, Horal could only muster out one word from the shock he was feeling, looking at Heraclea with an aura filled with awe and fear as he said, "Monster." At first, Heraclea was stupefied to hear such a word from one of her lifelong companions, only for her to let out a boisterous and playful giggle soon after as she responded with, all right, call me whatever you want if that makes you happy. Anyways, could you cast some regeneration buffs on me? I want to try something out," Heraclea said to him not long after, to which Horal replied with a tone of curiosity, "What do you want to do?" "Well, I want to try one of the skills I've obtained from my new evolution. Plus, I have a great feeling that this would help me and you get out of this trial faster." Heraclea replied to his question with an aura of confidence and determination surrounding her, leaving Horal no choice but to let out a sigh as he followed her wishes. Whoosh, whoosh. In a matter of a few seconds, quite a few balls of energy that varied in size were soon absorbed by Heraclea's body, enhancing the vitality and the vigorousness of the cells making up her body, as well as the energy flowing inside her body. Lightly nodding towards Horal as a gesture of gratitude to what he had done, she then told him, "Okay. The first thing we're going to do is split up." Listening to Heraclea's words, Horal thought that he had heard wrongly, asking Heraclea to repeat her words one more time. After confirming that he had indeed not heard wrongly, Horal looked at Heraclea with an aura of slight indignation as he asked her, "Then why didn't you let me leave earlier?" "I was planning to distance myself while you were casting your skill so I don't disturb you." "About that." In response, Heraclea let out a light and awkward chuckle as she asked Horal, "Could you give me around half of the energy inside your body?" "Isn't that just equivalent to telling me that I should go die?" Horal said in response, to which Heraclea hastily replied, No, number. I can assure you that you'll definitely be safe. You'll be under this magic circle anyway." Feeling that something was off, Horal soon pondered over Heraclea's words, trying to read between the lines. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to put two and two together as he looked at her with slight worry and asked, "Telling me you're leaving the protection of the magic circle you cast?" "Yeah, temporarily. Herlia said as an aura of elation and expectation soon emanated from her as she said, "I just want to test a skill out." Listening to Herlia's last words, Horrell went silent for quite some time, allowing more and more lightning pillars to strike the magic circle protecting the two of them. At this moment, a total of 80 or so lightning pillars had now been dispelled by both Herlia and Horrell. In the end, Horrell let out a sigh as he said, "Fine, fine. Here, take it." Whoosh. Without delay, Horrell summoned around half of the energy making up his body before sending it towards Herlia. As a result, the energy that made up his body started to flicker while the aura emanating Herlia had undergone a great change thanks to the energy infused into her. Letting out a sigh of contentment as she allowed the energy sent to her to fuse with her own energy, she then looked at Horrell and warned him, "As long as you don't go outside the boundary of this magic circle, guaranteed to be safe." "All right. I won't go beyond this magic circle," Horrell said in a solemn tone as he hoped in his mind that Herlia would be safe in whatever she was about to do next. Lightly nodding as a response to Horrell's words, Herlia then went ahead and moved outside the protection of her magic circle as she hastily sent a strand of energy towards Argentum, who was looking at the two of them from afar. "You finally contacted me," Argentum said at the very instant the two of them were connected, letting out a light chuckle in the process. After that, he asked her, "I presume that the magic circle protecting Horrell right now is one of the new skills you obtained, right?" "Cool, right?" Herlia said in response to his words with a giggle, proud that she was able to unleash a skill with that level of power. Argentum replied to her question with what he truly felt, telling her, "Yeah, it's pretty cool. Anyways, why did you contact me?" "I want you to cast all of the movement speed boosting buffs you have in your arsenal," Herlia replied, to which Argentum followed without hesitation. While casting the spells that boosted movement speed, he could not help but wonder as to why Herlia, who surely knew that buffing herself up would lead to the difficulty of the trial increasing, willingly asked him to cast buffs on her all of a sudden. "Well, he'll find out sooner or later," Argentum muttered to himself as he soon sent balls of energy towards Herlia, somewhat enhancing the aura of power around Herlia as soon as the balls were absorbed by her body. Herlia then went ahead and closed her sense of vision for a bit as she allowed her body to acclimate to the buffs she had obtained. While doing so, a lightning pillar seemed to have noticed that Herlia was outside of the magic circle's protection, proceeding to head towards her without hesitation to smite her down. Unfortunately for the lightning pillar, Herlia was one step faster. Whoosh! Just as the lightning pillar was about to hit Herlia, Herlia opened her vision before zooming towards another area at full speed, using the buffs she had obtained to their fullest extent as multiple crimson petals were soon created from the edges of her robe. It did not take long for a large swath of crimson petals to cover most of Herlia's upper torso, prompting her to stop as she then willed these petals to move in accordance with what she was thinking. Swish, swish. Gradually, the crimson petals started to converge in front of Herlia as a rough object started to form. In the midst of the forming process, Herlia went ahead and summoned out a great portion of the energy inside her body before infusing it towards the mass of crimson petals in front of her. Surprisingly, as if the mass in front of her was a human that finally found water, the energy she infused into the mass of crimson petals was hastily gobbled up as she moved her mind at the highest speed it could go. Whir. Not long after, the rough mass of crimson petals had finally transformed into a tangible object that animates recognized, turning into a crimson halberd that floated in midair. Without hesitation, Herlia gripped tightly on the halberd's shaft before getting a feel for it. After feeling that the weight of the halberd was just right, she then focused her sense of vision towards the remaining lightning pillars on the sky, noticing that a great portion was heading towards her way. In response, Herlia inwardly let out a loud chuckle as she pointed the halberd towards the gradually nearing lightning pillars before slashing down horizontally. Whish! Surprisingly, as if Herlia had parted the clouds with a single wave of a sword, the lightning pillars that were getting closer and closer to her had been bisected, transforming into dark blue strands that hastily made their way to where she was before being absorbed by her body. She then closed her sense of vision for a bit as she committed the sensation she felt just now into her memory as she muttered, 70 lightning pillars were dispelled in just one move. If I lured more lightning pillars to come closer, would it be possible to cut more at once? With that in mind, she opened her sense of vision once more before taunting the lightning pillars to come get a piece of her. And just like that, a great number of lightning pillars, which were afraid of coming closer a while ago, decided to head towards Herelia and stop her before she could use that move again. Of course, she did not let that happen as she gripped on the crimson halberd far tighter than before. After that, she swung it once more, radiating an aura of excitement as she shouted, Blood Empress Decree, Verse 5. Domination. Want to see some official art of Iris? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrhuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 307 Making a Move Wish. In an instant, a great portion of the lightning pillars that were heading towards Herelia after being taunted by her had been cut into two, transforming them into a swath of dark blue strands that headed towards her body. Although that was the case, a dissatisfied aura radiated from her as she imitated the sound of one clicking their tongue as she muttered to herself, 100 lightning pillars. Is that the limit of my skill? At this moment, she was gauging the limits of the skill she had just used, which was none other than Blood Empress Decree, Verse 5, Domination. Thanks to the taunting she had just done to lure lightning pillars towards her, with the help of her enhanced vision from the evolution, she was able to see that around 150 lightning pillars went towards her to smite her down, but only 2/3 of those lightning pillars were cut down from the skill she had used. Of course, that did not mean that she was truly dissatisfied with the skill's powers, but in her current situation, she felt like it was lacking. I think I haven't tried my hardest in that activation of the skill, she said to herself, feeling that this was the reason why she was only able to cut down 100 pillars instead of the whole 150 she had lured. Nevertheless, since the remaining 50 lightning pillars were heading her way, she did not let them have their way. Gripping tightly on the crimson halberd she wielded before charging towards them like a berserker covered in blood. Whoosh, whoosh. If an animate were to look at the current Herelia from afar, they would undoubtedly say that she was currently clearing the tribulation that befall her in the most domineering way possible, facing against the lightning bolts that wanted to hit her head. At first, one would think that she would certainly die from one clash with the large lightning pillars she was facing against. But that wasn't the case as of this moment. In fact, it was the exact opposite. Whoosh, swoosh. With every swing of the halberd she wielded, Herelia would cut down a lightning pillar to the point of being dispelled, transforming into dark blue strands that were absorbed by her body before strengthening it. It was in this tyrannical manner of dispelling the lightning pillars was Herelia able to decimate the 50 lightning pillars that wanted to smite her down. How? After destroying those 50 lightning pillars, Herelia felt a new sensation washing over her body, making her feel like it was slightly hard for her to move her body. Although it was possible for her to do so if she forced herself, she felt like it would only make it harder for her to move her body in the long run. Then again, she felt that this sensation would disappear when she gave it enough time to pass, deciding to sit on the ground for a bit and rest as she counted the remaining lightning bolts she and Horrell had to face. On the other hand, a being under a large crimson magic circle could not help but look at Herelia with an aura of immense shock surrounding him. Naturally, this being was Horrell, who only felt immense awe, shock, and even a hint of fear from the showcase of power Herelia had just done slightly far away from him. And here I was hoping that the heavens showed mercy on Herelia by allowing her to survive, Horrell muttered to himself as he let out a mocking chuckle soon after. He then continued to mutter, saying, but in actuality, she now has more than enough power to destroy one of the lightning pillars in one hit. Now that I think about it, should I be thanking the heavens for giving Herelia this level of power? Quite confusing, he said after pondering over the question he had asked himself for a bit. Although that was the case, an aura of pride and confidence radiated from him as he looked at Herelia and said, as long as Heraclea shows at least a power at this level after she successfully clears the tribulation, then who could say that the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance isn't the best alliance in Tempest Cliff, though we are the only alliance in Tempest Cliff, hey. As for Argentum, he also felt incredulous shock after seeing the showcase of power Heraclea had done, prompting him to let out a chuckle as he said to himself, well, it seems that Heraclea is officially the strongest being in the alliance. When only considering one's base form, that is, he muttered soon after as he was quite curious as to what level of power Heraclea could reach if he cast all of his buffs on her. With that in mind, he could not help but recall his full power and his original body's full power, prompting him to continue muttering, if we're talking about one's combat power once one activates all of their buffs, then I'm pretty sure Horus would win hands down. And I guess I would be second. Either way, as long as nothing goes wrong during this trial, then Heraclea would have no problems clearing this one, he said to himself before an aura of expectation and elation surrounded him as he continued, and with that, she would have successfully cleared the trial. Recalling what the heavens said to him through the system, Heraclea's existence tribulation consisted of 3 trials. Ignoring the fact that one of the trials was a bonus trial that allowed Heraclea to obtain an enhancement to her transitional evolution, then it meant that the current trial Heraclea was facing was pretty much the last trial she had to endure. This thought was the answer to his question from before, which was the question of why Heraclea had asked him to cast a buff on her, even though she knew the repercussions of such a move. Although he had such a thought in mind, he could not help but wonder how Heraclea came to know that all of the buffs on her body had been dispelled. Or perhaps, she thinks I have more buffs. Pondering over this statement, Argentum felt that it was quite feasible as well, though he would not say that the first thought he had was impossible to happen. After clearing all of the unneeded thoughts inside his mind, he then continued to look at Heraclea from afar, noticing that she was currently sitting down on the ground as her sense of vision was focused on the lightning pillars. Utilizing his enhanced senses, he soon found out that Heraclea's vitality was slightly weaker than before, although it was recovering at a decently fast rate. At first, he did not know the reason why this was happening, but after rummaging through Horus' memories for a while, as well as pondering over it, he soon came to know that Heraclea was experiencing exhaustion. Well, it's not weird for her to experience something like that, given the fact that she's incredibly close to becoming inanimate, Argentum muttered to himself, wondering if the other functions of inanimate were also visible on the current Heraclea. While Argentum was looking at her with great intent, Heraclea finally stood up from the ground after noticing that the sensation she felt had disappeared, gripping tightly onto her crimson halberd once more as she recalled the number of lightning pillars that remained after her attacks. Adding in the lightning pillars that had been dispelled by the magic circle I made to protect Horus, then there are around 650 or so lightning pillars for me and Horus to destroy, Heraclea muttered to herself as she redirected her sense of vision towards Horus. To be more exact, her sense of vision was directed the crimson magic circle over Horus' head. Without hesitation, she sent a strand of energy towards the magic circle, wanting to know the remaining time it had before it dispelled. Indeed, the magic circle had a fixed amount of time before it would disappear. Although the length of time that the magic circle would exist relied on the amount of energy that was infused in it, even with the amount of energy Heraclea infused, she was only able to extend the magic circle's duration to 10 minutes. After swinging her crimson halberd twice, as well as removing the exhaustion she felt, only a couple of minutes remained before the magic circle would dispel. With that in mind, Heraclea went ahead and taunted as many of the lightning pillars as possible, utilizing the movement speed boosting buff that was cast on her by Argentum to its fullest extent. Fortunately, it did not take long for a great portion of the remaining lightning pillars to chase Heraclea down after being taunted, redirecting quite a decent number of the lightning pillars that were about to hit the magic circle towards her instead. At this point, Horus could not help but wonder what Heraclea was doing, only to conclude that she was going to use that overbearing skill once more. And indeed she was. After focusing her sense of vision on the lightning pillars and feeling that she had accumulated enough of them, she stopped running away from them before turning around to face them with her halberd in hand. This time, she summoned all of the energy she could muster from her body before redirecting all of it towards the halberd she wielded. Of course, that did not stop there. Surprisingly, she even went ahead and summoned even more energy from Hoknos, redirecting it towards the halberd without hesitation. Even though she felt the sensation from before creeping up once more, she knew that she had to amass a great amount of energy if she wanted to reduce the burden Horrell would have to endure. After feeling that she had redirected almost of the energy inside her body into the halberd, she went ahead and slashed horizontally with her halberd once more as she shouted, "Blood Empress Decree, Verse 5, Domination." Wish. Whoosh. At the very instant she released her attack, a decent portion of the lightning pillars she had taunted were bisected, transforming into dark blue strands that enhanced her combat power and slightly recovered her energy. Nevertheless, she felt like the attack that she released, even though it was far stronger than before, was still lacking. 150 lightning pillars in one go. Herlia muttered to herself in slight contemplation before eventually shouting, "Not enough." Whoosh. Without hesitation, she pointed her crimson halberd towards the remaining lightning pillars once more before going ahead and redirecting all of the energy inside her body towards the halberd. Only for something else to happen. Bang! Out of nowhere, a loud explosion sound resounded inside Herlia's mind as she felt that it was incredibly hard for her to move her body. It was as if the body she had was not her own anymore. At this very moment, she could not help but wonder why this was happening to her, only for her to remember the sensation she felt while she was charging up her previous attack. Letting out a sigh of slight disappointment, she went ahead and allowed her body to lie down on the ground as she looked at the lightning pillars that were about to come and gobble her up. It was only at this moment did she count the number of lightning pillars she had taunted, causing her to let out a wry chuckle as she said, "I've actually taunted 400 lightning pillars. How great would it be if my attack just now was able to dispel all of them?" After saying those words, she then closed her sense of vision, waiting for the inevitable to come. Although she was still gripping tightly onto her halberd, she could not summon any strength out of her body anymore. She had overexerted her body in her previous attack, using up all of the energy that was stored inside her body in that single attack. Even though she knew she could recover some energy to dodge these lightning pillars, she knew that it would still take a while for that to happen. Would the lightning pillars wait for her to recover her energy before striking down? Of course not. And so, she accepted her current fate. Though another being was not going to let that happen. Whoosh. While her sense of vision was closed, she gradually heard the sound of wind become louder as she felt that a being was standing in front of where she was lying down. Soon after that, she felt a familiar energy covering a certain radius around her and the being, which she instantly thought was protecting her and the being from the onslaught of the lightning pillars. Naturally, she wondered as to who this being was, only for her to inwardly let out a light chuckle as she instantly knew who it was. At first, she thought that it was Argentum, but even at his full speed, he would still be too late to grab her body and help her dodge the attack. With that in mind, she said, "I thought you were the type of guy to avoid things that were harmful to you, Horrell." Whoosh. As she said those words, she opened her sense of vision, allowing her field to be covered by the sight of Horrell's back as she sat upright. In response, a light chuckle radiated from Horrell as he replied in a stuttering voice, "To be honest, I'm seriously regretting my impulsive choice right now. But I can't really shirk away from things like these if one of my closest companions' lives are on the line now, can I?" Horrell said not long after as he turned his head to look at Herlia. After saying that, he went ahead and extended both of his arms towards the nearing lightning pillars as he started to summon all of the energy he had recuperated towards his palms. Soon after, a cyan magic circle a few times larger than the one before appeared in front of his extended palms as he silently muttered a few incantations along the way while being vigilant of the distance between him and the lightning pillars that were out to get them. Fortunately, before the lightning pillars were even able to close the distance between them, Horrell muttered to Herlia, who was behind him, although I feel like this isn't the right thing to say since it's your tribulation. It's time for me to do my part one more time. Whoosh, Gate of Myriad Armaments. Part 3. World of Armis. Want to see some official art of Iras? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xreuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 308 Fusion Verse. True Submission. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Unlike before where the magic circle Horrell conjured would manifest a gate that created a large number of weapons, this time, the magic circle that was in front of Horrell's extended palms now manifested a small sphere with a terrifying aura surrounding it. Not long after, this small sphere then expanded in volume by multiple degrees in an instant, stopping a decent number of lightning pillars at the front from moving. Soon after, this sphere then split itself into multiple chunks as these chunks gradually transformed into weapons of various shapes and sizes. Of course, as the sphere was gradually transforming into multiple weapons, that meant that the lightning pillars could now pass through the gaps between the weapons and strike Herelia and Horrell down. But who said Horrell didn't take that into consideration? Shatter. Without hesitation, Horrell let out a loud shout as he infused a great amount of energy towards the weapons made from the large sphere. He then utilized his mind to the fullest, controlling the weapons like they were an extension of his limbs through the energy connection he had established. It did not take long for some of the lightning pillars, which had used the gaps to their advantage, to be dispelled thanks to the cooperation of the weapons. Naturally, once the sneaky lightning pillars were dispelled, Horrell then redirected his attention towards the large swath of lightning pillars wanting to gobble the two of them up. Without delay, he commanded the weapons to arrange themselves neatly in front of them as he willed these weapons to attack the lightning pillars, focusing on cooperation instead of individual power. Back then, when Herelia was still in the state of familiarizing herself with her skills, Horrell had used the weaker version of the skill he had cast to fight against the pillars, sacrificing his weapons one by one until the pillars dispelled. Although it allowed him to dispel quite a decent number of pillars in the process, the amount of energy he lost from the shattering of the weapons was far greater than the amount of energy he could recover, even with the buffs he had cast on himself. With that in mind, he knew that he should fight against these pillars with a different approach, utilizing a small group of weapons to share the burden of dispelling a lightning pillar, which in turn would reduce the rate of energy loss that he had to endure. Thanks to this strategy, Horrell was able to dispel a pillar at a speed far faster than before, while he was able to recover enough energy in the process to repair the weapons he sent out that were damaged. While Horrell was focused on dispelling the lightning pillars to give enough time for Herelia to recuperate, Herelia, on the other hand, could not help but look at Horrell in awe. The reason as to why she was in awe was because Horrell was exhibiting a level of combat power far greater than what he had shown her before. To her, it was as if the Horrell in front of her had undergone an evolution. In fact, this was the thought she had in mind, prompting her to ask him, "Horrell, out of curiosity, did you undergo an evolution or something while I was evolving?" In response, Horrell radiated an aura of immense confusion as his concentration was briefly broken, allowing some of the lightning pillars to pass through the array of weapons he had arranged. Fortunately, Horrell was able to notice this in time, increasing the control he had on the weapons for some time before returning it to normal. After that, he took a few deep breaths to regain his composure before turning around and responding, "Herelia, I've already undergone an existence tribulation. I can't evolve as fast as you just did." "Then how did you gain this much power in such a short time?" Herelia asked in response to his words. Before continuing, "Were you hiding some of your skills from me to wow me or?" Just as she was about to continue interrogating Horrell about his secrets to becoming stronger, she then recalled that they had a companion that was capable of enhancing one's combat power to a great degree in a short amount of time. With that in mind, she then looked at Horrell with an aura that felt like she finally knew the answer as she asked, "Did you become this strong because of Argentum?" "Pretty much." Horrell did not deny the fact that he was this strong because of Argentum. It was then that Herelia understood why Horrell was this strong. even though he wasn't this strong in the first place. Taking a few deep breaths to increase the rate at which the sensation she felt disappear, she then asked Horal, "At your current state, how long do you think you can last?" "Taking into consideration the amount of time I've been defending you against the pillars, around 30 more minutes, give or take," Horal replied, basing his answer on the amount of time he lasted while he was protecting Heralia when she was still familiarizing herself with her skills. Hearing Horal's answer, she then lightly nodded before standing up, lightly stretching her body as she let out a light sigh. "It takes me 5 minutes to recover from a state of uselessness to a state where I could barely defend myself," Heralia muttered to himself, thinking that it would take quite a bit more time for her to return to her peak condition. Nevertheless, she did not waste the time that Horal bought for her. Deciding to head towards the crimson magic circle she had conjured to increase the amount of time Horal could buy for him. Although there was a limited duration for the magic circle to exist, that did not mean that this duration could be extended. What Heralia had in mind was to infuse more of her energy towards the magic circle, as well as ask Horal to transfer some of his energy to her to extend the duration of the magic circle even further. Of course, before she headed to where the crimson magic circle was, she looked at Horal and said, "Horal, follow me." "Eh? Where are we going?" Horal asked in response, to which Heralia replied, "The crimson magic circle I conjured. I'm planning to infuse more energy into it so you could stall for longer. I need you to protect me while we're heading there." "All right," Horal nodded as he responded to her words, redirecting some of his concentration to where Heralia was while most of it was still focused on controlling the weapons. Due to Heralia running around, luring a great number of the lightning pillars before attacking back then, the distance between her and the magic circle she had conjured could be considered to be too far in her current state. She felt that she could head there as fast as possible, but it would result in her becoming incredibly exhausted, which was something she did not want to feel again. And so, without hesitation, she went ahead and walked to where the magic circle was, but at a faster pace. Although the sensation she felt was not disappearing, it was not intensifying either, allowing her to let out a sigh of relief as she focused her sense of vision towards the magic circle, sending some of her energy strands from time to time to find out how much time was left before it disappeared. Surprisingly, the cursory examination of the magic circle she did was actually wrong. The magic circle did not have a couple of minutes left before it dispelled, but rather, it had over 10 minutes remaining before it dispelled. With that in mind, she realized that she had placed enough energy for it to last around 20 minutes or so instead of the 10 minutes she first thought. "There's still a few minutes left before the magic circle fully dispels," Heralia muttered to herself as she looked at Horal from time to time. At this moment, Heralia felt that the power surrounding Horal was starting to flicker, with some of the strikes he did on the lightning pillars not having the power it used to. It was also at this moment that she noticed that the lightning pillars close to the magic circle, which were at a state of inaction before, were now making their way to where the two of them were. It did not take long for her to obtain the reason as to why this was happening, inwardly sighing as she muttered, "It seems they've sensed that the two of us have weakened, hence the reason why they're now making their move. For now, I should ask Argentum to replenish the buffs on Horal," she continued to mutter, thinking about the best course of action that would reduce the burden Horal was currently feeling. Without delay, she sent a strand of energy towards Argentum, not waiting for Argentum to respond before saying, "Argentum, replenish the buffs on Horal as soon as possible. I feel like it's about to disappear." Argentum let out a sound in response as he extended his enhanced senses towards Horal. In a short amount of time, he was able to discern that Heralia's statement was indeed correct, prompting him to send a large number of energy balls towards Horal, allowing the aura surrounding him to return to its previous state once more. "All right, I've replenished his buffs," Argentum said after he was finished before adding, "Anything else?" "For now, nothing." "Thanks," Heralia said before cutting off the connection between the two of them as her sense of vision was focused on the magic circle. At this moment, The two of them were only tens of meters away from the magic circle. With an aura of relief and elation surrounding her, Herelia felt that they were going to survive this onslaught of lightning pillars without a problem. But just as the distance between her and the magic circle had finally reached a distance where she could directly infuse her energy, whoosh! The magic circle naturally dispelled as the energy in the crimson petals forming it had finally run out. In an instant, the protection that Herelia was hoping to rely on had vanished just like that. The emotions she felt at that moment made her slump to the ground as she let out a long sigh of defeat. Even though she felt like the help of them surviving had now become bleaker, she still grasped onto this hope as tightly as possible as she told Horrell, "Well, it seems that the magic circle has dispelled. Should I go make another one of those magic circle things?" In response, Horrell replied while still facing up against the lightning pillars, "Do you have enough energy to make another one?" Herelia went silent after hearing Horrell ask that question. She then went ahead and examined the insides of her body, checking the amount of energy inside her body. Not long after, she let out a sigh of slight disappointment as she shook her head and said, "No." "Then, focus on recovering your energy," Horrell said in response to her brief statement before adding, "I've finally found a rhythm to fighting against these lightning pillars, so don't think about the time we took to head here. You still have 30 more minutes to recuperate." "Thanks, Horrell," Herelia said with a sigh. She then let out a light chuckle as she replied, "To think that you're actually this dependable in a life and death situation. Well, what can I say? I'm forced to help you out." Horrell let out a nervous chuckle as he replied before continuing, "I still feel like something bad to happen, even up to now." "I'll try to find a way out of this," Herelia said to reduce Horrell's worries. She then added, "For now, focus on stalling for more time." In response, Horrell nodded before focusing all of his attention on controlling the weapons he had conjured through the skill he cast. As for Herelia, she decided to sit on the ground before closing her vision to ponder on what the best course of action from now on would be. Naturally, the best course of action for this would be to conjure a magic circle once I recover enough energy, she thought to himself. But the amount of energy needed for me to cast one would go beyond the time Horrell gave me for recuperation, so that's a pass for now. As for the next best course of action, it would be to fight back against the lightning pillars using the skill with that weapon I made. As she thought up to here, she felt like the chances of them successfully clearing all of the remaining pillars were bleak. Indeed, she was thinking of clearing all of the remaining pillars in one fell swoop instead of defending against them. Although they could stall for far longer and slowly whittle away the lightning pillars that attacked them, the current situation did not seem to be in their favor. All of the lightning pillars are in front of Horrell, but due to how Horrell is attacking them, he's only fighting against a small number of them at a time, she thought to herself. I can recover to my peak condition before the time Horrell gave me is up, but the amount of energy I would recover at that time would only be enough for 2 activations of those skills. In short, I can only remove 200 lightning pillars before going into that helpless state again. Just as her thoughts came up to this point, another thought that resonated with the other thoughts surfaced in her mind, prompting her to look at what it was. After pondering over it, this thought soon integrated itself into the plan Herelia had, as she felt that this would not just be the best course of action, but the ideal course of action. But just as she was about to start with her plan, she continued to ponder a what-if scenario, asking herself, now that I think about it, what if even if I did that, there would still be some lightning pillars remaining? I can't afford any deviations for this type of situation, Herelia muttered to himself, only to recall that there was a set of skills far stronger than the ones she used before. Unfortunately, she was not able to familiarize herself with it, although she knew that even the weakest skill in that set had a power output many times greater than the strongest skill she had used. It seems I have no choice but to try familiarizing myself with that skill within the time limit Horrell gave me. Herelia let out a sigh of defeat in response to this statement. Nevertheless, she knew that this would allow them to dispel all of the lightning pillars at once, prompting her to focus all of her attention on it as she muttered, Blood Empress Decree, Fusion Verse, True submission. A skill birthed from the fusion of submission and domination. For one to comprehend it, one must follow the saying, once one is forced to submit, one can eventually dominate. Once one dominates, one forces others to submit. What does this saying mean? Heraclea asked herself, mulling over the saying for quite some time. Surprisingly, after a few minutes, her thoughts shifted towards the situation she was in a while ago. Just as she was wondering why her thoughts had shifted to it, it was then that she finally understood the meaning of the saying. Once one is forced to submit, one can eventually dominate. Once one dominates, one forces others to submit. I see. I finally understand what it means, Heraclea said in an excited tone as she hastily opened her sense of vision before standing up. She then hastily sent a strand of energy towards Argentum before saying, cast all of your offense-boosting spells on me. It's time to end this round. Although he did not know why Heraclea was so confident and excited, Argentum did what he was told, casting all of the offense-boosting spells he had in his arsenal to increase Heraclea's offensive power. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the aura of power radiating from Heraclea had increased to an incredible degree, prompting the lightning pillars that were attacking Horal to stop for a bit and examine what Heraclea was going to do next. As for Horal, after sensing the aura Heraclea was emanating, he asked her, are you going to make a move? Yeah? Heraclea nodded. Of course. Continue to attack the lightning pillars while I'm attacking. I'm not super sure if I can dispel all of them. Alright, Horal said in response as he nodded. Then again, although he agreed to Heraclea's order, he was still curious as to what Heraclea was going to do, prompting her to focus most of her attention onto Heraclea instead of the lightning pillars. As for Heraclea, she looked at the large swath of lightning pillars near the two of them before gripping on the crimson halberd she held onto all this time. She then pointed it towards the sky before summoning all of the energy inside her body to head towards the tip of the halberd. Whoosh! In an instant, the blade of the halberd was covered in a golden sheen, contrasting the crimson color of the blade. Nevertheless, an aura of tyranny radiated from it, shocking even Horal from the sheer intensity of it. Of course, this aura was left ignored by Heraclea as she focused her sense of vision towards the lightning pillars and muttered, once one is forced to submit, one can eventually dominate. Once one dominates, one forces others to submit. Wish, wish. After saying those words, she then slashed with the halberd in a cross pattern, sending a large golden X towards the lightning pillars as she shouted, Blood Empress Decree, Fusion Verse. True submission. Want to see some official art of Iris? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 309 The Final Trial. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. As the large golden X collided with the lightning pillars near them, it was as if the incarnation of Death himself had passed a verdict onto these lightning pillars before they could even realize their inevitable fate. Even the slightest touch of the large golden X to one lightning pillar was enough for the lightning pillar to disperse, transforming into a large mass of dark blue strands that went towards Heraclea's body to be absorbed. Noticing this, Horal was left at a loss for words as an aura of immense awe and terror surrounded him at this very instant, his attention fully focused on the large golden X that seemed to be dispersing the lightning pillars like it was cutting grass. With his attention on the large golden X instead of the skill he had cast, the skill naturally dispelled itself. But thanks to the overbearing power shown by Heraclea's skill, even if he did not recast the skill, then they would still be able to wipe out the remaining lightning pillars in one go. Heraclea's skill, combined with Argentum's offense-boosting buffs, was just that overbearing. While looking at the large golden X dispel all of the lightning pillars like it was nothing, Heraclea could not help but let out an inward sigh of relief as she muttered to herself, if those lightning pillars knew that they were the reason why I could comprehend true submission, then I'm pretty sure that they wouldn't be able to rest in peace wherever they end up in. What Heraclea meant by the lightning pillars helping her out was due to the recent memories she had while fighting against the lightning pillars. The first sentence she comprehended was once one dominates, one forces others to submit as she savored the feeling of dominating over the lightning pillars with the domination skill, dispelling a large amount of them at once. As for the other sentence, once one is forced to submit, one can eventually dominate. She was only able to comprehend that due to the situation where she was at her wit's end. Indeed, the situation where she was almost close to death under the power of the lightning pillars was the reason why she was able to comprehend true submission in its entirety, allowing her to cast the skill at that moment. Radiating a brief aura of fear while recalling that memory, she could not help but mutter herself, I seriously don't want others to dictate whether I live or die. It's a really bad feeling. Whoosh, whoosh. As the two of them continued to focus their senses of vision towards the large golden X, the large golden X continued to hack its way through the lightning pillars multiple at a time, eventually dispelling all of the pillars that made up the trial sometime later. Surprisingly, even though all of the lightning pillars were dispersed, the energy stored within the large golden X was still plentiful, allowing it to move further away from the two Tohoknos. Then again, the two of them did not bother to think as to where it would end up, as they knew that they wouldn't be able to affect any other beings, as the area they chose was quite barren. After seeing the dark blue strands that remained from those lightning pillars head towards Herilia's body, only then did the two let out a sigh of relief as they lied down on the ground, with Herilia's reason being immense exhaustion, while Horal's reason was for the sake of not being left out. Taking in a few deep breaths to increase the rate at which she recuperated energy, she could not help but say, I seriously hope that was the last trial I have to undergo before successfully clearing my existence tribulation. I feel like if I were to undergo one more trial, then I would inevitably die. You took the words right out of my mouth, Horal said before letting out a slightly boisterous laugh. In response, Herilia let out a boisterous laugh as well, continuing for quite some time before the two let out a sigh of contentment as they focused their vision on the dark clouds. After looking at it for a while, Herilia then focused her vision towards Horal. Even if there's one more trial, the heavens wouldn't be so cruel as to not give us any rest. So far, the lightning bolts in the clouds aren't doing anything. So that means that we can recuperate the energy we've used in the trial. Well, that's how it was even before this trial, Horal responded as he turned his head to look at Herilia. Only now did we realize the importance of the breaks between the trials. We should really cherish it more, Herilia uttered in response to Horal's words before closing her sense of vision to focus on recuperating all of the energy she had expended. As for Horal, he closed his sense of vision as well after seeing Herilia close hers. After that, he went ahead and attuned himself to the mana in the surroundings, as that was the main way he could recuperate his energy. While the two of them were recuperating their expended energies, Argentum looked at the two of them from afar with an aura of immense elation and relief as he let out a loud laugh. Without hesitation, he shouted, Herilia's existence tribulation is finally over. Although it seemed like he did the least out of the three for this trial, he was the most vigilant out of the three, making sure to adapt to any situation when needed, as he did not want Herilia to die. Or at the very least, he did not want to see Horus in a depressed state when he would awaken to the fact that Herilia died. Either way, he considered Herilia as a great companion, and that alone was enough for him to accompany her in her existence tribulation. After realizing that her tribulation was now over, he could not help but wonder as to what species Herilia would end up as, even though he knew that she was going to be inanimate. From her current looks, Argentum speculated that she was going to turn into a human, but it was not impossible for her to turn into a human with innate abilities thanks to the enhanced transitional evolution she was given. He eventually recalled the term for these types of humans thanks to Horus' memories, knowing that they were called the Awakened. Other than that, he also pondered on what he should do next after the tribulation, with the first thing that came to his mind being to enhance his comprehension of the other elements to the true element level. Once he did that, then he would fuse the four elements into the lesser origin element, undertake the origin trials, and evolve to the next grade. But unfortunately for him, just as he was about to share his excitement with the resting two, A sound he now slightly dreaded to hear resounded in his mind as a notification screen appeared soon after. Ding! The trial taker has successfully passed the final trial of the heavens with flying colors. Due to the exemplary prowess of power the trial taker has shown in the trial, the heavens have decided to bestow the trial taker a choice. The trial taker can opt to enhance their final evolution by undertaking one more trial, or they can choose not to and obtain a final evolution that would still be slightly stronger than a normal one thanks to the bonus trial they had undergone. Do note that because this trial is ultimately a choice of the trial taker, the repercussions of external forces directly interfering in this trial shall be nullified, allowing the trial taker to rely on others to enhance their final evolution. The heavens are now asking the trial taker about their choice. Reading through the notifications he had received on the notification screen, an aura of slight curiosity and dread radiated from him as he let out a sigh while muttering, "I should have expected the heavens to throw one more trial towards Herolia's way. How am I not surprised?" Nevertheless, if she agrees to undergo this trial, then her final evolution would most likely be that of an awakened human. And if she doesn't, I guess she would become a human with slightly higher stats. Argentum muttered to himself as he felt that the long-term benefits of the former would be far greater than the latter. Then again, he still had to consider Herolia's current condition, which might lead her to declining the option to enhance her evolution. I wonder what she'll choose? Argentum asked himself soon after, only to be left at a loss for words as he heard a familiar voice resound in his mind. "Hey, Argentum, you there?" Of course, this voice came from none other than Herolia, asking him a question. Without delay, he responded, "Yeah? What's up? Did you obtain any message from the system regarding this choice thing that dictates my future?" Herolia asked soon after, to which Argentum replied, "Yeah. Did the heavens explain what your choices were?" "The heavens told me that I had the choice between undergoing another trial and declining to finally undergo my final evolution." Herolia answered his question before adding, "They also told me that if I underwent another trial, then my final evolution would be enhanced, just like my current evolution." "What do you think I should choose?" she asked once more, prompting Argentum to ponder over it. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to come up with an answer as he replied, "Well, to be honest, the choice is up to you. Whatever you choose between the two, I and Horrell would support you no matter what to the bitter end." In response to those words, Herolia went silent for a bit before finally responding, "All right. I've made my choice." Whoosh. After that, the connection between them was cut off while Argentum was left to wait for the notification from the system as he knew that the notifications were not over yet. Thankfully, he did not have to wait for a long time as a notification sound resounded in his mind around half a minute later after the connection between him and Herolia was cut off. Without delay, he commanded the system to open up the notification screen in his mind before reading through it. Surprisingly, the solemn aura that was radiating from Argentum after his conversation with Herolia had instantly transformed into that remorse and regret as he said to himself, "Are the heavens playing a prank on us? Now I incredibly regret saying those words." Ding! The heavens have now obtained the response of the trial taker. The trial taker has opted to undergo another trial in order to enhance their final evolution. Since not a lot of time has passed since the trial taker's previous trial, the heavens have decided to allow the trial taker to rest for longer in order to survive the final trial. The heavens are now deciding on the final trial of the trial taker, taking into consideration the trial taker's current combat power, as well as the indirect and direct interferences that have been made by external forces. The heavens have finally decided on the trial taker's final trial. The name of the trial is Dual Millennium Genesis Strike. "You've seriously got to be kidding me," Argentum said to himself as the aura of remorse and regret around him intensified. Genesis level lightning bolts. That should only start appearing once one undergoes primordial awakening. Rummaging through Aura's memories, he found out that abyss level lightning bolts were the strongest lightning bolts that could appear on a being's existence tribulation. As for Genesis level lightning bolts, which were one level above abyss level bolts, those bolts would only start to appear once one underwent primordial awakening, or the tribulation that an animate would have to go to ascend to a rank 6 class from a rank 5 class. At this point, he did not want to speculate what type of trial they were about to undertake. No, it would be better for him to say that he did not dare speculate what kind of trial they were about to undertake, as he knew that, if the three weren't fully prepared, then they would undoubtedly die from a single Genesis-level bolt. Ding! Just as he was about to make his way to where Heralier and Horrell were, another notification sound resounded in his mind, prompting him to look at his notification screen once more. As he wondered if the new notifications contained bad news, the aura of remorse and regret surrounding him was finally replaced with slight relief as the new notifications offered them a bit of hope. As this trial is a bonus trial that exceeds the power of a normal existence tribulation, the heavens have decided that, if the trial taker were to fail this trial, then the only penalty the trial taker would suffer would be a diminished final evolution. Although the effects of the enhanced transitional evolution would not be as prominent, it would still be slightly better than a normal final evolution. The heavens have decided to give the trial taker a tip: survive. Whoosh! As he closed the notification screen, he then looked at the dark clouds and muttered to himself, Can you really call that a tip? Nevertheless, he took the tip given to him seriously, as he had a hunch that Heralier would obtain an incredibly strong final evolution after surviving the trial. And with that, he went ahead and cast all of the movement speed boosting buffs in his arsenal on himself before heading to where Heralier and Horrell were, both of them nonchalant to the true nightmarish properties of the trial that was about to strike them. Want to see some official art of errors? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 310, Going All Out. Whoosh, whoosh. Thanks to the effects of the movement speed boosting spells Argentum had cast on himself stacking on top of one another, it did not take long for him to arrive at where Heralier and Horrell were lying down, surprising the two at the instant he had arrived. Argentum, what are you doing here? Noticing that Argentum was now in front of them, Horrell immediately sat upright before focusing his sense of vision onto Argentum as he asked his question. In response, Argentum focused his sense of vision towards Heralier for a bit before responding, Heralier told me to come here. She wanted me to come here to talk about the next round of lightning bolts coming our way. Hearing her name being mentioned, Heralier instantly sat upright before looking at Argentum, pointing at herself, and asking, I did. Just as a brief aura of confusion radiated from her due to the statement Argentum let out, she noticed that there was something different to the aura surrounding Argentum. It was as if he was trying to say something to her, prompting her to read between the lines of Argentum's previous statement. Fortunately, it did not take long for her to catch on as she said with an aura of understanding, Ah, that's right, I did. Soon after that, Heralier went ahead and established a connection with Argentum, leaving Horrell, who wanted to ask the two of them questions about the next round of lightning bolts, in a state of suspense. What was that all about? This was the first thing Heralier asked Argentum at the very moment the connection between the two of them was established. In response, Argentum let out a light sigh as he responded, some time ago, Horrell wanted to be of more use to you, so he told me to tell him about the mechanics of the next trial. Of course, I can't tell him that the mechanics of the next trial came from me, right? So you told him that it came from me instead? Heralius said, only to ponder over it for a bit before saying, well, yeah, that makes tons of sense. After removing the confusion she had regarding the situation that popped up just as Argentum had arrived, Heralier then moved on to the main agenda as she asked him, with that out of the way, what's the real reason why you came to where we were? What else could it be other than the next trial you agreed to undergo? Argentum answered Heralier's question with a question of his own, taking on a slightly snarky tone. He then let out a long sigh before saying, I seriously regret telling you that you can choose whatever you want. If I knew that the next trial would be this scary, then I would have told you to reject it outright. What do you mean by that? Feeling the aura of remorse surrounding Argentum as he said that statement, Heraclea could not help but feel slightly fearful for the next trial that was about to hit the three of them. In response to her question, Argentum said, "The next trial is composed of lightning bolts one level higher than the dark blue ones you just fought against. Are these new bolts dangerous?" Heraclea went ahead and asked, to which Argentum replied in a grave tone, "Well, a single bolt of that level would decimate all three of us at once. Is that dangerous enough for you?" "That dangerous?" Listening to Argentum's words, an aura of great dread radiated from her in an instant, which she had hastily suppressed, knowing that Horal was adamantly looking at the two of them, waiting for them to start speaking up to him. After suppressing her aura of dread, she continued to focus her sense of vision onto Argentum and asked, "Do you know how many of those bolts are we going to face in the next round?" "No clue at all," Argentum replied, only to add, "Well. What comes to your mind when you hear the words dual millennium?" "I don't know." "What do those words mean?" Heraclea said without delay, to which Argentum responded by radiating an aura of brief confusion. Not long after, he presumed that Heraclea did not know what numbers were. Well, to be more exact, other words for numbers like dual and millennium. Either way, we're up against quite a lot of these new bolts, with the heavens even giving me a tip. "Wanna hear what the tip they gave was?" Argentum continued to talk, with Heraclea replying, "Sure." "Survive." "That's the only tip they gave me," Argentum said in response to Heraclea's words, prompting her to say, "Seriously? That's all they gave you?" "Yeah." "We could assume that the heavens mean that we should be prepared as much as possible for the bolts that are about to arrive." Argentum responded to Heraclea's question with this statement before telling her that it was now a good time for them to talk about the next trial with Horal. Noticing that both Heraclea and Argentum were not preoccupied anymore, the aura of being in constant suspense had finally been replaced with that of relief and concern as he asked the two of them, "So. What's the next trial about?" "We're up against lightning bolts one level higher than the ones we've faced some time ago." Heraclea was the one who responded to his question. After becoming silent for a bit, he then continued to ask the two of them, saying, "How many of these bolts are we up against?" "It could either be 2,000 of them or a million." This time, Argentum was the one who responded to his question, making Horal radiate an aura of immense fear and terror as he looked at Argentum and said, "Joking, right? A million of them." Even Heraclea could not believe what she was hearing, wondering where such a big number came from. In response, Argentum let out a light chuckle as he said, "Well, there's a possibility for the next round to have 1 million bolts coming down to strike us." Can I not participate in this trial?" Horal said at the very instant Argentum was finished talking, making the latter radiate a solemn aura as he replied, "Unfortunately, you can't. If you don't help Heraclea out with me in this trial, then Heraclea will undoubtedly die." "Are you serious, Argentum?" Horal said with a shocked tone, only for him to recall the second sentence Argentum said to him, turning the aura of fear surrounding him into that of slight elation. "Joining us?" "Yeah." Argentum nodded before saying, "It's more or less the reason why I'm here with you guys." Rumble. Just as Argentum was finished talking, a loud rumble resounded from the dark clouds, giving off the intent that the lightning bolts inside the dark clouds were charging up their final blow that would smite Heraclea once and for all. Although that message was left ignored by the three of them, what was left unignored was the fact that the dark blue lightning bolts were congregating in certain areas of the dark clouds before fusing as one, forming a lightning bolt that radiated a level of destructive intent and power far greater than any normal being who underwent an existence tribulation would witness. Amidst the dark clouds, this new lightning bolt gave off an intense white glow that set it apart from the dark blue lightning bolts surrounding it. Then again, the lightning bolt seemed to be made out of pure white energy, as if the energy contained within it was incredibly pure. Nevertheless, this seemingly pure energy was made with the intent to hinder Heraclea from succeeding in this trial. Naturally, more and more of these lightning bolts were being formed as time passed. But as the trio continued to look at the dark clouds, they noticed that the number of dark blue lightning bolts were not diminishing at all, but rather, increasing alongside the white lightning bolts. Although they were curious as to why that was the case, they knew that they could not afford to get distracted by the lightning bolts at this moment, prompting both Horrell and Herelia to stand up before looking at Argentum. "What's the plan this time around?" Herelia asked Argentum. As for Horrell, he silently looked at Argentum with an aura of expectation surrounding him, waiting for his orders. In response, Argentum went silent for quite some time as he looked at the white lightning bolts that were forming in the dark clouds before looking at the two in front of him. After doing this a few times, he focused his sense of vision onto the two of them before saying, "First off, we're going to go all out on our attacks against these white lightning bolts. I have a feeling that these things are more intelligent than the dark blue ones you guys faced before. Second, before the trials start, I'm going to cast all of the buffs I have in my arsenal on the three of us in order to make sure that we take out a lot of these white bolts with one attack." He continued to explain the plan he had in mind. "Third, before we start attacking these white bolts, the two of you go ahead and cast your strongest defensive skills over the three of us," Argentum said before taking in a deep breath and asking them, "Is that clear?" Regarding the third step, "Aren't you going to cast a defensive skill as well?" Horrell asked, feeling that something about the third step was off. But rather than obtaining a straightforward response from Argentum, he instead let out a light chuckle as he replied, "You'll see when the time comes." And so, as the three waited for the final round of lightning bolts to come crashing down from the skies, they made sure that they were in their peak condition, both physically and mentally. Horrell attuned himself with the energy in his surroundings. Herelia familiarized herself with the newly comprehended true submission skill even more, while Argentum focused his vision on the dark clouds, making sure to alert the two at the very instant the lightning bolts started coming down. Rumble. Just as the three of them thought that it would take longer for the next round to start, a loud rumble resounded from the dark clouds once more as multiple areas on the dark clouds started to glow an intense white. At that instant, Herelia and Horrell stopped what they were doing and focused their vision on the dark clouds while being attentive to Argentum's every order. "Horrell, cast all of your buffs on all of us," Argentum said to Horrell as he continued to look at the dark clouds, focusing his vision on one of the glowing spots. In response to Argentum's order, Horrell lightly nodded before conjuring multiple balls of cyan energy, which were absorbed by the three of them not long after. Although most of Horrell's buffs were on the auxiliary side of buffs, it would allow the three of them to last longer in their offensive. After noticing that Horrell was done casting his spells, Argentum went ahead and cast all of the spells in his arsenal, only for him to stop for a bit as he mulled over something. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to finish mulling as he went and started to mutter an incantation. Soon after, he smashed both of his hands to the ground, sending a large wave of energy as the landscape within a certain radius around him started to change. Knifelime horizon. Whoosh. In an instant, a great area surrounding him had been turned into ice, shocking the two of them. But just as they thought that they would feel an immense chill from the area, they did not feel anything at all, prompting the two of them to look at Argentum with curious auras surrounding them. In response to their gazes, Argentum let out a light chuckle as he replied, "You'll see once I start casting all of my buffs." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After saying those words, Argentum then went ahead and cast all of his buffs to all of them, starting with the wind-based enhancement spells, then the fire-based enhancement spells, and lastly the water-based enhancement spells. After allowing one of the blue energy balls to be absorbed by her body, Herelia could not help but be surprised as she felt a familiar feeling from before, but it was amplified manifold. Even Horrell, who was familiar with Argentum's buffs after absorbing all of them some time ago, was left at a loss for words as he felt that a great portion of his buffs had become twice as powerful. Before the two of them could ask the reason as to why this happened, Argentum noticed that a change had occurred to the glowing spots on the dark clouds, prompting him to shout at the two of them, "Get ready to attack." BZZT. Crash. Coincidentally, at the very instant Argentum was finished talking, the glowing spots had finally burst, sending out a large number of white lightning bolts towards the three of them. To be more exact, these white lightning bolts took on the form of raindrops, which unsurprisingly confused the three of them at the very first instance they noticed this. Nevertheless, they knew that each of these lightning drops contained an immense amount of power, prompting the three of them to become vigilant at all times. Cast your barriers. As Argentum looked at the white lightning drops get closer to where they were, he shouted this order at both Herelia and Horrell, with both of them instantly making a move as a barrier made out of cyan energy appeared around them in less than an instant. Soon after, a crimson magic circle appeared on top of the cyan barrier, surprisingly melding with the cyan barrier slightly and enhancing its defensive properties. Bang, bang, bang. Of course, due to the inherent force contained in each lightning drop, the defensive skills were only able to delay the white lightning drops for a short time. Unsurprisingly, every lightning drop passed through the barriers like butter before colliding with the ground like a normal raindrop. If you excluded the shockwave that came from each collision. Of course, naturally, with the three of them having the ability to hover off the ground thanks to their powers, the three of them ignored these shockwaves as their senses were focused on the remaining lightning drops that had not collided with the ground yet. Without hesitation, Argentum ordered one more time as he shouted, "Attack the lightning drops with all you got." Wish, wish, Blood Empress Decree, Fusion Verse, True Submission. Whoosh, Gate of Myriad Armaments, Part 3, World of Armis. Swish, swish, swish. Blessed Water Magic. 81 Meteors of Frozen Grandeur. Want to see some official art of Iras? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xreuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 311 The Heavens and its Jokes. Propelled by the great amounts of energy that were infused in the attacks, the three attacks sent out by the trio towards the white lightning drops had arrived at their respective areas, wreaking havoc to a great number of the white lightning drops as the two collided. Bang! The first one to collide with the white lightning drops was Herelia's true submission skill in the form of a large golden X. Thanks to the increase in combat power brought about by Argentum's enhanced buffs, the power inherent in the large golden X was enough for a large number of white lightning drops to be dispelled, though after being dispelled, no white strands were formed. At first, Herelia could not help but radiate an aura of confusion after seeing this common phenomenon not appear on the white lightning drops, but after she remembered that this trial was a trial that allowed her to obtain an enhanced final evolution, she finally understood why this was happening. Nevertheless, she still could not help but ask herself, if this trial did not form any strands that boosted my power, then why did that other trial form strands? The other trial that Herelia was talking about was none other than the bonus trial she underwent after she was finished with the second trial. The reward of that bonus trial was the same as the current trial the trio were undertaking, giving her an enhancement to her evolution. But even though the reward was the same, only the earlier bonus trial gave her strands that increased her power. Just as she was about to mull over the question even more, she hastily realized that there was no point in finding the answer to it, feeling that she would enter a deep hole if she forced herself to do so. The next one to collide was Horrell's large swath of weapons. The reason why there was a delay between Herelia's skill and his was that he still had to manually control the weapons that were made from the large sphere that he had conjured. Nevertheless, the number of white lightning drops that were dispelled by his attack was actually far greater in number when compared to Herelia. This was because he was manually controlling every weapon that came from the large sphere, hence he controlled these weapons to cover a large area. Nevertheless, the number of white lightning drops Horrell had dispelled paled in comparison to the number of lightning drops Argentum had dispelled with his attack. From the name of the spell Argentum had used, 81 meteors were conjured out of nowhere, clashing with the lightning drops that were in their way before exploding into a large mass of frosty shrapnel, which also dispelled more lightning drops in the process. Seeing this attack dispel a large number of white lightning drops in one move, Horrell and Herelia, whose attacks landed on the lightning drops first, could not help but look at Argentum, who was intently looking at the collision of the meteors and muttered to themselves, "Monster." Unsurprisingly, with the help of his enhanced senses, Argentum was able to hear this word being muttered by the two of them, prompting him to let out an awkward chuckle as he said in response, "Just so you know, Herilia's going to be the bigger monster after this trial is done." After saying those words, Argentum returned his focus to the meteors, allowing the meteors to collide with the lightning drops one by one. Eventually, all 81 meteors had done their job, clearing out a large number of lightning drops to the point that only a quarter of the original amount was left hovering in midair. Seeing this, the trio could not help but exude auras of excitement, only for it to turn into shock as they noticed that more lightning drops started to drop from the dark clouds, replacing the lightning drops that had been dispelled by their attacks. Although Argentum felt that something was off, he looked at Herilia and Horal before looking back at the lightning drops and shouting once more, "Attack!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And just like that, the three of them used their ultimate attacks one more time, dispelling a large portion of the white lightning drops that were in their surroundings. Unfortunately for them, just as they thought that the number of lightning drops would stay fixed at that time, more white lightning drops fell from the dark clouds, replacing the lightning drops that were dispelled once more. While this was happening, the other lightning drops continued to drop from the sky and collide with the ground, forming large shock waves. Of course, these shock waves did not affect the three as they hovered off the ground. Nevertheless, a confused aura was evidently exuding out of the trio, wondering why the lightning drops that they dispelled were being replaced by more lightning drops. This thought circulated inside Herilia and Horal's minds as they did not know the true name of the trial. As for Argentum though, after seeing the lightning drops being replaced every time they made an attack, he had a hunch that the meaning he obtained from the name of the trial was actually quite different from the real thing. How many lightning drops are currently in the surroundings right now? Argentum asked himself, feeling that he would obtain the answer he was looking for as long as he knew the number of lightning drops at the moment. Without hesitation, he utilized his enhanced senses to the fullest extent before hastily counting all of the lightning drops that did not collide with the ground yet. It did not take long for him to find out that the number of lightning drops in midair had exceeded 2,000, which made him instantly conclude that his first hypothesis of the trial was, in fact, wrong. In hindsight, this hypothesis was something he mentioned to Horal as an answer to the number of lightning bolts that were going to hit him. Realizing this, Argentum could not help but inwardly let out a mocking laugh as he muttered to himself, "To think that I've actually jinxed this trial without me knowing. Then again, I can't really jinx something that has already been destined to happen. Doesn't change the fact that we're facing against 1,000,000 of these white lightning drops." Argentum continued to mutter to himself as he looked at the two in front of him. At the moment, the two of them were radiating auras of determination as they were prepared to send out another wave of attack. Unfortunately for them, they wouldn't be able to unleash one more attack as Argentum shouted, "Herilia! Horal! Change of plans, stop attacking." Wait. What? At first, the two of them could not help but wonder if they had heard Argentum's words wrongly. With that in mind, Herilia was the first one to ask, saying, "Did you just tell us to stop attacking, Argentum?" "Yeah." Argentum nodded, prompting the two to look at each other before looking back at Argentum. Soon after, Horal focused his sense of vision on him before asking, "Why's that?" "I just found out that we're up against 1,000,000 of those lightning drops," Argentum said in response to Horal's question, eliciting an aura of fear and shock to radiate from both Herilia and Horal, which they hastily suppressed soon after. He then continued, "Although we can continue to attack these guys as long as we have enough energy, we have to remember that there are limits to our regeneration rates. Once we exhaust all of our energy, all of us are more or less susceptible to being hit by the white lightning drops. In other words, we die." Argentum emphasized this point, although he knew that they wouldn't actually die after being hit by the white lightning drops. He only said this in order for them to listen to his words. And well, to say the least, it unsurprisingly worked. with Herelia dispelling the crimson halberd she was wielding all this time while Horrell retracted the energy he had released. At this moment, the two of them were waiting for Argentum's next words, as they knew that they wouldn't have reached this point if it wasn't for Argentum. Although Herelia knew how an existence tribulation worked, she knew that she wouldn't be able to react to the abrupt changes of the trials in time. As for Horrell, he only had an inkling of knowledge regarding existence tribulations, so he knew that he had no say over them. Seeing that the two of them were waiting for his next words, Argentum looked at the barriers that covered them and said, "For now, fortify the barriers surrounding us. After that, well, think up of a method to survive this ordeal." With the two of them nodding, Herelia and Horrell went ahead and started to infuse their energies into their respective defensive skills, repairing them to a state where it seemed that they had not been hit by the white lightning drops. Sadly, even though they repaired their barriers, the white lightning drops continued to pierce through skills like a hot knife cutting through butter, colliding with the ground below them without a problem. Noticing this, Argentum went ahead and used one of the innate spells he had obtained after evolving Sage's water magic to a higher grade. Although this was the first time he was going to use it, he already knew its effects and had a hunch that it would shine under the influence of Niflheim Horizon. Without delay, he started to mutter the incantations for this innate spell before slamming his palms onto the ground once more as he shouted, "Niflheim Aegis Dominion!" Whoosh! In an instant, an energy far stronger than the energy that made up the ice covering their surroundings spread throughout the area before arriving at the edges of the defensive skills Herelia and Horrell had created. Just as they wondered what the energy was going to do, the energy went ahead and covered the two defensive skills before forming a thick layer of frost that seemed to radiate the intent of being impenetrable. Seeing that his skill was successfully cast, Argentum could not help but let out an aura of elation, only for this aura to disappear as he saw the white lightning drops pass through the thick layer of frost without a problem, colliding with the ground once more. At this point, an aura of slight fury radiated from him, wondering why the defensive skills they threw at the white lightning drops wouldn't work at all. Fortunately, it was at this moment that he noticed that the white lightning drops were following a certain pattern while looking at the holes made by the lightning drops on the thick frost layer he conjured. Wondering if his hypothesis was correct, he went ahead and dispelled the thick layer of frost covering them, causing Horrell to radiate an aura of fear as he asked Argentum, "What are you doing, Argentu? Shut up for a second." Before Horrell could finish his question, Argentum interrupted him, telling him to be quiet. After making sure that Horrell was quiet, he then looked at the white lightning drops that were slightly farther away from the three of them, making sure to use his enhanced senses to the fullest to make sure that his hypothesis was correct. After about 5 minutes or so of careful examination, Argentum let out a long sigh as he blurted out, "You've got to be kidding me. Do the heavens think that the trials a trial taker needs to undertake are a big joke?" Hearing Argentum's words, Herelia and Horrell were left at a loss for words before the two of them looked at each other, wondering what Argentum was talking about. Thankfully, after he said those words, Argentum started to explain the reason why he said those words, with his vision focused on the two before saying, "This trial is actually incredibly easy." "By easy, do you mean easy to suck.u.mb to death?" Horrell asked, to which Argentum replied by radiating his aura of power towards Horrell, forcing him to become silent. Seeing that Argentum was not joking around, Herelia went ahead and asked him, "What do you mean by that, Argentum?" "All of the lightning drops fall straight down to the ground," Argentum said in response to her question. He then continued, "As long as one doesn't disturb a lightning drop through an attack or any other means, then it would unconditionally fall and collide with the ground." "By that, you mean?" At this moment, Herelia felt like she now understood what Argentum was trying to say, an aura of slight expectation radiating from her. In response to her words, Argentum replied, "That's right. Dispel the barriers. We're going to dodge the lightning drops until all of them collide with the ground." Whoosh! Without hesitation, Herelia went ahead and recalled the energy she infused into the crimson magic circle above their heads, dispelling the magic circle in an instant. After that, She went silent for a bit before sending a punch towards the cyan barrier Horal cast around them, shattering it in one hit thanks to the buffs they had. In response to his barrier being shattered, Horal could not help but look at the two in front of him and ask them, "Have you two perhaps lost your minds? Horal, do you?" Just as Herelia was about to persuade her way to make Horal believe what they were saying a while ago, Argentum interrupted her from continuing before looking at Horal and saying, "It's up to you if you believe us or not. You can cast another barrier around you and wait for it to look like Swiss cheese, or come and join us in avoiding the white lightning drops." Whoosh, whoosh. After saying those words, Argentum then utilized the entirety of the strength inside his body before dashing out towards a certain area, making sure to dodge the white lightning drops that were about to fall to the ground along the way. As for Herelia, she looked at Horal for a bit before deciding to dash towards another area as well, doing the same thing as Argentum while she made her way towards the location she had in mind. Seeing that the two actually distanced themselves from him, Horal could not help but mutter to himself, "I may be cowardly, but I'm not stupid." If it was that easy in the first place, then the trial would have been over already. After saying those words, Horal then focused his vision to a point directly above him, only to see that a white lightning drop was only a couple of meters away from him. At first, he thought that he would cast a defensive barrier before moving away from it, but then, after remembering Argentum's words, he could not help but have second thoughts over his decision. Fine. I'll do as what you say, Argentum," Horal muttered to himself in a defeated tone before continuing, "but you better tell me what Swiss cheese is after this." Whoosh. Without hesitation, Horal took a step backward, easily dodging the white lightning drop that was about to hit him. Unsurprisingly, that alone was enough for him to retract his previous statements and say, "Well then, I guess I'm stupid." And with that, the three of them dodged the white lightning drops that were about to fall on them with great ease thanks to the buffs that the three had on their bodies. Eventually, after what seemed to be a long time, no more new lightning drops fell from the dark clouds, signaling that the trial was now over. Want to see some official art of errors? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 312 Animate of the Tempest Cliff Ha. After the trio was done dodging all of the lightning drops that fell from the dark clouds, the first thing they did was to congregate in the middle of their respective locations and look at each other with auras of elation and relief. They then went ahead and looked at the dark clouds for a short bit, briefly radiating an aura of fear as they wondered if more lightning bolts would come striking down after what they had gone through. Fortunately, after looking at the dark clouds for a while, no glowing spots could be seen on it, hence that meant that Herelia's existence tribulation was finally over. "It's finally over." Argentum was the first one to talk among the three, focusing his sense of vision towards Herelia before saying, "Congratulations, Herelia. From now on, going to be a full-fledged animate." In response, Herelia let out a light chuckle as she focused her vision onto Argentum before replying, "Hee. In that case, I'll be thanking you in advance. Pretty much the reason why I was able to successfully clear my existence tribulation. On top of that, with your help, you even allowed me to enhance my evolutions twice." As for Horal, although he was excited that the trial was already over and that Herelia was now going to evolve, an aura of slight surprise emanated from him as he was still in disbelief that there were no more trials after what seemed to be such a gruesome trial. Which did become easy at the end. With that in mind, he looked at Argentum and asked in an uncertain tone, "Argentum, is Herelia's existence tribulation really over? From how we cleared the trial without much of a problem, surely there would be another trial after that, right?" Listening to Horal's words, Argentum could not help but tease Horal as he replied with a light chuckle, "Do you really want to undergo one more trial? Well, I'll satisfy your wishes right here and now." It was at this moment that Argentum was not joking with his earlier words at all, prompting Horal to radiate an aura of fear as he imagined what Argentum would do to him to fulfill his previous words. Without hesitation, He moved a few steps back as he replied, "I was just joking. Just joking. I don't want to undergo such a hellish trial like that anymore." Hearing Horal's pleas, Argentum and Herelia could not help but look at each other in silence before looking back at Horal and letting out boisterous laughter simultaneously. At this time, Horal radiated an embarrassed aura, which was soon replaced with another aura as he let out a laugh of his own, recalling what had happened in the existence tribulation. After some time, the three of them were finally finished laughing, with Argentum looking at Herelia and asking, "So do you have any clue as to what type of human you're going to evolve into?" "There are types between humans." Herelia instantly let out an aura of slight shock after listening to Argentum's question. In her mind, she only knew that any inanimate that evolved into an animate would be the same in terms of combat power. But according to Argentum's words, there seemed to be other types of humans than the one she knew. Noticing the aura surrounding Herelia's body, Argentum quickly responded to Herelia's question, explaining, "In general, there are two broad types of humans in this world. There's the normal humans, and there's the awakened." Argentum emphasized his voice on these two words. With him emphasizing those words, Herelia knew that she had to know more about the latter two as she already had a few ideas regarding the first type. Without hesitation, she asked him, "What are the awakened?" Recalling all of the information Horus knew about the awakened through his memories, Argentum went silent for a bit before responding, "In short, the awakened are humans that are born with an innate ability." Innate abilities are more or less the skills we use every so often. If we were to get more specific, there are multiple branches and types of awakened humans. The only thing you have to remember is that an awakened is significantly stronger than a normal human at rank 0. Hastily processing and organizing the information she had obtained from Argentum, Herelia nodded her head, only for another question to pop into her mind as she looked at Argentum and asked, "How do you know all of these?" Naturally, Argentum could not say that he knew all of these thanks to Horus' memories, and so, utilizing his quick wits as a pseudo-animate, he radiated an aura of slight confidence as he replied, "I obtained some information regarding animates here and there from my journey. Even Horus doesn't know anything about this." Even Horus? Herelia let out an aura of surprise as she first felt that Horus, as a clone of Argentum, would be more knowledgeable about these sorts of things compared to his clone. Of course, she was indeed correct in that thinking, but thanks to Argentum's persuasive words, her thoughts had been shifted to another place, prompting her to respond, "I see." Rumble. After a moment of silence ensued between the three of them, the dark clouds started to rumble after what seemed to be a long time. Without delay, the three of them looked at the dark clouds and noticed that the dark blue lightning bolts and the white lightning bolts were now mingling with each other. While this was happening, Argentum noticed that the lightning bolts were exuding a peculiar intent. Without hesitation, he used his enhanced senses to glean information regarding the intent, only to be left at a loss for words as he muttered, "The lightning bolts are actually joyous that Herelia passed through the trials." Although he felt that it was weird, he placed this thought at the back of his head as the current event was indeed a thing meant to be celebrated. Not long after, the two bolts started to fuse as one, forming into a lightning bolt that the trio was familiar with, a lightning bolt that only popped up whenever Herelia was going to evolve. "The rainbow lightning bolts are coming," Herelia said to herself before looking at Horal and Argentum in front of him. With an aura of excitement and teasing surrounding her, Herelia told them, "I'll be separating from you two for a while. For now, stay here. Whatever happens to me, don't move." Instantly thinking what was going on in her mind, Argentum let out a giggle before replying, "All right, well, stay here." As for Horal, he lightly nodded before radiating an aura of happiness, saying, "I'm quite eager to see what you evolve into, Herelia." Whoosh. And with that, Herelia had departed from the vicinity of the two, heading towards another part of the surroundings they were in. Unsurprisingly, Argentum went ahead and used his enhanced senses to find out where Herelia stopped. Eventually, seeing that Heraclea stopped near some of the trees in order to shroud her evolution even more. With a light-hearted sigh, Argentum looked at the dark clouds before sitting on the ground, waiting for Heraclea's evolution to come. Rumble. Rumble. After a few more minutes of waiting, another rumble resounded from the dark clouds, carrying intent within it. Without delay, Argentum used his enhanced senses to find out what the intent contained, only to look at Horal, who was sitting beside him, and say, "Heraclea's about to evolve." Hearing those words come from Argentum, Horal could not help but radiate an aura of excitement and expectation, incredibly eager to see Heraclea's final form after the existence tribulation. As for Argentum, after saying those words, he focused his vision onto the glowing spot in the middle of the dark clouds, which radiated an incredibly intense glow consisting of various colors. Not only that, but the intent of life and nurturing contained with the iridescent spot was almost 1,000 times more intense than the previous batch of iridescent lightning bolts. It was at this moment that Argentum confirmed that the intent of life and nurturing contained within the iridescent lightning bolts was due to the type of lightning bolts being used to make them. Naturally, with both Abyss level and Genesis level lightning bolts being used to form this batch of iridescent lightning bolts, it came without saying that the species Heraclea would evolve into would be nothing short of amazing. BZZT. Crash. And so, after another minute, the glowing spot in the middle had finally broken, sending forth a large number of iridescent lightning bolts towards a certain spot on the ground. Of course, this spot was none other than the spot Heraclea stopped at in order to greet the iridescent lightning bolts. It also came without saying that thanks to the strong intent behind the iridescent lightning bolts, the trees that surrounded Heraclea at that moment had been felled without a problem, allowing both Horal and Argentum to barely see what was currently happening to Heraclea. Then again, the only thing they could see from where they were was the cocoon of iridescent light that covered Heraclea while she was in the process of evolution. Nevertheless, this sight was enough for the two to be at ease as they waited for Heraclea to finish with her evolution. Unfortunately for them, the ease they felt did not long as they soon heard a loud scream come from a familiar voice to the two of them. A scream filled with immense pain and agony soon resounded throughout the area, hastily being picked up by the senses of hearing of the two. In an instant, the two of them deduced that this scream came from none other than Heraclea, prompting the two to look at each other as a tacit agreement was formed between the two of them from their aura. Without hesitation, the two of them stood up and summoned forth all of the strength inside their bodies as they dashed to where Heraclea was at the fastest speed they could muster. Along the way, they could not help but radiate auras of worry and concern as the two of them did not want anything bad to happen to Heraclea. Fortunately, nothing bad did happen to Heraclea since by that they had arrived, the cocoon of light covering Heraclea had been dispelled. At the moment that the two of them had arrived at where Heraclea was, both of them were left at a loss for words as they could not believe what they were looking at. Silently, they looked at each other for a bit before looking at the seemingly perfect figure slightly far away from them. Although the two of them could only see the figure's back, that alone was enough to tell the two that the being in front of him was someone who was incredibly powerful. They continued to look back and forth, only to simultaneously say to each other, "Is that really Heraclea? What? Who else could it be other than me?" In response, a voice that seemed to give anyone who listened to it a sense of motivation soon came out of that figure's mouth before turning her head around to look at the two behind her. A light smile filled with a hint of arrogance could be seen on her lips, complementing everything from her face to her current wardrobe. A red robe covering her upper and lower torso could be seen draping over her body, held in place by a black strap that went around her stomach. If one looked closely at the robe she wore, the exquisite design of golden flowers with a pinkish hue at the tips could be seen on the fringes of her robe, which was almost the same type of flower that was placed above her right ear, though it was more of a golden hibiscus than the flowers on the robe. In addition to her robe, she currently wore black stockings and wooden sandals that came from who knows where, as well as a strap of red and black fabric that went around her right thigh. At this moment, Both Horal and Argentum could not help but notice that a puddle of red fluid had appeared under the figure's sandals, wondering if that puddle was due to the evolution she had gone through. But what stood out to them the most was the fact that the figure's eyes were now lively, unlike from her previous evolution, which was lackluster, to say the least. Her irises glistened a beautiful gold, complementing the golden hibiscus above her ear, as well as the crimson red hair that covered her head, flowing naturally with the movement of the wind. Add on the fact that she had earrings on both of her ears, which also came from who knows where. A perfect figure to both animate and pseudo-animate was standing in front of the two, radiating a faint red aura that accentuated the look that Heralia had for her. Indeed, the figure standing in front of them was, in fact, Heralia in her animate form. Check paragraph comments for il.u.s.stration. Just as Heralia was about to turn around and look at the two behind her with a proud expression, a soft tremble started to resound in the surroundings of the two, only for her to clutch her hands around her stomach as she kneeled to the ground. In that instant, both Argentum and Horal radiated auras of surprise, with Argentum's aura of surprise being more subdued as he already had an idea as to what was going on. And just as he was thinking about what he was going to do next, Heralia unhesitatingly looked at Argentum and parted her mouth to ask him, "Argentum, do you know why this part of my body is hurting all of a sudden? It's as if it feels empty." Growl. Want to see some official art of Iras? Then head on to my Discord server. The link is discord.xrohuge. If not, follow me on Instagram, @trueedawn.uwu. Help to see you there. Chapter 313 Downsides of Being Human. It seems it has begun. Argentum could not help but mutter as he looked at Heralia's current plight. For someone like him who had access to Aurus memories, the condition in which an animate would clutch their hands around their stomach as a soft growl could be heard was all too familiar to him. On the other hand, listening to his words, Horal could not help but ask him in a panic, saying, "What do you mean it has begun? Shouldn't you help Heralia out? Calm yourself, Horal. There's no point panicking over something that could be solved easily." Argentum looked at Horal as he responded, allowing the calm aura that he was exuding to extend towards Horal. Surprisingly, the aura he had exuded had helped Horal calm down, prompting him to take in a few deep breaths as he apologized not long after. "So, what should we do?" Horal asked Argentum once again, this time, in a calm manner. At this moment, a light chuckle resounded from the latter as he replied, "Well, if you mean me by saying we, then I'm going to have to do two things. First off, let me conjure something," he added not long after as he soon fiddled with the spell creation feature of Sage's water magic. Inwardly chuckling at what he was doing due to its hilarity, he could not help but think to himself, "To think I'm going to have to discard one of my true water spells for one that allows me to conjure a water ball. It's like giving a stick to a soldier." Nevertheless, that feeling only lasted for a fleeting moment as he soon created the spell he needed to help Heralia out. Not long after, he started to mutter the incantations needed for the spell to be activated as a cyan magic circle manifested in front of him. Gradually, droplets of water started to appear from the magic circle, eventually transforming into a large ball of water that hovered around half a meter off the ground. Swoosh! Utilizing his control over the water ball, Argentum removed a small part of the water from the ball before moving it towards Heralia. While doing so, he replenished the lost water from the ball through the conjured magic circle, converting his energy into more droplets of water. "Hey, Heralia," Argentum said to Heralia to catch her attention. In response, Heralia looked at Argentum with a slightly pained expression as she instantly noticed the blob of water hovering in front of her face. She then asked her, "Why is the water in front of me?" "Drink it," Argentum succinctly responded while Heralia tilted her head in confusion, wondering what Argentum meant by drinking. As a newly evolved animate, she was still unfamiliar with most of the functions and features that came with ascending to the animate level, which Argentum fortunately noticed after seeing Heralia tilt her head in confusion. Coming closer to her, he slowly moved the blob of water towards her mouth as he instructed her, "Open your mouth." Knowing that Argentum didn't want to harm her in any way, Heraclea did what she was told, opening her mouth as Argentum manipulated the blob of water to enter her mouth. In an instant, a refreshing sensation covered the entirety of her mouth's insides. However, she still had her mouth open all this time. "Now close your mouth," Argentum said after that, not minding the fact that he was teaching Heraclea how to drink water step by step. Although eyes did not go too in-depth into this dilemma according to Aurus memories, Argentum knew that tons of books were written about this problem in the various libraries Aurus had gone to in the past. Seeing Heraclea obediently close her mouth, Argentum subconsciously nodded as he then said, "Now, swallow the water." At this moment, Heraclea was about to ask how she would do that, but soon remembered that her mouth was filled with water, which was the place where her voice originated. The pain she felt from her stomach had slightly subsided as she focused on trying to swallow the water. After a minute or continuous rummaging through her memories and sheer trial, a vocal gulping sound could be heard coming from Heraclea as the water in her mouth had gone through her esophagus, landing in her stomach. With that, the pain inside her stomach had been totally removed, which made Heraclea look at Argentum as if he was some sort of savior. Noticing the way Heraclea was looking at him, Argentum scratched his head as he told her, "Just so you know, what you just did is a temporary fix for your problem. You'll still have to do one more thing to make sure that it would take quite some for the problem to arise." Horal. After telling Heraclea what he had to say, he then shifted his focus towards Horal as he said, "Take control of the water ball I conjured. If Heraclea does that again, just remove a decent portion of water from the water ball and give it to her, okay?" "All right," Horal replied as he nodded. He then conjured multiple mana tendrils, sending it towards the water ball to take control over it and make sure that it was still hovering off the air. Seeing that Horal's control over the water ball he had conjured was now more or less stable, Argentum went ahead and bid farewell to the two of them as he activated all of his movement speed boosting spells before heading in the direction directly opposite the path that led to the Verdant Blossom Breeze Alliance. Whoosh, whoosh. As he started to run, he commanded the system to bring up a map of Tempest Cliff and the areas surrounding it, pondering over the location he would stop at. Eventually, he made up his mind, setting a marker on a location a couple of kilometers away from the Tempest Cliff's borders. With his understanding of the wind element at the animate level, it only took a few minutes for Argentum to arrive at the place he had marked, taking in a deep breath as he made sure that he was in his peak condition. He then utilized his enhanced senses to search for a particular thing in the area. "What's a good first animal to kill and cook?" Argentum muttered as he hummed a small tune, moving here and there every once in a while to get a better view of the surroundings. At this point, it was quite obvious as to what Argentum was doing. Heraclea was experiencing hunger, so Argentum was going to catch an animal and cook it to satiate her hunger. Found a decent one. After trekking the surroundings for a while, he eventually found an animal that seemed to suit the criteria he made in his mind. Without hesitation, he activated all of the skills that boosted his offense as he replaced one of the true water spells in his arsenal with a spell that allowed him to conjure a thin yet sharp needle made out of water. Swoosh. Conjuring the magic circle that allowed him to create a water needle, he then made sure to aim the needle on the head of the wolf he had seen from afar. After feeling that the time was right, he then shot the water needle at the wolf with full force as he muttered, "Go." Aqueous pierce, whoosh. Due to the force contained inside the water needle after being boosted by multiple buffs, the needle seemed to have arrived at its destination in a flash, piercing through the wolf's skull without making a sound. Not only that, but it even pierced through to the other side with tons of energy to spare, which eventually caused multiple trees from afar to have a needle-sized hole on their trunks. However, Argentum did not care about that. Looking at the wolf from afar for a while, he waited to see if there was an adverse reaction from the wolf due to what he had done. Fortunately, there was none, with the wolf eventually landing on the ground on its side with a dull thud. Seeing this, Argentum could not help but radiate a relieved aura as he made his way to where the wolf was before using his control over fear through magic to cauterize the small wound he had made. He had done this so that blood wouldn't trickle out of the wolf's body while he was carrying it. If he did not do that, then it basically told others to follow him through the trail of blood he made, making sure that there were no other spots on the wolf's body that would allow blood to trickle out. He then lifted the wolf's body, placing its abdomen over his left shoulder as he cast buffs on himself once more. Unsurprisingly, the buffs this time all had something to do with increasing strength. After that, he started to dash back to where Herelia and Horrel was. While making his way back to where the two of them were, he started to think about Herelia's next steps. Although he had a hunch that Herelia would head back to the Alliance once this problem was temporarily solved, he knew that this would hamper her in the long run, stunting her speed of improvement. Recalling all of the memories Horus had from eyes in the past, he knew that animates who stayed in areas made for inanimates would have a slower speed of improvement than those who stayed in areas made for pseudo-animates or even animates. Of course, that was all because inanimates would offer lower experience than the other two types of existences. With that in mind, he pondered on what he could do to help Herelia speed up her growth while making sure that the Alliance was well maintained. Unsurprisingly, the gears in his mind had started to turn, eventually formulating a plan that would not only benefit Herelia, but him as well. Wanting to prepare for the plan, Argentum then channeled some of the energy inside his body towards a specific area inside it, allowing him to connect with one of the two people he had made a contract with. A few seconds later, a connection was made, with the familiar voice of a woman being heard soon after as she asked, "Argentum, it's been a while since you last contacted me." "What's up?" "It has indeed been a long while, Eleanor," Argentum said with a light chuckle as he continued to traverse through the forested part of the Tempest Cliff. He then got to the main reason why he called Eleanor as he told her, "I have a favor to ask you. As long as it doesn't involve money, then I'll try to help," Eleanor responded, prompting Argentum to explain the circumstances that surrounded him and Herelia. After a few minutes, Argentum was finished explaining his side, allowing Eleanor to ask her own questions. "So, if I'm getting it correctly, one of your inanimate friends had just evolved to the animate level, and you want me to help her out in getting used to the life of an animate?" she asked, to which Argentum subconsciously nodded as he replied, "That's pretty much the gist of it. Yeah. What do I get in exchange?" Eleanor questioned Argentum, making the latter stop in his tracks for a bit as he realized that he was now asking for too much from her. In less than an instant, he had made up his mind that he would share his secrets regarding how one could achieve an animate level of understanding in the fire element. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to say that, a light chuckle could be heard from the other side as Eleanor said, "I'm just kidding. It's fine, it's fine. Just send her here, and I'll handle the rest." "I have been feeling that the inheritance has been lonely lately, though that has been mitigated with Blob around. It's still rather talk with girls, though, so sending her here is just right up my alley," she added, only to ask him soon after, "Speaking of which, do you want me to help train her?" "Well, is it a nuisance to you?" Argentum asked, to which Eleanor replied, "Not at all. In fact, I'd be glad to teach her a thing or two regarding animates." "I see," Argentum said as he let out a sigh of relief. After that, he told her, "I'll let you know when Werther." "Got it," Eleanor replied as the connection between the two of them was now cut off. Feeling that he had given Herelia a better future, he continued to speed off to where they were, eventually arriving after around 10 minutes or so. Chapter 314 The Next Step. XXXX Continent, Telmaran Province. Inside the Arsenan family household. Always make sure that your allies don't die under his schemes. Okay? An expression of genuine concern could be seen on Iridesia's face as he did not want his son to suffer the same fate as the princes did. While listening to his mother's words, Vanadia could not help but feel his heart being warmed up as he assured her, saying, "Don't worry, Mom. Unlike the others, I know what I'm doing. Also, I'd suggest you don't call Usher my brother, Mom, he continued as a slightly infuriated expression could be seen on his face. At most, I would consider him as my half-brother, and that would be pushing it. After everything he has done so far before the War of the Throne even officially starts, how could I consider him as someone related to me? Listening to the words her son uttered, Eurydice could not help but let out a light sigh as she replied, I know how tyrannical your third eldest brother has been acting these past few weeks, but the blood of your father is still flowing inside him. Even if you don't consider him as your brother, always make sure to be incredibly vigilant whenever you're around him. Why would I not be vigilant? The ninth prince let out a grim laugh, only to notice the slightly sad expression on his mother's face, prompting him to let out a long sigh. Scratching his head, he then told her, seriously, Mom, you don't have to worry about me. With the strength father's blood imbued in me and the brains you gave me, how would I not be prepared for those kinds of nefarious acts? Plus, the team composition I have in mind would allow them to leave any incident involving him unscathed. He continued to speak before pretending to be sad as he said, but I guess my mother doesn't believe in me that much. I guess he'll just. Don't you pull off that stuff in front of me, you twerp. Eurydice could not help but laugh at Vanadia's expression as she lovingly rubbed her son's head. Embracing her son once more, she then told her, of course, I believe in you, my son. Where would my pride as a mother go if I didn't believe in you? Although Vanadia wanted his mom to stop hugging her, he had to admit inwardly that the feeling of being loved was not bad. Eventually, the two of them stopped hugging after a few minutes, allowing him to tell his mom, I'll make sure to visit you every once in a while, Mom. For now, I still have other stuff to do, so I'll have to leave for now. In response, Eurydice nodded as she replied, all right, son. May the heavens help you out in your preparations before the war for the throne. Vanadia nodded at his mother's words with a light smile before making his way to the door to leave the room, leaving her alone. After hearing the clamor that occurred outside after Vanadia's absence gradually disappear, Eurydice sat back down on her chair before turning it around to look at the scenery she could see from her room. Chuckling as she reminisced some old memories, she then muttered to herself, Zeldrian, it seems that we've truly given birth to a great child. I'm sure you have high hopes for him as well, but due to your status as king, you can't show favoritism. Don't you worry about a thing, dear. I'm sure he'll take up your mantle. While Vanadia's mother was left to her own devices, Vanadia, on the other hand, headed to where Dane and Valentia were waiting for him, noticing that the two of them were getting along quite well. With a light smile plastered on his face, he looked at the two and said, I see the two of you have been getting along. I'm just as surprised as you, Vanadia, Valentia said in response to his words as she looked at Dane with an expression of slight surprise. Who knew that us two would have a lot in common? The same could be said for me as well, Miss Valentia. Dane let out a light chuckle as he responded to her question. I was surprised to know that most of her interests overlap with mine. I feel like our team is going to become a splendid one with her around, Your Highness. Is that so? Vanadia laughed in response to Dane's words as he said, that's good. In any case, let's head back to the capital, he continued as he looked at the two of them. With the two of them nodding in response to his words, he then focused his vision onto Dane as he said, you know what to do, Dane. I got it, Your Highness. Dane chuckled as he replied before conjuring a magic circle that easily enveloped the three of them. Not long after, the three of them had disappeared from the corridors found inside the Arsenan family household, slowly making their way back to the capital. Whoosh. XXXX continent, Seraph Kingdom. How. At the very instant the three of them had arrived outside the gates of the royal palace, Dane could not help but gasp for air as he mustered all of the energy inside his body to conjure a rift, allowing a few mana stones to drop onto his hands as he absorbed the mana from them. On the other hand, Valentia looked at Dane with a slightly concerned expression before asking Vanadia, will he be alright? He's used to it, though I'd rather have him take rests every time we teleport, Vanadia said in response to Valentia's question. He then looked at Dane and asked, how long will it take you to get back to your peak condition, Dane, around 5 minutes. Your Highness, Dane said amidst the panting, focusing all of his attention on siphoning the mana contained inside the mana stones he held. Feeling that there was a reason why the ninth prince asked him that question, he went ahead and asked him, "Is there a reason as to why you asked that, Your Highness?" "I'll answer your question later, Dane." Surprisingly, Vanadier did not answer Dane's question as he made his way to the palace gates, exuding the aura that was bestowed unto him before he left the palace as he told the guards, "I'll be taking Valentia Karinasanen, a noble under the Arsanen family, under my care." Although the guards couldn't care less as to what Vanadier did since they were more supportive of the third prince, they still opened the gates for him as they knew they still had to do their job. With the gates leading to the insides of the palace now open, Vanadier gestured Valentia and Dane to come closer to him as they made their way into the palace, heading to the pavilion where the ninth prince usually stayed. "Why didn't you tell me you have a gorgeous-looking house under your name, Vanadier?" Valentia could not help but click her tongue and ask as the three of them stood in front of Vanadier's pavilion. With a light smile, Vanadier replied, "You never bothered to ask." After that, the three of them headed into the pavilion, with Valentia and Dane sitting down on the chairs in the guest room. At this moment, Dane was still focused on absorbing energy from the mana stones he was holding, leaving Valentia in a slightly bored state. Fortunately, Vanadier was there, which allowed her to ask him, "So, where's the other cute girl in your team?" "In the Arcana Tower, practicing her magic," Vanadier hastily replied as he rummaged through a few shelves to obtain a few cups. Not long after, he looked back at Valentia and asked, "What would you like to drink? Do you have some strawberry juice?" Valentia asked in response to Vanadier's question, to which the latter nodded as he replied, "Should I add some sugar into it?" "Nah, natural's fine with me," Valentia hastily replied, prompting the ninth prince to subconsciously nod as he poured her a glass of strawberry juice. On the other hand, he poured himself a glass of water, placing in a few ice cubes to keep it cool. Making his way to where the two of them were, Vanadier then gave the glass of strawberry juice to Valentia as he took a few sips from his glass of cold water. As they allowed their bodies to relax, Vanadier looked at the somewhat relaxed Valentia and said, "Since you'll be staying with me for now, there are a few guest rooms up on the second floor. Feel free to choose." "Got it." Valentia nodded as she took another sip from her glass. At this moment, Dane was now finished absorbing energy from mana stones, which meant that he was now back to his peak condition. Noticing that the ninth prince offered his glass of water to him, Dane thanked him before taking a few gulps of the cool water. Letting out a sigh of relief after taking those gulps, he looked at Vanadier and asked, "So, Your Highness, is there a reason as to why you asked that question a while ago?" "Of course." The question that lingered in Dane's mind was none other than the question regarding his recovery rate for energy. With a nod, Vanadier replied, "Although I'm not sure as to whether Valentia would want to head to the Arcana Tower right now, would it be fine if you teleport her there?" Hearing Vanadier's words, Valentia could not help but become ecstatic as she asked, "Really? I can go and see her right now?" "Of course." Vanadier lightly smiled as he tossed a badge-like object to her. Receiving it with both hands, Valentia took a look at the object and noticed that the words Seraph Royal Palace was engraved on it. Knowing what it meant, Valentia thanked Vanadier, saying, "Thanks for giving me a royal emblem." Soon after Vanadier gave Valentia a royal emblem, Dane stood up from his seat and made his way to where Valentia was. He then placed his right palm on her forehead, making Valentia fl.u.s.tad for a bit, only to feel that an engraving was made on her head, which soon disappeared. Taking his hands off her forehead, he looked at her with a light smile and said, "With the mark I engraved you, you now have access up to the 40th floor of the Arcana Tower, which is equivalent to my authority inside the tower. That's more than enough for you to meet my student." At this moment, Valentia could not help but feel her heart warming up as she said thanks to Dane. Soon after, a light blush appeared on her cheeks as the expression on her face was that of hesitation. Eventually, the hesitation on her face disappeared as she looked at Dane and asked him, "Is it fine if you take me to your student right now?" "I'd be glad to," Dane nodded as he replied before looking at the ninth prince, who was looking at the two with a smile on his face. He then told him, "It'll only take a short while, Your Highness," to which Vanadier responded, "Take your time." Whoosh! With a magic circle enveloping both Valentia and Dane, the two of them soon disappeared from Vanadier's sight. While the two of them were gone, Vanadier took sips from his glass of water from time to time as he thought about the things he still had to do in preparation for the war for the throne. By the time Dane was back from shuttling Valentia to the Arcana Tower, the glass of water Vanadier was drinking from was now empty. Holding an empty glass, Vanadier looked at the newly arrived Dane and asked, "How did it go?" "I was ecstatic to hear that Valentia joined your team, Your Highness," Dane hastily replied to his words before asking, "So, what's next on the agenda, Your Highness?" "Since we were successful in pulling my cousin from the Arsenan family into my team, I feel like we have some good luck on us," Vanadier responded in a roundabout manner, prompting Dane to ask, "What do you mean by that, Your Highness?" "What I'm saying is that," Vanadier grinned as he placed the empty glass he was holding on the table in front of him. He then stood up and placed his hand on Dane's shoulder before saying, "Let's try our luck and pull in that guy from the Astlia family." "Do you mean like right now, Your Highness?" "Yup." Chapter 315 Roping in from the shadows. Scratching his head from the seemingly absurd request Vanadier gave to him, Dane looked through one of the large windows covering the pavilion, taking note of the current position of the sun. He then went silent for a bit, pondering over something before finally looking back at Vanadier and saying with a light sigh, "It's already a bit late in the afternoon, Your Highness. It'd be possible for us to arrive in front of the Astlia family household and get back to the capital before the sun sets if its proximity to the capital is somewhat close. But if it's as far away as the Arsenan family household, then it would be impossible for us to get back to the capital before sunset, Your Highness," he added. Surprisingly, the ninth prince listened to all of that without a frown on his face, as if he was expecting Dane to be against it in the first place. With a light smile plastered on his face, he said to Dane, "Now, what if I tell you that heading to the Astlia family household closer at night would be beneficial to our cause? Is it?" Dane lightly shook his head, disbelieving of the prince's words. Nevertheless, he had to comply with Vanadier's wishes as he was, after all, his royal advisor. Asking the ninth prince to bring out the map he unfurled before they headed to the Arsenan family household, Dane went ahead and asked him, "So, where is the Astlia family household situated in this map, Your Highness?" "Right here, the Juva province." Vanadier hastily pointed at the rough location of the Astlia family household on the map, pointing towards one of the provinces that was closer to the capital. Inwardly letting out a sigh of relief, Dane lightly nodded as he said, "I see. I think we can get back to the capital before sunset if it's that close, Your Highness." "Speaking of which, do you need to ask for permission from the king again since you're leaving once more?" "I asked permission from the king if I could have the freedom to leave the palace the whole day, so it'll be fine," the ninth prince assured his royal advisor with a light smile on his face, only to recall a certain thing regarding the Astlia family not long after that. At that instant, he placed both of his hands on Dane's shoulders, making the latter wonder as to what was going on. With no choice but to look at Vanadier's face, he then asked, "What's wrong, Your Highness?" "Let me ask you something, Dane," Vanadier responded in a slightly solemn tone. "Would you be willing to follow my every order, as long as it doesn't harm you in any way?" "Why are you asking that same question, Agai?" Dane could not help but ask, only to stop at the very last moment as he wondered if the prince was intentionally choosing people with eccentric personalities. Although he had not met the person the ninth prince wanted to poach from the Astlia family before, after seeing Valentia and helping out satisfy her desires, he could not help but feel that the one from the Astlia family would turn out to be the same as her. Making sure that his hunch was not wrong, he then asked, "Are you telling me that there's a possibility where there would be a surprise for me?" "In a way, yes," Vanadier lightly nodded as he replied. "So, are you willing?" "Well, my answer will have to wait for now, Your Highness. In any case, let us be on our way to the Astlia family household, Dane did not accept nor deny Vanadia's proposition, prompting the ninth prince to focus on what was most important, which was to get there. With a light nod, Vanadia then walked closer to Dane, allowing the latter to conjure a magic circle that would envelop the two of them as they soon disappeared from the area not even a few seconds later. XXXX continent, Diva province, near the Astlia family household. Whoosh! Just like before with Valentia, the two of them appeared in a small forest not far away from the household where the Astlia family resided. Although Dane could teleport the two of them directly in front of the household, it would be unsightly in Dane's opinion for the royal advisor to be out of breath while accompanying the ninth prince. As for Vanadia, he couldn't care less as to whether Dane was tired or not, but he did appreciate what Dane was doing, knowing his intentions to help him look better in front of other people. Taking a peek through the leaves that gave them shade against the scorching rays of the sun, Vanadia took a look at the current position of the sun, estimating that they had around half an hour to an hour of sunlight at most. As to why that was the case, Vanadia told Dane to take rests in between teleports, which Dane fortunately listened to this time around. Thanks to that small change, Dane only had to absorb energy from a few mana stones before returning to his peak condition. After making sure that Dane had returned to his peak condition, Vanadia then asked Dane to cast a movement speed boosting spell on the two of them before heading to where the Astlia family household was at full speed. Around 10 minutes later, the two of them had arrived at the entrance of the household, leaving those from the Astlia family household at a loss for words as they did not know these two people to arrive when it was close to nighttime. Nevertheless, the word that the two of them were at the entrance of the Astlia family household still spread throughout the manor like a wildfire, causing some of the highly esteemed servants of the family to serve the two of them as one of them bowed in front of the two before asking, "May I ask what the two esteemed sirs are here for?" As if their response to the question was planned from the start, Vanadia took a step forward before introducing themselves to the servants, saying, "I'm Vanadia Seraph, the ninth prince of the Seraph kingdom. Behind me is my royal advisor, Dane Grosses Orber. We are here in the Astlia family household to ask if the great fortress, Grizel Astlia, is inside the household as we want to talk with her." Listening to their intentions, the servant that asked them lightly nodded as he politely replied, "I understand. I will try to get Lady Grizel to come to you as soon as possible." Fortunately for them, just as the servant was about to turn around and head into the household to call for the Grizel Astlia that Vanadia spoke of, the slim figure of a young woman came into view of the servants, as well as Vanadia and Dane at the very instant the servant was finished speaking. Wearing a long-sleeved shirt made out of cotton that was light red, which was complemented by black pants that accentuated her beautiful legs, as well as black shoes that made sure to cover her feet. This woman with her silver hair tied into a ponytail looked at Vanadia and Dane with a solemn gaze before saying, "I already know of your intentions, ninth prince. In that case, I'm not willing to accept." After saying those words, she then turned around and headed back into the insides of the Astlia family household, leaving the servants and the other people there at a loss for words as they knew that if she said those words to those people, then what she wanted to happen was for them to be escorted away. Usually, it would be easy for them to do so, but now that the two people she wanted to shoo away were the ninth prince and his royal advisor, then things became quite difficult for them. Taking the initiative amidst the silent atmosphere in the surroundings, one of the servants stepped forward and looked at the two as she politely said, "Esteemed sirs, I would like to sincerely apologize on behalf of the Astlia family, but since Our Lady Grizel told the two of you to leave the premises, then we understand." "Well, leave shortly," Vanadia responded to the servant's words with a light smile, knowing that she was just doing her job. While a dumbfounded expression was still plastered on Dane's face, Vanadia went ahead and grabbed him by the arm as they walked further and further away from the Astlia household, stopping at the small forest where they rested quite some time ago. "So, what do you think of her?" At the very instant the two of them had arrived at the small forest, Vanadia released his grip on Dane's arm and asked him with a light smile. In response, Dane looked at Vanadia with a weird expression, wondering why he was still smiling. Nonetheless, Dane responded with an honest answer as he said, "From the aura she was emitting a while ago, I could tell that she excels in the field of protection. Though I kind of dislike the fact that she rejected you in front of so many people," he added, prompting Vanadier to laugh out loud as he told him, "I told you I was just trying my luck. In any case, you should have told me that the guy from the Astlia family you were talking about was actually a she, Your Highness," Dane said with a light frown, to which the ninth prince let out a light chuckle as he replied, "Can't reveal everything from the get-go, you know. Anyways, what if I told you that there was a way for her to agree to my offer of joining my team?" he said not long after, eliciting a slightly curious expression to arise on Dane's face. Noticing this, Vanadier grinned as he moved closer to Dane as he said, "Alright, here's the plan I have in mind. Although I'm not entirely sure that it would work, I'm at least sure that we would get out of this unscathed." He then started to whisper the plan he had in mind into Dane's ear after that. At first, Dane's eyes widened at the sheer absurdity of the plan. But as time passed, that surprised expression was replaced with that of doubt as he felt that there was no way such a plan would work. Even after Vanadier was finished explaining the plan, an expression of doubt could be seen on Dane's face, wondering if the prince he was following now had a few screws loose. Oi, what's with the doubtful expression? You did tell me to inform you of things like these beforehand, right? The ninth prince said not long after, dispelling the doubtful expression on Dane's face as he let out a sigh. Scratching his head as he tried to wrap his head around the plan, Dane looked at him and asked, "Is that why you asked me before we left if I would be willing to follow every order you make, as long as it doesn't harm me, Your Highness?" You. Vanadier nodded as he replied. Seeing the adamant expression on his face, Dane went silent for a bit as he pondered over their chances of successfully roping someone like Grizel Astlia through that method. In the end, Dane let out a long sigh of annoyance as he said, to hell with it." "Now that's the Dane I know," Vanadier laughed as the two of them went ahead and bided their time inside the forest, waiting for night to fall. A few hours have passed since the two of them had arrived near the Astlia family household. Taking a gander at the moon that illuminated the night sky, Vanadier lightly nodded to himself as he felt that now was the right time to make a move. Tapping on Dane's shoulder, who was circulating the mana inside his body all this time, he then looked at him and said, "We're going to make our move." With a nod, Dane stood up and dusted off his backside before going ahead and casting movement speed boosting spells to the two of them, as well as spells that removed their presence from onlookers. Ensuring that all of the spells had been successfully cast on them, the two then dashed towards the Astlia family household once more, this time with an eccentric plan in mind. There was no surprise to the amount of time it took them to arrive at the household since they were using the same movement speed boosting spells. What was instead surprising was that they were still able to unleash such a level of speed even after not eating for so long. Then again, as long as one had reached a high enough class, one could forego eating or drinking for longer durations, with those at the peak even being able to forego eating and drinking altogether. Just before they arrive at the entrance of the Astlia family household, the two of them hastily made a sharp turn as Vanadier asked Dane to utilize a detection spell, telling him to keep his senses peeled at the very instant he sensed Grizel's presence. After circling the perimeter of the household a few times, Dane's spell finally picked up the signs of Grizel's presence, prompting them to stop under a window that led to a room that was more or less lit. The two of them looked at each other as they prepared themselves for what was about to come. With a nod, they then leapt into the window, entering the room uninvited as their sights were greeted by a silver-haired woman wearing comfortable nightwear. Aren't you two the two people I rejected early? Unfortunately for the silver-haired woman, just before she could finish her question, Dane hastily moved closer to her and gripped her by the neck before pushing her onto one of the walls. As for Vanadier, who watched all of this unfold from behind, he looked at the silver-haired woman and asked, "So, Lady Grizel, let me ask you one more time. Are you willing to join my team?" "Your Highness, there's no way this has got to work," right? Before Grizel could even answer, Dane looked back at the ninth prince and asked, prompting the latter to let out a light chortle as he pointed at Grizel and said, "Take a look at her current expression and tell me if that's the case." "What do you mean by?" Just before Dane could even finish his query, the current expression Grizel had on her face was a stark contrast to the Grizel that they had seen just a while ago. At this moment, her face was as red as a tomato, though it was not due to the grip Dane had over her neck. In fact, Dane did not even grip on her neck that hard at all. Nevertheless, ragged breathing filled with a hint of lust could be heard coming out of Grizel's mouth as she looked at Dane with a gaze filled with desire. Amidst her breathing, she maintained her calm as she looked at Vanadia and asked, "If I accept, can I have my way with this fine man?" Oh no. Dane instantly felt that something was amiss after listening to Grizel's words. Sadly for him, just before he could ask Vanadia to help him out, a grin could be seen on the ninth prince's face as he jumped through the window they entered from while replying, "Take as much as time you want." Whoosh. Since Dane and Grizel were the two ones left inside the room, and Vanadia seemed to have no intention of helping him out, Dane let out a light sigh in the end as he released his grip on her neck as he muttered to himself, "I don't know if I should hate you or love you, Your Highness. In any case, it's time to prepare for the battle in front of me." Third circle. Extreme hardening. My vitality is seriously going to get siphoned at this rate. Chapter 316. Passing the baton. Rustle. Rustle. Hearing the sounds of leaves being shaken vigorously, Herelia and Horrell, who had been waiting for Argentum to come back all this time, could not help but become vigilant. At this moment, Herelia was already standing after drinking a bit more water from the ball of water Argentum had conjured for her. Because of that, the size of the ball of water was now around 30% smaller than it originally was. Nevertheless, the pain she felt from her stomach was now more tolerable than ever before, possibly due to her getting used to it. Taking on a battle stance, the two of them focused their vision in the direction where they heard the rustling originate from, only to radiate auras of joy as they soon found that the one making the rustling noise was just Argentum moving through the various shrubs and trees. Noticing that Argentum was carrying a wolf, Horrell and Herelia could not help but look at Argentum with shock, recalling the bout they had with Chonk quite some time ago. As for Argentum, he placed the wolf carcass he had just obtained on the ground with a thud, taking in a breath of fresh air soon after as the carcass was still heavy even after all of the strength buffs he had cast on himself. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience. Please click book Reincarnated As A Stick _13361908006612405 passing button _50674336561949074 for visiting. It was only at this moment that he noticed the shocked expressions on the faces of the two, making him wonder why they were looking at him that way. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to put two and two together as he looked at the wolf carcass he had brought, and then back at Herelia and Horrell as he recalled some of Aura's memories from the past. With an aura that seemed to exude that he now understood what was going on, he let out a light chuckle as he said, "Just so you know, this is just a normal wolf. Even you and Horrell would be able to kill something like this alone." Hearing those words, the shocked expressions on the two subsided. However, a curious expression soon replaced it as they now wondered why Argentum had brought the corpse of a wolf to them. It was then they recalled the second thing that Argentum had to do to help Herelia with her current plight. At this moment, Herelia and Horrell looked at Argentum, then at each other as they simultaneously thought, killing a wolf will help Herelia's problem. Horrell, could you pluck a decent amount of branches from the fallen trees? Ignorant of what they were thinking, Argentum looked at Horrell and asked as he soon hung the wolf off of a sturdy tree using a ton of vines he had scavenged while making his way to this place. With a nod, Horrell then went off and cast buffs on himself in order to make the process of grabbing branches faster. With that, Argentum and Herelia were soon left alone, a silent atmosphere shrouding the two of them. After a while, one of the two finally felt that the silence was too unbearable, prompting them to take the initiative as that being asked the other one, "So, What problem do I have? Surprisingly, the first one to feel the silence getting to them was Herlia, deciding to start a conversation with Argentum with the topic of her current plight in mind. While Argentum was wondering as to how he was going to remove the fur from the carcass of the wolf, he heard the question that was directed at him, prompting him to answer, re-experiencing something called hunger. Hunger? What's that? Herlia could not help but ask as her interest was piqued. Fortunately, Argentum was there to entertain her as they waited for Horal to come back, only to recall that since Horal had left, the water ball had no one controlling it anymore. With a slightly panicking aura surrounding him, he looked at the place where he had conjured the water ball, only to notice that a hand made out of condensed mana was keeping the water ball secure. Seeing this, Argentum could not help but think that Horal had thought of it in advance, inwardly giving him a thumbs up from afar. Soon after, he answered Herilia's query as he replied, "You can consider one of the features an animate would have. In easier to understand terms, it's a time when your body needs energy for it to operate at full power. Is hunger a bad thing?" Herilia asked, slightly regretting the fact that she had evolved into the animate level. In response, Argentum subconsciously shook his head as he responded, "At times, it's a bad thing, but for the most part, it's pretty great. Think about it this way, if your hunger is removed, you can expect yourself to be exerting 120%, 200%, or even 300% of your maximum power. Of course, that's only if you push yourself to the limit," he added, but he kept this part to himself. Nevertheless, that was enough to make Herilia think that hunger was a good thing. Coincidentally, Argentum had found a decent way to remove the fur from the wolf carcass, utilizing the wind element to conjure a sharp blade. After making sure that the blade was stable and sharp, he then grabbed a hold of it before using it to hack off the fur from the wolf carcass, making sure to remove the least meat while doing so. The grey fur covering the wolf was gradually removed, revealing a body made out of reddish meat in front of Herilia. Unbeknownst to Herilia, her stomach started to grumble as she continued to look at the fur on the wolf carcass being removed, making her wonder as to why her body was acting like that even though she thought nothing of it. On the other hand, Argentum could not help but chuckle after hearing Herilia's stomach grumble, prompting him to turn around to look at Herilia and say, "Wait for Horal to come back with branches. Once he's back, your problem will definitely be gone." After that, he continued to use the wine blade he had conjured on the red meat of the wolf, cutting it into sizable portions before finding a long stick to skewer them on. Of course, he made sure that the stick he had picked up was not an inanimate, or at the very least, an inanimate that did not have a strong soul yet. He then hung the skewer filled with wolf meat on the tree he hung the wolf from as the two of them continued to wait for Horal to come back. Fortunately, it did not take long, with Horal coming back around a couple of minutes later after Argentum was finished skewering the meat. Tossing the pile of branches on the ground slightly far away from the water ball, he then looked at Argentum and asked, "What should I do next?" "That'll be all for now, thanks," Argentum said in response to Horal's question as he thanked him. He then walked to where the branches were before utilizing Higher Ignis magic to start a fire with the branches. He then waited for the fire to get hot as he found two branches that were long enough before shoving them into the ground on opposite sides of the fire, planning to use them as a place where he could place the skewer over the fire. All the while Argentum was doing those things, Herilia and Horal looked at Argentum with an expression of curiosity and interest. Feeling that Argentum was doing something ritual-like in nature, Horal looked at Herilia and asked, "Do you know what kind of ritual Argentum is doing?" But just before Herilia could respond to his question, Argentum interrupted her from replying, deciding to reply instead as he said, "This isn't a ritual, Horal. In fact, it's something animates usually do to remove the hunger feeling. It's called cooking." Cooking, Herilia and Horal muttered as they committed the word to memory. From the looks of it, cooking was something that needed tons of effort to do, but by how Argentum was moving about through all of this with an air of nonchalance, they decided to wait until later to make their opinions. At this moment, Argentum felt that the fire was hot enough, prompting him to grab the skewer he had hung from the tree and place it over the open fire through the branches he had affixed to the ground. He then allowed the part of the meat on the skewer over the fire to start browning as a fragrant aroma gradually suffused throughout the area after a few minutes or so. Since Herelia was inanimate, after smelling this fragrant aroma, the grumbling of her stomach had intensified, as if her body was screaming out to her that she had to obtain that skewer of meat right now. But since Argentum was still handling it, she knew that it was better for her to wait as she endured the slightly intensified pangs of hunger. As for Horal, although the fragrant aroma was foreign to him, due to him being a pseudo-animate, he could not help but take pleasure in it as he asked Argentum, "Is cooking a process where you create nice-smelling aromas? Because if it is, I might try and do it myself." The fragrant aroma that arises from cooking is only a small part of it. Argentum giggled as he turned the skewer over to allow the uncooked side of the skewered meat to be cooked over the fire. He then looked at Herelia and said, "Let me apologize in advance for not having any spices on me. I tried to forage some along the way, but none of them would fit wolf meat." "That's fine, although I don't know what spices are," Herelius said with a tone of understanding. Eventually, the skewered meat on the stick was brown all over, with some parts even slightly charred. Nevertheless, Argentum knew that those parts would be the parts that would taste the best. Removing the skewer from the open flame as he used a bit of his energy to separate a bit of water from the water ball he had conjured. He then used the water he had separated to put out the fire, knowing that it would be a hazard for Herelia if she openly got into contact with it. He then gave the skewer to Herelia and said, "Here you go. What you have to do is more or less similar to drinking. The only difference is that you have to use your mouth to grip the meat on the skewer before placing it into your mouth and using your teeth to grind it down. Once you feel that you have ground it for long enough, you then swallow it." "Do I have to explain it one more time?" Argentum asked just in case. But Herelia shook her head in response as she replied, "Nope. I understand what I have to do." After that, she did what she was told to do, using the teeth to grip on a piece of the skewered meat before dragging it away to place it in her mouth. At the very instant the piece of meat she gripped on had entered her mouth, her senses of taste had allowed her body to enter a state of ephemeral euphoria, making her think that the piece of meat inside her mouth was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten, though she did not know what delicious meant. In any case, she felt that her body was yearning for the piece of meat. So she continued to recall what Argentum had told her, grinding the piece of meat down with her teeth through chewing. Surprisingly, the depth of flavor from the piece of meat she was eating had intensified to a great degree as juices oozed out of the piece of meat. At this point, not only was her body yearning for the piece of meat, even her mind was screaming that she had to swallow it. Eventually, she felt that she had ground the piece of meat for long enough and swallowed it, instantly removing the pain she felt radiating from her stomach. Noticing this, she looked at Argentum with shock and asked, "Is this the true method for removing hunger?" "Indeed, it is." Argentum nodded as he continued, "What you're doing is called eating. With drinking, you would be able to unleash a great amount of power once you feel that your body has reached its limit." "I see," Herelia said as she subconsciously nodded before grabbing a piece of meat from the skewer yet again to indulge herself in the pleasure of food. Gradually, her appetite turned more ravenous as she wolfed down the pieces of meat on her skewer to the point that she even choked on it at some point. Fortunately, Argentum was there to monitor her, sending her a blob of water to drink at the very instant he noticed her choking. After a few more minutes or so, the pieces of meat on the skewer had disappeared, with all of it ending up inside Herelia's stomach as a satisfied expression could be seen on her face. "That was delicious," Herelia could not help but say, to which Argentum replied with a light chuckle, "I'm glad you enjoyed it, then." "Speaking of which, I asked one of the friends I made during the journey I had to help you out in adjusting in your new existence level," he said not long after, prompting Herelia to put on a curious expression as she asked, "When are we heading there?" "Well, whenever's fine," Argentum said as he shrugged his shoulders, making Herelia ponder for a bit in silence. After some time, she wiped off the mess on her face after eating for the first time, using the ball of water as a mirror, going silent for a bit more. She then looked at Argentum and said, "Let's head there now." "All right, then." Argentum nodded as he asked, "How about the alliance, though?" "That's what I was thinking about while I was pondering," Herilius said in response to Argentum's words before looking at Horrell. "And I've made my decision. Horrell, I now proclaim you to be the new leader of the Verdant Blossom Breeze Alliance," she said in a solemn tone, eliciting an aura of confusion to radiate from Horrell at first. Which instantly turned into surprise not long after. Chapter 317 The Destined Meeting. "You've got to be kidding me, right?" Horrell could not help but look at Herelia with a panicked aura surrounding him as he asked. Although he was expecting a change to how the alliance was going to be moderated since Herelia was going to leave for quite a substantial amount of time, he wasn't expecting that the change would be him turning into the official leader of the Verdant Blossom Breeze Alliance. While maintaining his panicked aura, he then shifted his vision to Argentum, who was beside him, and asked her, "Wouldn't Argentum be a better fit for that position?" In response, Argentum could not help but let out a light sigh as he responded to Horrell's question with a question of his own. Looking at him, he asked him, "Are you sure about that, Horrell?" "I'm pretty sure Herelia doesn't think the same way as you, though. Definitely a better fit for this position that I am, Argentum," Horrell replied with an insisting tone, adamant that Argentum was a better fit. Normally, one would accept such a position without hesitation since that meant an increase in authority and power. But for someone like Horrell, who was afraid of messing things up, more authority meant more things he had to balance, which could eventually lead to a scenario where he would mess everything up. Of course, such a situation only existed inside his mind, unless he did nothing to change it in reality. With that in mind, he continued to give out reasons as to why Argentum would be a better leader than him, explaining, "First off, Argentum is far stronger than me. With such a being taking the helm of the alliance, all of the members would rest assured that we wouldn't be beaten by any external entities that easily. Second, he doesn't take anything at face value," he continued. "He always makes sure to get every perspective on a certain problem before giving out a solution for it, only settling for the outcome that would result in the best effect. That's a big plus for managing the alliance, especially with a few internal problems popping up here and there. And lastly, I have great confidence that he knows a lot of methods to nurture and improve the average strength of the alliance," he added after taking a deep breath. "With all of these reasons I've just said, how could Argentum not be a good fit for the leader position of the alliance?" "Well, Horrell." After Horrell was finished explaining his side, Argentum patted him on the shoulder as he said, "You're missing something. I'm sure Herelia has thought about making me the leader of the alliance while she was pondering a while ago, but I have something that you lack." "Exactly what?" Argentum said. Herelia nodded in response to Argentum's words as she looked at Horrell before saying, "There's something Argentum lacks that only you have. I consider it the most important element when appointing someone as the new leader of the alliance." "What do you mean, Herelia?" Horrell asked, his aura now taking hints of calmness. He then went through the various reasons he made to stabilize Argentum's position as a better leader of the alliance in his mind and thought that there were no problems with it. With that in mind, he continued, "He's more or less a perfect fit in every way." "What part is he lacking in?" "The thing that's he lacking in," Herelia responded, "is sociability." "Sociability?" Horrell could not help but tilt his head in response, pondering in his head as to why that was a reason why he was chosen to become the next leader of the alliance and not Argentum. Fortunately, at this point, he had finally come to his senses, understanding what Herelia meant by sociability. Sensing the slight change in Horrell's aura, Herelia lightly nodded as she asked him, "Do you finally get what I'm saying? Is it because I know more about the various members of the alliance than Argentum does?" Horrell asked, to which both Argentum and Herelia responded with a nod. Argentum then said to Horrell, "That's one of the most important reasons why you've been chosen as a leader instead of me. The fact that you know more about the members means that there's a higher chance of having the internal conflicts be solved peacefully at a faster rate. Also, If you think about it, only you two know that I'm a part of the Alliance. In any case, Horus would be a better contender for the leader position than I am. At least he's recognized by the other members, he continued, letting out a light chuckle at the end. Seeing that Argentum was taking all of it nonchalantly, Herelia did not mind it and looked at Horrell before asking, "So, are you sure that you don't want to become the temporary leader of the Alliance? At most, I'm just asking you to make sure that things run smoothly. You don't really have to do anything drastically different while I'm gone." Since it seemed like there was no way for him to talk his way out of the position, in the end, Horrell let out a long sigh before saying, "Fine, fine, fine. I'll be the leader of the Alliance while you're gone." "Glad to hear." Herelia lightly smiled as she responded before closing her eyes not long after. A few seconds later, a faint energy surrounded her body, which soon moved towards Horrell's body before being absorbed by him. In less than an instant, the aura of power surrounding him had undergone a slight modification, increasing the feeling of magnanimity one felt when looking at Horrell. Sensing that the transfer of authority was successful, Herelia opened her eyes and lightly chuckled as she said, "Congratulations, Horrell. Now the new temporary leader of the Verdant Blossom Breeze Alliance. Make sure to keep everything running smoothly while I'm gone, okay?" "Well, I can't say no to that now, can I?" Horrell replied, letting out a meek laugh soon after. He then looked at Argentum and asked, "You'll help me out on the other problems of the Alliance, right?" "Unfortunately, I cannot do that, Horrell," Argentum said in response to Horrell's question before adding, "Once Herelia arrives safely at the place where my friend lives, he'll be gone for quite some time as well. The earliest time he'll be back would be when Horus wakes up." "You've got to be kidding me, right?" At this point, Horrell felt that all hope was lost, kneeling on the ground with a thud as he let out a loud sigh of disappointment. In response, Herelia and Argentum looked at him before looking at each other while laughing. After that, the three of them made up in their own ways, which led to Herelia and Argentum leaving Horrell as they headed to the Flame Spirit Inheritance. As for Horrell, he looked at the fleeting silhouettes of the two for a bit, only turning around to head back once he could just barely make out their silhouettes. "I wonder how long it'll take for you two to come back," Horrell muttered to himself as he made his way back to the Verdant Blossom Breeze Alliance, lightly chuckling as he thought about the things he had to do while the two of them were gone. Whoosh, whoosh. While Horrell was at the Alliance, informing everyone about the change that had happened to the way the Alliance was run, both Argentum and Herelia were heading to where the Flame Spirit Inheritance was at great speeds. Thanks to the movement speed boosting spells Argentum had in his arsenal, it did not take long for the two of them to arrive at the border that separated the wilderness and the Inferno Plains, the place where the Flame Spirit Inheritance. Experiencing firsthand on how hot it was, Argentum looked at Herelia and asked her, "Do you have any skill that increases your resistance to the fire element?" "Let me check," Herelia said before checking through her skills in the system she had. Not long after, she shook her head as she replied, "Unfortunately, I do not." Evolving to the animate existence level removed all of the skills I had placed a ton of effort on raising. "Well, that's natural," Argentum replied, not surprised that Herelia's skills were wiped clean. Nevertheless, they still had to cross through the Inferno Plains in order to arrive at the place where Eleanor was, so they had to find a way to make sure that Herelia would be able to cross through the plains without feeling too much heat, or no heat at all. Fortunately, Argentum had access to Horus memories, allowing him to skim through the various methods animate players had to withstand the harsh elements without having a skill that increases their resistance to it. "Could you manipulate your mana?" Argentum asked her, to which Herelia closed her eyes for a bit as she tried to get a feel for the energy circulating inside her body. Due to her evolving to the animate existence level, the usual energy she manipulated, which used to be stick points, had been condensed and purified, with a single point containing tons more energy than a single stick point. This new form of energy was commonly called mana by the animates, though it was unknown where the word mana came from. After a while, a strand of light red energy was released through one of her fingers, prompting Herelia to open her eyes as she replied, "I can manipulate it. Though it's a bit hard. You just have to make sure that the energy manipulating covers every inch of your body," Argentum said to Herelia, inwardly letting out a sigh of relief that Herelia was able to manipulate her energy. Of course, if she could not do so, he would not hesitate to use his energy to cover her body. The reason why he was doing this was because he wanted to help her obtain better control over her energy, which could be done while they were heading to the flame spirit inheritance. Lightly nodding in response to Argentum's words, Herelia continued to manipulate the energy inside her body, releasing it through her pores as she spread the energy she released throughout her body. Due to her inexperience with mana, it took around 10 minutes for her to create a somewhat stable barrier over her skin, giving her a faint red hue. Making sure that there were no holes in her barrier, Argentum then told Herelia to follow him, to which she did. At the very instant they passed the boundary that led into the Inferno planes, Herelia instantly felt a wave of heat permeating throughout her body, which was fortunately mitigated by the energy barrier over her body. Although it offered her a bit of discomfort, it was not to the point where it was unbearable. Of course, Argentum noticed the discomfort Herelia was feeling, so he told Herelia that they were going to pick up the pace. Thanks to this, they had arrived at the boundary separating the inner area of the Inferno planes from the outer area in around 15 minutes thanks to Argentum's buffs. At this point, he was not going to take any chances, using a decent portion of his energy to cover Herelia in a thick layer of energy, knowing how hot it was in the inner area. Making sure that every inch of Herelia's body was covered in a thick energy barrier once more, they then set forth into the inner area, with Herelia feeling a bit more discomfort at the very instant they set forth into it. Fortunately, the heightened feeling of discomfort did not last long as the two of them had arrived in front of an abandoned building that was charred to ruin around 5 minutes later. At first, Herelia was curious as to why she came to this place with Argentum, but after being transported into another space a few seconds later, she now understood what was going on. Whoosh. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click book Reincarnated As A Stick _13361908006612405 The Eadstind Meeting _50834601111910794 for visiting. In less than an instant, both Argentum and Herelia appeared in a large room decorated with various trinkets that were of various shades of red. Looking around, one could see sofas and chairs that were also a shade of red, though it contrasted very well with the walls of the room, being a lighter shade of red compared to the chairs. "Are we where I think we are?" Herelia could not help but look at Argentum beside her and ask. In response, Argentum lightly nodded as an aura of slight glee radiated from him as he replied, "It's exactly what thinking, Herelia. We're inside an inheritance, namely, the flame spirit inheritance where one of my friends reside," he continued, only to stop talking as he noticed a presence enter the room they were in. Focusing his vision on the presence that entered the room, he was left at a loss for words for a bit, which soon transformed into a light chuckle as he then said to Herelia, "This is one of the friends I made on my journey." Herelia. Meet Eleanor. Chapter 318 Going Against Recommendations. As Argentum introduced Herelia to Eleanor, Herelia was left at a loss for words as she did not expect to see such a beauty in what seemed to be a desolate place for animates. In front of her was what one would normally consider a beauty that could make nations fall for them. Just like her pseudo-animate form, her figure had the curves on all the right places, exuding a motherly aura in the process. Combined with her auburn hair that had red highlights at the very tips, as well as brown irises and a face that was pleasing to look at, Eleanor currently looked like a fairy on mortal soil. Argentum, on the other hand, thought differently about Eleanor, though he had to admit that her current form was quite beautiful. Nevertheless, he had an inkling of an idea as to why Eleanor was doing this, prompting him to use the connection they had with one another through the contract as he sent his energy towards it. Not long after, the two of them were connected in mind, allowing him to ask her, "So what made you do something like this?" Eleanor. What? Wouldn't it be weird for a body made out of flames to be greeting a human? Eleanor hastily responded in a slightly sad tone, though on the outside, she was still looking at Herelia with a smile. She then got closer to her and extended her hand out for Herelia to shake. With a gentle tone, she then said to her, "My name's Eleanor. I've become acquainted with Argentum and his journey. It's nice to meet you." Surprisingly, Herelia lightly blushed as she looked at Eleanor's light smile in a slight daze. Fortunately, she came back to her senses not long after as she grasped Eleanor's extended hand and shook it as she replied, "It's nice to meet you as well, Eleanor. My name's Herelia. Please take good care of me." Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click book here Reincarnated As A Stick _13361908006612405 Go against commendations _50860829662305014 for visiting Herelia. Quite a good name, Eleanor could not help but say with a light chuckle as she soon added, "Don't worry, Herelia. I'll make sure to take good care of you." In response, Herelia could not help but lightly smile as a response to Eleanor's words, which inadvertently made Eleanor scream her heart out through the connection she had with Argentum. "Ah, she's definitely my type." "Glad to hear that," Argentum lightly chuckled in response to Eleanor's words, incredibly glad that Eleanor had taken a liking to Herelia. At this moment, he went ahead and patted Herelia on the shoulder before looking at Eleanor and saying, "Eleanor, I hope you teach Herelia everything she has to know as an animate." "Okay, I definitely won't hold back." Eleanor lightly nodded with a giggle as she focused her vision towards Herelia and said, "Herelia, dear, could you head to one of the rooms in this place for a while? Argentum and I have to talk about something for a bit." "Ah, I see." Herelia looked at Eleanor, then at Argentum for a bit, thinking that she had figured out what they were going to talk about as she nodded. Ignorant to what was going on in her mind, Eleanor snapped her fingers soon after, opening up a corridor on one of the walls, which led to a room that was decorated with the necessary amenities an animate would need throughout their life. At first, Herelia lightly shuddered at the fact that Eleanor had the ability to do something like this. But after she thought about it for a while, it soon made sense in her mind, thinking that Eleanor was a strong animate. As Herelia headed to the other room through the corridor, Eleanor and Argentum looked at each other for a bit in silence as the connection between them was cut off. "How did you get to know her, Argentum?" Eleanor asked Argentum as she reverted to her original pseudo-animate form. In response, Argentum went silent for a bit as he recalled how Horus had come to know Herelia. Of course, he wasn't going to tell Eleanor that he was the second body of another entity, since that fact was better off known by only a select few. And so, Argentum went ahead and narrated a shortened version of Horus meeting with Herelia. While narrating, he omitted the parts regarding the two of them having a system, as well as the inheritances he had a claim on. After listening to Argentum's narration, Eleanor lightly nodded as she said, "Quite an interesting story, to say the least. Though there's something that's been bugging me." She then squinted her eyes in suspicion as she asked him, "At first, I wasn't sure, but after sensing her aura for a while, I think there's something special about her. Perchance, is she an awakened?" "To be honest, I'm as clueless as you are," Argentum replied with a light sigh. Although he slightly regretted the fact that he did not check her status through the system at the very instant she was finished evolving, he had a decent level of confidence that Herelia was an awakened, considering the fact that her existence tribulation allowed her transitional evolutions to be enhanced twice. But since he had not made it certain through the system yet, it was better for him to not say it, which led to the current situation. Feeling that nothing was off, Eleanor did not pursue the matter any further as she said to him, "If you want to, I could check if she's an awakened or not." It doesn't really matter that much to me," Argentum replied as a thought surfaced in his mind related to the flame spirit inheritance. With this thought in mind, he then told her, "Speaking of which, you still haven't given me the additional share on the inheritance after I gave you the recipe for the Heaven's Flame potion." Surprisingly, Eleanor radiated an aura of slight annoyance as she responded, Do you really want that additional share? Can't you just write it off as payment for me taking care of Herelia and helping her adjust to her new existence level? At most, it would only boost your power by a small degree, right? Unexpectedly, Argentum thought that her words had sense to them, recalling how Eleanor told him that he did not need to give anything in exchange for taking care of Eleanor. Hearing that the small share of the inheritance was his payment for Eleanor taking care of Herelia, he shrugged his shoulders as he said, "If you put it that way, then I won't pursue the matter any further. Just think of it as payment. You serious?" Rather than lightly nod in agreement to Argentum's words, an aura of surprise instead surrounded Eleanor, as if she was looking at a different being. She then murmured to herself, "I just said that as a joke, but who knew you'd actually accept it?" Of course, Argentum, who had highly keen senses, heard her murmur, prompting him to let out a sigh as he scratched his head. Not waiting for Eleanor to ask him if he still wanted his share, he went ahead and told her, "I'm a man of my word. Just let it be." On the other hand, "I'm still going to pursue something else," he added, prompting an aura of curiosity to radiate from Eleanor as she asked, "And what would that be?" "Heaven's flame potions," Argentum replied in a solemn tone before asking, "Have you made some?" In response, Eleanor nodded as she released a strand of her energy, which headed towards a corridor that she had just opened. Not long after, the strand of energy had come back to where the two of them were. But it brought along over a dozen flasks, surprising Argentum. "Since you supplied me the recipe for the Heaven's Flame potion, it makes sense for you to ask for some potions from me," Eleanor said as she manipulated the energy to place the flasks she brought in front of Argentum. Every flask in Argentum was filled to the brim with red viscous fluid, which faintly emanated the aura of the fire element. "Would 20 flasks be sufficient for you?" she then asked him, to which Argentum nodded as he soon commanded the system to store all of these flasks in front of him inside its inventory. Soon after, the flasks disappeared in front of the two without a trace, making Eleanor take a few steps back in surprise as she was not expecting the flasks to disappear like that all of a sudden. Although she was curious as to how Argentum was able to do that, she knew that it was better to not ask secrets. Moving on to another topic. "So, what are you going to do now that Herelia's here?" she asked, to which Argentum succinctly answered, "I'm going to head to an Earth-based inheritance." "Ah, right. How's Blob doing?" Just as he was about to talk about the place he had in mind, he remembered that his companion was in the Flame Spirit inheritance, prompting him to ask Eleanor if he was well. In response, Eleanor lightly smiled as she replied, "He's doing great, though he's currently undergoing secluded training." Who knew he would also have the ability to learn things within minutes? "Well, I guess I have to thank Chorus for that," Argentum thought to himself as he lightly chuckled at Alina's words. Fortunately, she did not dawdle on the topic regarding Blob for long, returning to Argentum's previous statement as she asked, "So, which Earth-based inheritance are you heading to?" "The best one out of them, of course," Argentum replied with a tone of confidence as he added, "Of course, that inheritance is none other than a desecrated inheritance." Unexpectedly, rather than be happy for Argentum that he was choosing an inheritance that sounded like it would offer him the highest benefits, Eleanor could not help but radiate an aura of slight disappointment as she asked him, "Oh, come on. Did you really have to choose that inheritance? What's wrong with it?" Argentum asked soon after, not expecting her to be against his choice of inheritance. Without delay, Eleanor responded, "Well, the desecrated inheritance as a whole isn't really my problem. It's got great rewards and a great environment when it comes to practicing the earth element. What I don't like about it is the being that owns it," she soon added, prompting Argentum to ask her, "Is there a reason why you don't like the being?" The guy's very fickle-minded, incredibly competitive for no apparent reason, extremely arrogant, and she hastily replied to his question, only to notice that she was engrossed in her own thoughts. In the end, she lightly coughed as she said, "In short, the owner of the desecrated inheritance is pretty bad. Even Felix has bad relations with him." "Really?" Although Argentum was in disbelief that Felix had a bad relationship with the owner of the desecrated inheritance, The solemn aura surrounding Eleanor at this moment meant that she was not kidding when she said it. With a light sigh to regain his composure, he then asked her, "Let's say I don't choose the desecrated inheritance. What other Earth-based inheritance would you recommend me?" "I'd highly recommend the Supreme Terra Firma inheritance in that case," Eleanor replied to Argentum's question with eagerness, which was weird at first, but soon became understandable as Argentum knew that she was actively trying to remove the idea of heading to the desecrated inheritance in his mind. Not only does it offer rewards that are better than that accursed inheritance, the environment it has when it comes to training the earth element is also incredibly great. Plus, the being that owns the inheritance is considered my life and death companion, she continued to persuade Argentum. "If you want, I could tell her to reduce the difficulty of the trials you'd undergo." "Let me think about it for a bit," Argentum said in response to Elena's words as he went silent. To Eleanor, it looked like he was thinking about her offer. But to Argentum, it was just a way to make it seem like he was contemplating over her words. In actuality, he was set on heading to the desecrated inheritance, though he did think about heading to the Supreme Terra Firma inheritance Eleanor mentioned at first. In the end, the reason why he chose the former over the latter was due to his proximity to the inheritance, taking Aura's time of awakening in consideration. The desecrated inheritance was situated in a location slightly farther away than the Azure Shores, though it was still possibly to head to it and back to Tempest Cliff at his current level within a couple of days. On the other hand, the Supreme Terra Firma inheritance was situated at the south of the continent, which meant that it would take a long time for him to get back to Tempest Cliff, although the rewards they offer are comparably the same. Taking in a deep breath before letting out a sigh, he went ahead and looked at Eleanor, thinking that this was a sign that Argentum had made up his mind. Eleanor eagerly asked her, "So have you made your decision?" "Yeah," Argentum replied as he nodded. Before Eleanor could ask what inheritance he had chosen in his mind, Argentum interrupted her from doing so as he told her, "The inheritance I've chosen will definitely not disappoint you." Hearing this, Eleanor was about to say something at first, but then decided not to. Instead, she told him with a nod, "I see. Well, good luck." "Thanks," Argentum said as he radiated a faint aura of glee. Before he disappeared in front of Elena's field of vision, he went ahead and told her, "Take good care of Heralia for me, okay?" Whoosh. And just like that, Argentum disappeared from her field of vision, leaving Eleanor to herself as an aura of glee surrounded her. Not long after, an aura of curiosity and suspicion surrounded her as she muttered to herself, "I got to ask Felix to spy on Argentum. I have a feeling he'll definitely go to that place." Chapter 319 Heading to the northwest. Whoosh. Appearing outside the abandoned building that served as the entrance to the Flame Spirit inheritance, Argentum took in a deep breath as he adjusted to his surroundings. Soon after, he commanded the system in his mind to bring up a map of the surrounding areas. Naturally, an notification sound accompanied his requests, revealing a decently sized holographic screen in front of his field of vision soon after. In it contained a great portion of the territory that made up the Inferno Plains. Of course, he commanded the system to zoom out on the map, revealing some of the areas that surrounded the Inferno Plains. In fact, at the very top edge of the screen, he could even see a bit of the Azure Shores where Felix's inheritance was. Surprisingly, that amount of magnification wasn't enough to Argentum, commanding the system to zoom out once more, specifically asking it to zoom out at a magnification that would allow him to view around 30% of the continent he was in. Whoosh. Accompanied by the faint sound of wind in order to immerse Argentum into the map, the system acquiesced to his request, allowing him to view a decent portion of the continent he was in, though it was mostly the upper region of the continent. Scratching his head for a bit as he pondered as to where the desecrated inheritance was located, he then told the system to bring up the names of areas on the map. Unsurprisingly, with the area names now on the large map, he would now be able to navigate through the areas even better. As expected, Tempest Cliff is situated near the west of the continent, he muttered to himself as he also used this time setting a marker to where the desecrated inheritance was to get a better sense of where he was at the moment. The Inferno Plains was situated at the northwest region of the Tempest Cliff, separated by a couple of areas. On the other hand, the Azure Shores was situated at the north-northeast region of the Inferno Plains, though the distance between the two was at least 3 times larger than the distance between the first two. Eventually, his sense of vision landed on the area where the desecrated inheritance was, a place that had a name which perfectly fit the inheritance it housed, the desecrated Terran ruins. From its name, one could get a basic idea of what it contained, giving anyone the idea that it was an area that housed multiple ruins that eroded with time. Well, let's just say that the eroded ruins are considered the tip of the iceberg in this area. While looking at where the desecrated Terran ruins was located, Argentum could not help but let out a light chuckle as he murmured to himself, "From this angle, it's like him looking at the tip of a bean." In any case, I should really head to the ruins as soon as possible, he soon added, looking at the position of the sun for a bit before setting a marker on the map. After confirming that the marker was set to the desecrated Terran ruins, he then closed the screen in front of him before activating all of the movement speed boosting spells he had in his arsenal. "At my current speed, I might be able to arrive at the place at around dawn," he muttered as he calculated his estimated time of arrival, taking into consideration that it was now currently late afternoon. Without hesitation, he then directed all of the strength in his body towards his feet before zooming off in the direction of the desecrated Terran ruins. Of course, Argentum wasn't someone who liked to waste time while heading towards a certain place after knowing it would take him quite some time to arrive there. With that kind of mindset, it wasn't surprising for him to grind his skills while his feet were still moving. During this journey, he decided to focus on the passive skills he had that enhanced his senses, thinking that it was a great advantage to be able to obtain more information through one's senses. This monotonous process continued on for around 7 hours, with the moon even replacing the sun's place by the time Argentum took a break. Sitting down on the ground while lying on a large boulder to rest his feet, he took in a few deep breaths as he summed up the progress he had made while grinding his passive skills. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience. Please click book Reincarnated As A Stick _13361980066124005 heading to the northwest _50860860800819236 for visiting. Since I've only been grinding these things for less than half a day, they've only reached the adept level, though they are not that far from reaching the expert level, Argentum muttered to himself as he allowed his senses to work at its full extent, getting a better feel of his current surroundings. He subconsciously nodded afterward, radiating an aura of satisfaction as he continued to talk to himself, saying, "If I keep this pace up, I might be able to reach the artisan level for all of these skills, or perhaps even master level." Russell. Just as he was about to get back to traveling to the desecrated Terran ruins, his newly amplified sense of hearing could not help but hear faint rustling sounds from a small forest that was not too far away from him. At first, he thought that these sounds came from grazing beasts, so he paid it no heed. But then, the rustling sounds gradually became louder, as if it was heading towards his direction. At that point, Argentum decided to use all of his senses to their fullest extent, focusing it in the direction of the rustling sounds. And when he did just that, he could not help but radiate an aura of confusion, as well as slight surprise. Wondering if he had seen wrongly, his sense of vision focused on the sight of a hazy blue silhouette that seemed to look like a blur even when he tried his hardest to make out what it was. Fortunately, after a few passes of the blue silhouette darting through the forest, he finally had an idea as to who the blue silhouette was, prompting him to ask, "Felix, are you following me?" Hearing that question, the blue silhouette let out a sound as it stopped darting around. Letting out a sigh, it then got out of the trees and shrubs, showing his blue body that blended into the background in front of Argentum. Scratching his head in slight confusion, he looked at Argentum in front of him and said, "I'm surprised you were able to see me even when I was moving too fast." "It's more like you wanted me to notice you," "And that's why you moved too fast," Argentum said in response to Felix's words, prompting Felix to move as if he took a punch in the gut before letting out a short cackle. Soon after, he took in a deep breath as he asked, "Was it that obvious?" "What do you think should be my answer to that question?" Argentum replied to Felix's question with a question of his own as he pondered over Felix's appearance at this moment. Although he didn't have a clue as to why Felix appeared in front of him at first, it did not take long for him to connect the dots as he radiated a solemn expression towards Felix before asking, "Did Eleanor send you?" "Bingo." Felix responded with an aura of glee radiating from him, which turned into slight disappointment as he let out a sigh. Unexpectedly, after hearing Felix's sigh, Argentum let out a sigh as well as he murmured, "Why do I feel like this was bound to happen as long as Eleanor got involved?" "She just cares about you, that's all," Felix replied, only to add a few more words with a slightly tired tone to it as he continued, "Though I'd rather have her not butt into other people's lives every so often." "Do you hate the owner of the desecrated inheritance as well, Felix?" Argentum could not help but ask, recalling how Eleanor told him that Felix disliked the guy as well. In response, Felix scratched his head as he recalled his memories with the desecrated inheritance's owner as he slowly replied, "Well, it's not really to the point of hating him. At most I just dislike him for what he did. That's all there is to it. Other than that, he's a good guy in my books." "What he did?" Argentum focused on this certain portion of Felix's statement as he continued to question him. "What did he do?" "I don't know what the motive behind it was, but after meeting with Eleanor, he decided to get C.O.C. around her, assert dominance, brag about stuff that isn't normally talked about, and so on," Felix replied, taking a small breath before continuing, "Surprisingly, that guy doesn't act that way around me." At most, only a small sense of pride could be felt from him. "Then again, he's stronger than both me and Eleanor, so I know why there's that air to him." Argentum hemmed and hawed over Felix's words for a bit, feeling that there was something unusual about the owner of the desecrated inheritance. Unfortunately, he could not put his foot as to what was wrong with the guy, so he chalked it off as the guy probably having a neurotic episode, placing the thought at the back of his head after that. Not long after, he stood up and took a look at the sky, noticing that it was getting deep into the night. Knowing that he still had to trek a great distance in order to arrive at the desecrated Terran ruins, Argentum looked at Felix as he activated his movement speed boosting spells and asked, "So, what are you gonna do now that I found out you were spying on me?" Unsurprisingly, Felix shrugged his shoulders as he replied with an air of indifference, I could head back, or I could come with you to the desecrated Terran ruins. Either way, I'll still tell Eleanor the opposite of what she wants to hear from me. If she hears from me that you went to the desecrated inheritance, she definitely won't hesitate to go all out on the owner of the desecrated inheritance." "Seriously? Does she want the guy off the face of this world or something?" Argentum seriously felt that something weird was going on with Eleanor, though he still could not put a finger on what was wrong. Nevertheless, he and Felix couldn't care less about the reason why she was like that, knowing that her relationship with that being wouldn't affect the two of them at all. As he redirected all of the strength in his body towards his feet, Argentum pondered as to whether he would have Felix join him on his journey to the desecrated Terran ruins or not. In the end, he deactivated all of the movement speed boosting spells on his body as he looked at Felix and asked, "Would you mind if you helped me travel to the desecrated Terran ruins?" In response, Felix let out a faint aura of glee as he replied, "That's not a problem to me at all." Soon after, Felix released a great amount of energy through his fingers, enveloping the two of them as he then used this energy to propel both of them in the direction of the desecrated Terran ruins. It was no surprise that the speed at which they traversed the distance between where they were and where they wanted to go was miles apart from the speed at which Argentum was traveling. And so, by the time the moon had reached the peak of the sky, both Argentum and Felix were near the desecrated Terran ruins. continuing to zoom across the landscape in the air as the two of them chatted about things that ranged from they were going to do after this journey was done, to what they could improve upon in terms of combat power and whatnot, though they did not go too in-depth into the latter. A few minutes later, the two of them were finally hovering near the boundary that separated the wilderness and the area that is the desecrated Terran ruins, reducing the amount of energy surrounding the two of them to gradually descend to the ground. Felix looked at Argentum and said, "Although I know you won't die in that place, remember to still be careful." "Don't worry, Felix. I know what I'm doing," Argentum replied, letting out a light chuckle soon after. "If I wasn't, then I wouldn't have come here in the first place." "Well, I hope you get what you need from the inheritance, and I definitely hope it helps you out in the origin trials," Felix said in response as he let out a light chuckle as well. After that, he turned around and summoned all of the energy in his body, releasing it in one large burst as he headed in the direction of the Inferno Plains at a speed far greater than what the two of them were traveling on. "Guess he was holding back in consideration of me," Argentum lightly laughed as he muttered before turning his head to look at the direction of the desecrated Terran ruins. Though he could not see the insides of the area as tons of dust was flying in the air, he knew that all of it would change once he stepped foot into the desecrated Terran ruins. "Well then, I should go and do what I came for." Chapter 320 Venturing Through Dust. Swish, swish, swish. At the very instant Argentum took a few steps inside the desecrated Terran ruins, the first feeling that washed over his body was the feeling of being pushed down on all sides. No matter whether he leaned, squatted down, or did any other movement, there would be the feeling of a somewhat heavy weight over his body. Of course, since he was a pseudo-animate, that was the only downside he got from the area. If he was an animate, then he would have brought some goggles, as the dust inside the area was notorious for blinding people, both temporarily and permanently. Trying to ignore the feeling of being weighed down with every step he took, he went ahead and used all of his movement speed boosting spells in order to speed up his journey to the desecrated inheritance. Surprisingly, once he did this, the feeling of being weighed down had intensified by a few degrees, making it feel like he was stepping on quicksand. Then again, the distance he traversed under this feeling was still around the same, though it was still distracting and uncomfortable. Deciding to put an end to this, Argentum deactivated all of the spells on his body after he moved about 100 meters into the area. After that, he sat down on the ground and commanded the system to bring up a map of the area he was in. It did not take long for him to set a marker at the center of the desecrated Terran ruins, as that place was where the desecrated inheritance was located. After double-checking that the marker was set in place, he then closed the screen in front of his field of vision before pulling up his skill list, focusing his attention towards one of the skills he had learned while he was inside the Verdant Blossom Breeze Alliance. While recalling about the skill, he could not help but recall the 6 companions Horus had beside him, prompting him to mutter to himself, "I totally forgot about telling them that I was going to go on a journey. I should always remember to do that." He then placed this thought at the back of his head as he returned his focus on one of the passive skills he had on list, namely the Earth Affinity skill, which he had obtained after consuming the Heaven's Earth potion. Although it would have allowed him to reach the animate level of understanding if he were to use the potion here, he still thought that his current progress regarding Earth element was okay. Of course, that was taking into consideration that he had inherited Horus' insanely high comprehension speed. Taking in a deep breath as he attuned his body to the surroundings, he soon went ahead and allocated all of his time to raising the level of Earth Affinity. Since it was around midnight, to him, it was the perfect time to be focusing on grinding up skills, as there was more or less no distractions at this time, especially in a place like this. And so, as minutes and hours passed by, his understanding of the Earth element gradually became deeper and deeper as he felt more and more connected with the Earth energy particles in the area. In fact, while enhancing the skill, he could not help but ponder to himself why there was an overabundance of earth energy particles in the area. Though it was beneficial for him since it meant that the effects of the Heavens Earth potion would be boosted once he consumed it, he still felt that it was a bit odd. By the time he stopped grinding Earth Affinity, it was already late in the morning. Opening up his sense of vision as he stood up to lightly stretch his body, he felt that the weight pushing down on his body had now become multiple times lighter, to the point where he could even ignore it if he wanted to. Naturally, that was due to the fact that his Earth Affinity had now reached the grade mortal level. If he put in a bit more time into it, it wouldn't be impossible for him to reach the grade mortal level for the skill. But since he found out that achieving the true element level of affinity for an element would reset his progress back to zero, this was more than enough for him right now. Astonishingly, rather than head deeper into the desecrated Terran ruins after raising Earth Affinity to grade mortal level, he instead sat down on the ground once more as he made himself comfortable. After that, he opened up his upper torso, revealing the Tome of the Four Elements, something he hadn't used for a while. Rather than placing it on the ground and opening it as usual, Argentum went ahead and conjured tendrils on his upper torso, using 4 to hold the book up as he conjured another 2 to flip through the pages of the book. It did not take long for him to arrive at the portion where the book focused on the earth element, using his tendrils to absorb all of the information written regarding certain skills he wanted to learn that leaned towards it. After making sure that the information he had obtained from the tome was imprinted in his mind, he then opened up his upper torso and placed the tome back as he dispersed the tendrils he had conjured. Sealing his upper torso shut to make sure that the tome doesn't fall, he then closed his sense of vision as he now used his heightened affinity towards the earth element to make the learning process of the 2 earth-based skills he had in mind easier. Unsurprisingly, the 2 earth-based skills he chose were Earth Resistance and Lesser Earth Magic. Adding on Earth Affinity, it made up the basic combo an elemental mage would have in terms of skills. Since he had a feeling that he would obtain more earth-based skills from the desecrated inheritance, he decided that learning these 2 would be enough for him to be prepared for the trials that came along with the inheritance. And with that, he had successfully learned both Earth Resistance and Lesser Earth Magic as it had just become afternoon. Opening his sense of vision after obtaining notifications that he had learned both skills, he then stood up and lightly stretched his body once more, subconsciously radiating an aura of slight glee as he noticed that the heavy feeling pushing down on his body had disappeared after he learned Earth Resistance. Although I could invest more time into enhancing these 2 skills, having low-leveled skills would definitely offer me a greater selection of trials to choose from, Argentum muttered to himself as he recalled the trials Horus had undergone through the desecrated inheritance in the past. The difficulty of those trials being correlated to the level of earth-based skills he had. With nothing holding him down, he went ahead and activated his movement speed boosting spells once more, this time feeling a sense of satisfaction from feeling as light as a feather. Not even a few seconds later, he was far away from where he was grinding his skills, dashing towards the center of the desecrated Terran ruins without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While making his way to the desecrated inheritance, whenever he found a skeleton lying near some ruined walls or pillars, he would go ahead and snatch their femur bones before placing them into the system's inventory. Naturally, Argentum felt that it was weird at first, but after looking through Horus' memories regarding the inheritance, he knew that these femur bones he collected would serve a purpose later on. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience. Please click book here Reincarnated As A Stick _13361980066124005 venturing through dust _50860874507800665 for visiting. Not only that, but collecting the femur bones also made Argentum realize what kind of place the desecrated Terran ruins was. Although he already had an idea as to what it was like thanks to Horus' memories of it, experiencing it firsthand was still better than obtaining information of it from another person. From the name itself, the desecrated Terran ruins was littered to the brim with ruins. These ruins ranged from incredibly dilapidated buildings, to pillars where only the base could be seen, to even houses that seemed to have been hit by a meteor. Of course, that wasn't all. Since it had the word desecrated on its name, that meant that the area was actually a large graveyard, with the buildings, pillars, and all that making up a great portion of the mausoleums. Only a scant few of those housed living people in the past, where all of the people who tended to the graveyards lived in. Naturally, these mausoleums were ransacked by grave robbers in the past, giving it the name it currently had. If not for that, then it might have been called the Ruined Terran Graveyard, or the Terran Graveyard Ruins. By the time Argentum had reached the central area of the desecrated Terran ruins, the sun was already around half an hour to setting down. Nevertheless, since there was still light, Argentum could not help but feel proud as he looked at the large building in front of him. To be honest, it would be more accurate to call this place a large and empty mausoleum, as it was devoid of furniture. On top of that, it was the only building in the area to remain standing, even after everything that happened, which caused the other mausoleum to turn into ruins. Of course, Argentum didn't mind that, as he commanded the system to bring out all of the femur bones he had collected from the skeletons he came across. Unsurprisingly, a cacophony of sounds where bone hit bone resounded throughout the area, only stopping when the pile of bones in front of him had reached a height where it could reach his kneecaps. If he had them anyway. 141 femur bones. Argentum muttered to himself, recalling the odd one out that only had one femur bone instead of two. Soon after, he went ahead and got to work as he grabbed a small portion of the femur bones he collected before dropping it inside the mausoleum. He then rearranged the bones into a small circle while 5 femur bones were arranged into an asterisk at the very center. While doing so, he tried to recall how the bones were arranged in Horus memories as he continued to grab more femur bones from the pile outside, forming more concentric circles around the original circle he made. Once the bones he had obtained ran out, 5 concentric circles of varying sizes surrounded an asterisk made of femur bones, allowing an aura of satisfaction and seriousness to radiate out of Argentum's body as he then tried to recall what he had to do next in order to officially enter the inheritance. The truth was, the arrangement of femur bones he just did could be considered as the first key to entering the inheritance. There was a total of 3 keys one needed in order to enter the desecrated inheritance, and he had already fulfilled 2 of them, with the second key being earth-based skills. As for the final key, it was an incantation that could only be obtained by the fated. But since Argentum had access to Horus memories, he had access to this incantation as he muttered to himself in slight embarrassment. Do I really have to say this? Letting out a loud sigh to remove all of the embarrassment he was feeling, he then took in a deep breath as he tried to maintain a solemn aura around him. Making sure that he was as composed as he could ever be, he then extended his hands towards the asterisk at the center as he stood outside the concentric circles. Soon after, a faint brown glow could be seen emitting from his palms as he then said in the most solemn tone he could ever muster, "Oh, Supreme Being, blessed and cursed by both heaven and hell, heed my words as my offering of femur bones shall be the connection guiding me to the truth. Let me bask in your corrupted light, learning of both desecration and ruination as mountains and rivers move with the passing of time. I beseech Lord Calciphas of the Evernorth Desert to please accept my pleas and let me into your heavenly Aden. In your name, I solemnly pray. Calciphas the Great, may your bones be unbreakable." Whoosh! After he was finished with his incantation, the femur bones he placed on the inside of mausoleum started to glow a faint purple, which would then change into a faint brown light from time to time. At first, the change between the 2 colors took some time, but as time went on, the frequency at which they changed became more and more frequent, to the point that the 2 colors started flickering on the bones at the same time. Bang! Eventually, the flickering had reached its limit as all of the femur bones shone of brown and purple light simultaneously, heading towards Argentum's palms, which currently shone with brown light. Using that as the medium, the brown and purple lights soon covered his body as he felt space distorting around his body. Sensing this, he couldn't help but radiate an aura of astonishment as he muttered to himself, It worked. Haha. It worked. It actually worked. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't finish his last statement as he was then sent to another space. Chapter 321. Welcome to the Evernorth Desert. While Argentum was being transported into another place as his final statement was left interrupted, a different thing was taking place inside the Inferno Plains, namely, inside the Flame Spirit Inheritance. Whoosh. Well, that was a nice detour. A blue silhouette could not help but mutter to himself with slight glee as he looked at the dilapidated building in front of him, prompting him to let out a sigh soon after. Although he knew what kind of person Eleanor was after spending a ton of time with her after all these millennia, he still could not help but shudder with fear whenever he remembered Elena's aggressive side. I hope the relaxing detour I took gives me enough strength to not slip up while saying what I have to say, Felix added not long after, taking in a deep breath before circulating all of the energy inside his body to enter the Flame Spirit Inheritance. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience. Please click book here. Reincarnated As A Stick _13361908006612405. Welcome to the Evernorth Desert _50860883903041780 for visiting. Swish. It did not take long for Felix to appear in the room where Eleanor usually stayed, radiating an aura of calmness as he looked around his surroundings. His sense of vision stopped at the fiery silhouette of a woman, who radiated an aura of seriousness as she looked at Felix and asked, "So, where did Argentum go?" "Fortunately, he listened to your recommendations," Felix said with an aura of light glee, recalling the conversation he had with Argentum regarding this topic. If Argentum did not say anything about this while they were heading to the desecrated Terran ruins, then the chances of him slipping up might have increased. With a light chuckle, he continued, "Rest assured, Eleanor, he went to the Supreme Terra Firma Inheritance, just like you said." "Is that really the case?" Eleanor, who listened to Felix's response, could not help but become inwardly suspicious, though on the outside, she remained indifferent. After going silent for a bit, she then lets out a light sigh as she looked at him and said, "In any case, I apologize for asking you to do this. I know you're a busy guy and all that, concocting tons of heaven's water potions every day." "Well, I could say the same for you," Felix replied, letting out a light chuckle as he asked her, "I presume going to sell it through your connections?" "Of course, but the potency of the potions will be reduced to about 10% of the original," Eleanor responded to his question with a light sigh, her sense of vision focusing on one of the corridors as she added, "That way, it'd be able to at least have a decent flow of money in order to help out Argentum's animate friend." "Oh? His friend is here?" Felix's interest was instantly piqued, looking around the various corridors that were connected to the room they were in, only to decide in the end that there was no point snooping around as he felt that Argentum would introduce his friend to him in the future anyway. Shrugging his shoulders, he then turned around as he asked, "Is there anything else you want me to do before I leave?" "Nah, that's pretty much it." Eleanor waved her hands as she replied, "Thanks for the help as always, Felix." "No problem," Felix responded in a nonchalant tone as he circulated all of the energy inside his body once more, allowing him to leave the inside of the Flame Spirit Inheritance in less than an instant. At the very instant his presence was not felt around the area anymore, Elena's aura, which took on a bit of indifference and nonchalance, hastily changed into that of extreme suspicion as she muttered, "Felix's response is smooth. Too smooth in fact." As she said that, she could not help but let out a light sigh as she released a bit of her energy, transforming it into a clone of her that would allow her to still communicate with Herelia while she was away. Making sure that the clone had enough energy inside that would allow it to last for days, Eleanor then muttered to herself, "In the end, he'll only be satisfied once I obtain information from Argentum firsthand." Naturally, she knew that she could contact him through the connection they had, but since she had a feeling that he was already attempting the trials of the inheritance he chose, she opted to come to where the inheritance was instead. Circulating all of the energy inside her body, she went outside of the Flame Spirit Inheritance just like Felix, taking a quick look at the sun that was already near the peak of the sky. Releasing a great amount of energy to propel herself at breakneck speeds, Eleanor went ahead and headed towards a certain direction as she said, "For now, I'll head to the Supreme Terra Firma Inheritance and ask if Argentum's there. If not, then, be prepared to meet your maker, Argentum." Whoosh. After a few seconds or so, the feeling of having space distort around his body had stopped, allowing Argentum to gaze at the wondrous sight in front of him. Or at least, what was once a wondrous sight. Scratching his head as he tried to recall whether or not the place he ended up in was the right place, he went ahead and assessed his surroundings through his enhanced senses, giving him a better idea as to where he was. Unsurprisingly, it did not take long for him to come to a conclusion, radiating an aura of slight glee as he muttered to himself, "Fortunately, the incantation I used was the right one." If Aura's memories are correct, then I'm currently in the qualification trial of the desecrated inheritance, the Evernorth Desert. Although it was unknown as to how a whole desert was placed inside an inheritance like the desecrated inheritance, according to Aura's memories, the Evernorth Desert used to house 3 large desert kingdoms, which all had around 300,000 people combined, working harmoniously with one another. Unfortunately, this era of peace was ended by someone named Calciphas, who was the person he mentioned while trying to get access into the inheritance. Pondering as to what he was going to do now that he was in the Evernorth Desert, a disembodied voice resounded throughout the area all of a sudden, giving off an imposing vibe as it muttered, "Welcome, inheritor candidate, to the desecrated inheritance. I shall be your guide in this inheritance, and I hope you pass through all of the trials Lord Calciphas shall give you." Currently, you're inside the Evernorth Desert, the desert where the first feats of the great Lord Calciphas have been witnessed. The disembodied voice continued to talk, its tone that of awe and reverence. "To pay pilgrimage to the great Lord Calciphas, you must trek the Evernorth Desert in search of its exit. Once you find the exit, you shall become eligible to enter the true desecrated inheritance, and obtain boundless amounts of power. As a hint to reach the exit, heed my words," it added after it explained what Argentum had to do to start the desecrated inheritance. "The earth shall be your guide, let its embrace envelop you as it shall lead you to the end. May you be successful in reaching the end, inheritor candidate." The disembodied voice said its final words before disappearing, allowing Argentum to start trekking through the Evernorth Desert. Of course, before going ahead and starting his journey through the desert, the first thing he did was process and organize the information he had obtained from the disembodied voice, where most of it was related to the great Lord Calciphas, who Argentum thought was the owner of the desecrated inheritance. "I wonder how long this Calciphas guy has been alive?" Argentum could not help but think to himself, recalling how old Felix and Eleanor were. Nevertheless, this thought was placed at the back of his head as he recalled that he was here to obtain earth-based skills from the inheritance, and not to find out the relationship between the three. Though it was not a lie to say that he was interested. After processing all of the information he had obtained from the disembodied voice, he then recalled Aura's memories regarding the Evernorth Desert, wondering if the words spoken by the voice inside his memory were more or less the same with what the disembodied voice said to him. Fortunately, that was indeed the case, with the voice inside Aura's memory saying something along the lines of letting the earth guide him towards the end. With that being confirmed, Argentum already knew what he had to do in order to find the exit in the Evernorth Desert and officially arrive at the desecrated inheritance. Closing his sense of vision without hesitation, he then allowed one of his passive skills to replace his sight as it offered him a new perspective on what the Evernorth Desert was like. The passive skill that replaced his sight. Was Earth Affinity. From the hint given by the disembodied voice itself, it told Argentum to let the earth guide him towards the exit. Naturally, the best way to let the earth guide someone like him towards the exit was to become one with the earth, and thus, Earth Affinity was activated. At the very instant the skill replaced his sense of vision, he was able to find out that a great amount of earth energy particles could be seen in the surroundings, though most of it congregated towards the sand he was stepping on. transforming into strands of pale brown light. These strands then connected with one another, transforming into thick brown lines that served as pathways amidst the mostly dark landscape offered by Earth affinity. Surprisingly, these thick brown lines were arranged in a maze-like pattern that covered the entirety of the Evernorth Desert, though Argentum wasn't sure about the last part since his Earth affinity was only at the grade mortal level. It did offer him greater range as to how many thick brown lines on the sand he could see, but he did not have the ability to view all of the lines making up the hidden maze of the Evernorth Desert, thinking that it was only possible if he had achieved true Earth affinity. "Well, let's get started," Argentum said to psych himself up, as he knew that this journey was going to last for quite some time. Since it was a maze, then he already had a strategy up his sleeve that would allow him to reach the end, though not at the fastest time. Making sure to focus his skill towards the right side of every thick brown line he was walking on, he went ahead and activated about half of his movement speed boosting spells, giving himself some leeway when it came to sensing where he was going to go. Naturally, the strategy that he used when traversing the maze was a classic, which was to place one's hand on the right side of the wall and use that as a way to find the exit. Of course, this strategy would not apply to all mazes, as some mazes had the ability to change shape, depending on who made it. Thankfully, the owner of the desecrated inheritance did not bother to make it change shape, giving beings like Argentum, who knew what to do inside the Evernorth Desert, assurance in getting to the official portion of the desecrated inheritance. And so, Argentum went on and traversed through the Evernorth Desert, allowing his Earth affinity to act as his eyes as he followed the paths of the thick brown lines. From a bystander, it would seem that Argentum was walking around in circles for some time, then walk straight for others, then walk in a random direction after that. Even though it was a bit hilarious to think about, Argentum continued to make progress through the maze, feeling that he had reached the halfway point of the Evernorth Desert's maze by around 3 hours or so. By the time he had sensed the exit, it was already 5 hours since he started walking through the maze. At the very instant he was able to sense it, he activated one more movement speed boosting spell, significantly increasing the speed at which he traversed the thick brown lines making up the maze before finally arriving at the exit. Whoosh! At the very instant he touched the exit of the maze, which was a large circle made out of lighter brown lines, the disembodied voice that gave him advice at the start resounded throughout the area once more. It said with a tone of praise, "Congratulations, Inheritor Candidate, for arriving at the end of the Evernorth Desert in a time of 5 hours, and 12 minutes. Since you have arrived at the end of the Evernorth Desert at a time 4 times faster than the general average, the Desecrated Inheritance has decided to give you a chance to select one skills from the Inheritance's skill list. To access it, just step beyond the exit you're stepping on and everything else will naturally take place." It continued. Since Argentum was now done traversing through the hidden maze of the Evernorth Desert, he opened his sense of vision once more, revealing a doorway that shone quite intensely with brown light. Without hesitation, he took a few steps into the doorway, being transported to another place as the disembodied voice that guided him resounded throughout the area. The Inheritor Candidate has officially entered the Desecrated Inheritance. Adjusting trial difficulty according to the Inheritor Candidate's results. Trial difficulty has been successfully adjusted. Difficulty has been set to Prodigy grade. Chapter 322 About with a Serpent Swoosh. As Argentum continued to walk while allowing the brown light around him to engulf his sense of vision, he could not help but ponder as to how far he still had to walk before reaching the proper portion of the Desecrated Inheritance. Fortunately, after about 20 steps or so, the brown light surrounding him was gradually changed to reveal what seemed to be the interior of what was a cozy home. Well, to be honest, it was more accurate to call it the interior of a luxury home focused on making sure that the person inside it was as relaxed as possible. Taking a look at his new surroundings, Argentum was greeted with the sight of a few sofas circling around a stunningly crafted table made out of chiseled marble. These sofas were made with what seemed to be soft red fabric, which complemented the hardwood floor of the area he was in. If one also took into consideration the cream-white walls of the area, as well as the candlelit chandelier above the marble table, which gave off a dim yet soothing light, then one could definitely consider this as the place where one would attend to guests. Definitely a weird hall when compared to other inheritances, Argentum muttered to himself as he made his way to one of the sofas, sitting down before letting out a sigh of relief. While doing so, he went through Horus' memories regarding the trials of the desecrated inheritance, wanting to make sure that he was prepared for the trials. Of course, he still gave himself some leeway in case the trials changed. Although this world was based on eyes, he knew that not all would be based on it, since this was a living, breathing world. After being certain that he had remembered all of the trials Horus had gone through in the desecrated inheritance back then, he then took another look at his surroundings, noticing that a small doorway that shone with white light had appeared on one of the cream-white walls. It was no surprise that this wall led to the start of the desecrated inheritance, given by the fact that the doorway seemed to radiate an aura that was beckoning Argentum to enter it. Although he wouldn't mind heading through it at this instant since he didn't need to prepare for anything, he still recalled the words mentioned by the disembodied voice before he left the Evernorth Desert. This thought soon made him ask himself, if I remember correctly, the voice said that I've obtained a chance to select skills from the inheritance. Do I have to do something to allow me to use that chance? Swish. Surprisingly, just as he was thinking about how he was going to use the chance he had earned, a small screen made out of earth energy particles had appeared in front of his field of vision, slightly surprising Argentum in the process. Taking a look at the content written on the screen made of earth, he could not help but mutter with a hint of awe, for someone like Lord Calcifers to have the ability to make something like this, I presume he's pretty strong. As he said, he wondered if the screen in front of him was driven by thoughts, prompting him to think about selecting a skill. It turned out that his hypothesis was indeed correct, with the content of the screen being hastily replaced with multiple rectangles not long after. A few seconds later, the insides of these rectangles were filled with texts, with the top portion of the rectangles having larger texts. Just as he was about to choose a skill, Argentum noticed that there were a few lines of text at the top of the screen, prompting him to read it out as he murmured, due to the inheritor achieving prodigy grade, the inheritor has obtained access to prodigy grade skills. What's the prodigy grade? He soon asked himself, hastily rummaging through Horus' memories after that to find out what it was. Unfortunately for him, Horus' memories did not have anything that tackled the prodigy grade whatsoever, though it was not impossible for him to have his own thoughts on the matter, thinking that the prodigy grade was a type of reward grade. If it is a reward grade, then I hope it's high up there, he said with a light chuckle before sending out a thought to the screen that he only wanted to see prodigy grade skills. It did not take long for the screen in front to comply to his wishes, with the number of rectangles on the screen now being countable on 2 hands. With only a few skills to choose from, Argentum went ahead and read through the title and description of each and every skill, taking into consideration what he would possibly need for the future trials. No, not that. This one ain't it either. Found the one that suits me for now. With only less than 10 skills to choose from, it was no surprise that it only took a few minutes for Argentum to choose a skill from the list that felt like he needed. Without hesitation, he sent out a thought that he would like to learn the skill he had chosen from the list, to which the screen complied as it sent out an array of earth energy particles towards his forehead. These particles were then absorbed by his body as a notification sound resounded in his mind not even an instant after. Ding! You have learned the active skill Mountain Reformation scripture. Identify the skill I've just obtained, Argentum said not long after obtaining the notification, prompting a holographic screen to appear in front of the screen made of earth. Although he had already confirmed that he had obtained the skill he chose from the name alone, he wanted to make sure that its effects were as described. Skimming through the skill's description, Mountain Reformation Scripture Grade, Mortal C. An ultimate art that condenses the specialties of the earth element into a single skill. It is an art that allows the user to bend the earth element to their will, allowing them to use as a means of defense, or as a means of offense. When the user enlightens themselves through this skill, it wouldn't be far-fetched to say that they could wreak havoc through the earth element alone. Nodding in satisfaction, Argentum then closed the screen he summoned as he sent a thought to the screen made of earth that he was now done looking through the screen. Interestingly, after that thought was sent out, the screen made out of earth transformed into dust that was dispersed all over the surroundings, only to dissipate into thin air soon after. Seeing this, Argentum could not help but mutter, "Quite flashy." After that, he stood up from the sofa and made his way towards the bright doorway, recalling the information he had committed to memory as he took in a deep breath. Gazing into the doorway, as if he was seeing something else inside it, Argentum muttered, "If Or's memories serve as a good guide, then the first trial given to me will be an endurance trial, prompting me to clear as many waves as possible. Now that I think about it, I should have obtained some passive skills that increased my rate of mana recovery." He could not help but say, only to shrug his shoulders soon after as he added, "Oh, well, I still have a large pool of mana." Whoosh! And with that, Argentum went ahead and stepped through the bright white doorway, his surroundings instantly being covered in white light. Just like before with the previous doorway, it took Argentum around 20 steps or so to arrive at a new area, with the white light surrounding him being gradually replaced with the new area he was arriving in. Around half a minute later, the white light surrounding him was now gone, being greeted by the sight of a wide yet empty hall. "Seems like a good place where an endurance trial could be held," Argentum said as he assessed his surroundings, lightly nodding as he shifted his vision from time to time. After a minute later, a disembodied voice resounded throughout the hall, its voice filled with solemnity. Nevertheless, from listening to the voice, Argentum knew that it was the same voice that spoke out to him back in the Evernorth Desert. "Welcome to your first trial, Inheritor," the disembodied voice said to Argentum. "This first trial will test out one of the key characteristics Lord Calcifer's checks on when taking in an inheritor. That is one's strength. In this trial, you must fight against one of the beasts reared by Lord Calcifer himself. Once you defeat the beast you're up against, then it is considered that you have cleared the first trial, allowing you to head back to the previous room you were in," it added. "Wait a second. A beast?" Argentum could not help but ask, recalling how the first trial in Norus memories was that of endurance. Just as he was about to ask the disembodied voice why his first trial was related to strength rather than endurance, he instead thought that the current scheme of things might be more beneficial to him in the long run, prompting him to change in mind. Going silent for a bit, he then asked the disembodied voice, "Might I ask the strength of the beast I'm fighting up against?" "Due to your current strength, the inheritance has adjusted the strength of the beast to the rank 3 animate level," the disembodied voice hastily replied before adding, "Of course, since the inheritor has achieved prodigy grade, it's highly likely that you'd defeat it without a problem." Rank 3 animate. Hearing the beast's strength, he could not help but suck in a bit of cold air. It was no problem for him to fight against rank 1 and rank 2 animates since he had the ability to enhance his stats to outrageously high levels. Of course, it went without saying that he could fight against rank 3 animates as well, though at most, he felt like he could only fight them to a standstill. Nevertheless, he still had the confidence that he would be able to escape from the fight if push came to shove. With that in mind, he redirected his thoughts towards the second statement of the disembodied voice, which had something to do with the term prodigy grade. At first, he thought that prodigy grade referred to a grade of rewards he could obtain. But from what the disembodied voice was saying, it seemed that it did not only affect rewards, but the difficulty of the trials as well. With the thought lingering in his mind, he then asked the disembodied voice another question, saying, "How many difficulty grades are there in the desecrated inheritance?" Surprisingly, the disembodied voice replied, saying, There are a total of 9 difficulty grades in the Desecrated Inheritance. The Prodigy grade is considered as the 6th difficulty grade, with 5 grades being lower than it. From lowest to highest. These 5 lower grades are Commoner, Adept, Elite, Expert, and Genius. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click book here Reincarnated As A Stick _13361908006612405 about with us appent _508609040357012001 for visiting. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you what the last 3 grades are, but for someone like you with high potential, it's not impossible for the difficulty grade of your trials to inheritance. The disembodied voice soon added, making Argentum inwardly let out a long sigh as he felt that these difficulty grades he had just learned of would become troublesome in the long run. Nevertheless, since difficulty and rewards go hand in hand, he knew that he had to do his best in order for the difficulty grade of his trials to increase. Astonishingly, this thought was enough for him to become eager to start the first trial. Without delay, he said to the disembodied voice, "I would like to start the first trial." "All right, then," the disembodied voice replied. In less than an instant, the atmosphere inside the hall Argentum was in had changed, giving off the feeling that a tyrant ruled over it. As the feeling became more and more intense, the disembodied voice said to him, "The first trial is now starting." Hiss. Coincidentally, at the very moment the disembodied voice was finished speaking, a loud hissing sound resounded throughout the hall, sending wave after wave of pressure towards Argentum. At this point, Argentum knew that he had to get serious, utilizing his enhanced senses to the maximum to gauge the power of the opponent he was up against. While doing so, he cast all of the buffs he had in his arsenal, gradually increasing his stats to the same level as his opponents. Taking on a battle stance, Argentum looked at the opposite side of the hall, wanting to know who he was up against since the hissing sound originated from there. Fortunately, it did not take long for his opponent to reveal itself, showing a gigantic snake covered in scales that seemed to be made from hardened rocks. On top of that, if one looked at its head, one could see a makeshift crown made out of the same scales, making the snake give off the feeling that it was some sort of king. From what he was feeling from the gigantic snake alone, he knew that it was going to be a close fight. Without hesitation, he taunted the snake to come at him as he shouted, "Come at me, you flimsy earth noodle." Hiss. Although the large snake was not capable of comprehending or using human speech, from the tone Argentum took, it knew that he was taunting him, prompting it to slither towards Argentum at high speeds as a massive amount of earth energy particles started coalescing around its body. The first trial has officially begun. While the two were about to make their first moves on each other, the disembodied voice resounded throughout the area. The inheritor's opponent in this trial is the rank 3 Mountain Serpent King. Chapter 323 New type of attack. While the disembodied voice had announced the official start of Argentum's first trial, Argentum, on the other hand, was waiting for the snake to make its move, circulating all of the energy inside his body in preparation for his counterattack. Fortunately, with the taunting he had done earlier, it seemed that the Mountain Serpent King was adamant on showing Argentum who's boss. Hiss. As if the large snake had legs beneath its underbelly, it madly slithered towards Argentum with a large amount of earth energy particles surrounding it. It did not take long for the snake to arrive where it wanted to go, stopping at the exact moment there was only a few meters of space between the two. While in the process of stopping, it manipulated all of the earth energy particles to absorb the momentum it had accumulated and used that to shoot a large barrage of condensed earth towards Argentum. Swoosh, swoosh, psh. Seeing this, Argentum could not help but snicker a bit as his enhanced senses could feel the trajectory of each condensed piece of earth that was heading towards his way, stimulating all of the strength inside his body in tandem with the buffs he had applied. He dodged all of the attacks in a swift yet graceful manner, with the wall behind him becoming the victim of the attacks instead. After dodging all of the condensed earth the large snake threw at him, He then went back to his original position before deciding to taunt the snake once more as he shouted with a hint of arrogance, "For a beast named the Mountain Serpent King, don't you think it's shameful that someone weaker than you has dodged all of your attacks?" Hiss. In response, the large snake became more infuriated as a massive amount of earth energy particles coalesced around its body one more time. This time around, it manipulated all of these particles to mold itself into sharp spikes large enough for a sizable hole to be opened on Argentum's body if at least one hit. At this moment, Argentum finally felt that the snake was becoming serious, coming to the conclusion that there was no point in taunting it further. While the snake was charging up its next attack, Argentum focused his attention towards the disembodied voice that announced the start of their fight and asked, "Since the desecrated inheritance is an earth-based inheritance, I'm only limited to using attacks of the earth element, right?" Surprisingly, the disembodied voice replied to his question not even an instant after he had finished. Disagreeing with his words as it said, "You are not limited to the earth element at all. As mentioned earlier, the thing that the first trial tests from the inheritor is strength. Naturally, being proficient in other elements is also considered your own strength. If you were limited to only the earth element, then all of the elemental buffs on your body would have been forcefully dispelled at the very instant you tried casting them." "Is that so?" Argentum said, thinking that the disembodied voice's words did make a lot of sense. With the disembodied voice's words lingering in his mind, he could not help but let out a light chuckle as he pondered on what element would be the best attack against something like the Mountain Serpent King. Of course, the latter wasn't going to give him time to think, proceeding with its attack as it slithered closer to Argentum with multiple spikes in tow. Whoosh, whoosh. In less than an instant, the large snake had arrived to where Argentum was, circling around him as spikes started to circle around him in a slightly terrifying formation. Seeing this, Argentum decided to allocate a large portion of his attention towards the spikes while the remaining portion would continue thinking up of a counterattack. Without waiting for the spikes to come firing at him, he stimulated all of the buffs applied on his body before dashing farther away from the large snake. It came without saying that the Mountain Serpent King wouldn't let Argentum have his way, firing one spike after the other at him as more and more spikes were made on the spot. Fortunately, thanks to all of the buffs on his body, Argentum was slightly ahead of the spikes in terms of speed, with his position always being a couple meters away from where the spikes would land, giving him a bit of leeway in terms of maneuverability. Eventually, after running away from the spikes for a while, Argentum abruptly made a sharp turn towards the snake, making the latter joyous as it then focused its spikes in front of him. Unfortunately for the enraged snake, it seemed that its prey would know when the spike would land, always jumping at the very last moment it could. This, in turn, just made the Mountain Serpent King more enraged than ever before. When did someone like the Mountain Serpent King become unable to defeat such a weakling? It thought to itself. With that in mind, it became more aggressive in its attacks without thinking about defenses, sending 2 spikes instead of 1 after some time. Not long after, this turned into 3. Then 4. Then 5. Until after some more time passed, a large array of spikes were heading towards Argentum. Of course, Argentum wasn't going to let the snake's attacks land on him. Thinking that it was going to be difficult to escape the large array of earth spikes, he unhesitatingly raised his left hand before channeling a lot of energy towards it as a light green haze enveloped his raised hand. Soon after, this light green haze transformed into a monstrous gust of wind that headed towards the spikes as he shouted, "Higher Zephyr Magic! Tempest Pulse!" Whoosh! In an instant, almost all of the spikes that the large snake fired in order to impale Argentum had instead turned the hall's ceiling into Swiss cheese, with the remaining few that weren't blown away by Argentum's skill impaling the ground instead. Unsurprisingly, seeing that the entity it considered as a weakling that overestimated itself do something like that, the Mountain Serpent King was left speechless. Unfortunately for the Mountain Serpent King, it was at this moment that Argentum thought that it was the right time to attack, recasting all of the buffs he had applied on his body in order for a greater boost in speed as he arrived in front of the large snake in a flash. Then again, As a rank 3 animate, the Mountain Serpent King had incredibly powerful instincts, regaining its senses as it noticed a change in its field of vision. Noticing that the weakling it considered as prey was already in front of it, it went ahead and summoned a large mass of earth energy particles as it hastily slithered backwards, forming a wall between the two after it realized the power behind Argentum's skill. In response, Argentum lightly chuckled as he extended both of his hands towards the wall as he channeled a great portion of his energy towards both of it as a darker green haze appeared on its surface. Unexpectedly, with Argentum's last-second move, the wall that was supposed to separate the snake from Argentum had instead allowed his arms to pass through, forming around it. This, in turn, allowed Argentum to continue with the preparation of his attack as he used a bit of the energy coalescing around his hands to destroy the wall in front of his field of vision. Crack! Although the wind element was not the true counter for the earth element, it was still an element that was renowned for wreaking havoc alongside the fire element. It did not take long for the wall hastily made by the Mountain Serpent King to crumble from that small bit of energy while Argentum's actual attack was finally ready. Taking a look at the Mountain Serpent King, who had made a few thick shields of earth around its front to protect from his attack, Argentum could not help but let out a malevolent chuckle as he muttered to himself, "I should really read the tome of the four elements some more." To think that there was a solution to the problem I had with the wind element being lacking in terms of destruction. Whoosh! At the very instant he was finished saying those words, the dark green energy surrounding both of his hands were then shot towards the Mountain Serpent King, hastily transforming into two dragons that circled around each other as the power behind each of the dragons increased. Now knowing how much power Argentum actually had, the large snake knew that the attack he sent had a lot of force, prompting it to conjure more earth shields around it. Unfortunately, conjuring more shields wouldn't be enough for this attack. Argentum muttered as he looked at the Mountain Serpent King's hasty move as two balls of fiery red energy were soon conjured on both of his hands before throwing it towards the dragons made out of wind at high speeds. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience. Please click book here Reincarnated As A Stick _13361908006612405 new type of attack _50860920141829602 for visiting. Swoosh! Just before the wind dragons could collide with the earth shields, the two fiery red balls had arrived where the two dragons were, with the wind dragons seemingly engulfing both of them at the same time. Not long after, a massive change had undergone to these two dragons, with the wind element making up the dragons' bodies now being replaced by the fire element. Soon after, the fire element was then replaced by the wind element, with the cycle continuing as the dragons gradually swelled in size. Bang! Eventually, the constant exchanging of both elements had stopped, with the dragons swelling up to a size around 3 times the original. Unexpectedly, one of the two dragons had taken on the fire element, while the other dragon had taken on the wind element. Whoosh! At the very moment the two dragons had collided with the first layer of earth shields, all of them were blown away from the sheer amount of force contained inside the two dragons as a great portion of the hall had now transformed into a fiery wasteland. With such an outcome, it wasn't surprising for the remaining earth shields to be destroyed. Of course, with the earth shields destroyed, then it went without saying that the Mountain Serpent King had been affected by the attack as well. Thud! Not long after the two dragons had transformed into a fiery inferno, a loud thud could be heard from the side of the snake as the hall shook quite violently for a bit. Seeing the effects of his new attack firsthand, Argentum could not help but shudder as he muttered, "Wind and fire devouring one another in a cyclical manner. If these two elements alone already have such an effect on what would normally be a somewhat weak attack, what if I add the water element to it? What if I add the earth element on top of that? What if I unlock lesser origin?" As he got to this point, he was instantly motivated to increase his understanding of the wind and fire element to the true element level as well. Right. Almost forgot to mention Zephyr Agni-Sarubara's magic. Draconic Tempest Inferno. Whoosh. The fiery inferno brought about by the two dragons had lasted for quite some time, with the flames only starting to dissipate after about half a minute or so. At that point, Argentum now had a decent view of the other side of the hall, speechless as his sense of vision fixated towards a certain region of the hall. On one of the walls, a large hole in the shape of the serpent could be seen. Not only that, but this hole was at the very least a few decimeters deep, becoming the living proof of how powerful Argentum's new attack was. Just as Argentum was wondering where the snake he was fighting had gone, a faint hiss could be heard from the deep hole as the silhouette of the Mountain Serpent King gradually appeared. From the looks of it, the Mountain Serpent King seemed to have been grievously wounded by the attack, even with all of the earth shields protecting him. Noticing this, Argentum did not hesitate to prepare another round of the attack, wanting to settle it once and for all. Unfortunately, the Mountain Serpent King was one step ahead of him, letting out a loud hiss, which gradually turned into a roar as a mass of earth energy particles far beyond what it had summoned at first, was now coalescing around its body, healing up all of the injuries the Mountain Serpent King had accrued. But it did not stop there. After the injuries were healed, the scales on its body were then reshaped by the excess earth energy particles to make its body more streamlined, while the crown on its head had become more pointy than ever before, even exuding the intent normally found in a weapon. Soon after, a faint red energy not normally found in earth energy particles soon surrounded the Mountain Serpent King, even making Argentum feel like it had gotten a bit hot inside the hall. Naturally, Argentum thought that the Mountain Serpent King was just using one of its skills as a last-ditch effort to land a hit on him, even though it was actually severely injured inside. With that in mind, he continued to prepare the previous attack he had used, only to stop as the large snake had disappeared from his field of vision. In an instant, he hastily shifted his sense of vision in various places to find out where the large snake had gone. Fortunately, his sense of hearing was able to hear the sound of a faint hiss behind him, prompting him to recast all of his buffs as he dashed forward. Bang! As for where he was previously standing, a loud explosion sound had resounded, revealing a beast that did not look like the Mountain Serpent King. At this moment, its body was covered in dark scales while viscous red fluid flowed through the seams between the scales. Looking at this, Argentum finally came to his senses, knowing that the snake wasn't making a last-ditch effort at all, but rather, it was now becoming more serious than ever before. As if the inheritance was reading his mind, the disembodied voice soon resounded throughout the hall, informing Argentum of what was happening. The Mountain Serpent King has now evolved into the rank 4 Volcanic Serpent Monarch. At this moment, it has entered its berserk mode. In response, Argentum could only say, It FUSEKING evolved from my attack. Chapter 324 An unsatisfying victory. Now how the heck did that happen? Just before Argentum could finish his question while he was still in awe as to what was happening, the now volcanic serpent monarch hastily slithered to where he was, changing its mode of attack from throwing stuff made out of earth to shooting beams of energy from the pointy tip on its head. Whoosh! Without any hint that it was going to attack whatsoever, a beam of red and brown light that intertwined around one another was shot towards Argentum, who was currently running farther away from the snake as of this moment. Thanks to his enhanced senses, he was able to notice that the large snake was attacking in the same style as before, though it was now more effective due to it evolving to the next grade. Since the buffs he had cast on his body were all of the buffs he had in his arsenal, he went ahead and hastily redirected part of his attention towards a certain portion of his upper torso, the gap where the tome of the 4 elements lied. Not long after, he conjured tendrils inside this gap and used it to skim through the pages of the tome to the part where it talked about the fusion of the wind and fire element. Fortunately, the tome tackled the part that he crucially needed to get more leeway, hastily commanding his tendrils to absorb all of the information inside that part as he tried to make sure that he wasn't letting panic consume him. Although it only took around 10 seconds or so for the information to be absorbed and processed in his mind, These 10 seconds felt like minutes since the snake continued to shoot the beam at Argentum. It was unlike before where there was a moment of respite between each throw of a spike. Trusting in his abilities in manipulating energy, he went ahead and moved all of the buffs on his body that were of the wind and fire element towards his head. Not long after, he infused more energy towards these buffs to allow them to form bridges that connected each other, letting one buff boost the other, while the same happened in reverse. At first, the bridge he created took a second, but it did not take long for him to become more proficient at it, forming hundreds of bridges that connected the buffs together within the 2 seconds that spanned after that. 2 more seconds passed by, and there were now thousands of bridges that connected the buffs together, allowing the exchanging of energy between the buffs to happen more frequently. Whoosh! Coincidentally, it was at this moment that the beam following behind Argentum was now only a few decimeters away from hitting him. Of course, seeing this had made the snake happy since it was now getting to see the downfall of the being it once considered a weakling. Unexpectedly, before that could happen, it seemed that the being it so wanted to kill at this moment had gained wings, increasing the gap between the beam and itself to the point where the beam now had a hard time catching up. Zephyr Agni Sarubara's magic, symbiotic resonance. And just like that, the problem of Argentum being lacking in the area of stats had been alleviated to a certain extent, allowing more of his logical and rational side to gain control while his panic slowly died down. Nevertheless, he knew that only his strength and speed had boosted to around the same level as the volcanic serpent monarch. If he allowed one of the snake's attacks to hit him, then he would surely be out of commission. Then again, with him being able to dodge the large snake's attacks without a problem once more, he was now able to ask the disembodied voice yet again as he asked it, "How the heck did my opponent evolve to the next rank all of a sudden?" Although it seemed to be due to sheer luck, in fact, the Mountain Serpent King was already on the verge of evolving in the first place. The disembodied voice hastily replied as Argentum continued to run from the beam from time to time. Not only that, but the volcanic serpent monarch decided to shoot more beams of energy towards Argentum, making it harder for Argentum to dodge. Of course, in reality, Argentum just thought of the additional beams as a slightly bigger nuisance. This Mountain Serpent King had been the ruler of a territory filled with snakes in the Inheritance's makeshift wilderness, which meant that it had already reached the peak of power for quite a long time. Who knew that the catalyst it needed to evolve to the next rank was your attack? The disembodied voice continued, prompting Argentum to ask, "Will the Inheritance repay me for this blunder?" "Of course, it will," the disembodied voice replied as Argentum went ahead and sent out an attack imbued with the wind and fire element to distract the snake for a bit. Even if you lose against your opponent in its current form, the Inheritance will still consider you to have passed the first trial. Lose. Argentum could not help but repeat the word, instantly thinking why the disembodied voice would think that way. From its perspective, it seemed like he was at his wit's end, with the large boost in speed only being due to a sudden comprehension of some sort. In reality, he felt like he just needed a bit more time to find a way to defeat the volcanic serpent monarch, knowing that the tome of the 4 elements he had would definitely have a technique or two for something like this. But just as he was about to skim through the tome once again, his thoughts shifted towards the name of the beast he was up against. Volcanic serpent monarch. Argentum muttered to himself, not taking long for him to find a way to defeat the snake that was seemingly revived after being beaten close to death. With a deep breath, he stopped in his tracks, allowing the volcanic serpent monarch to drop its defenses as it became joyous that it would now be able to kill him once and for all. Naturally, that meant that the beams it fired towards Argentum were now converging towards where he was, the power in a single beam enough to vaporize him out of existence. In contrast, he let out a light sigh as a cyan haze appeared on both of his hands as he said, "Now that I think about it, this skill is definitely fraudulent. In any case, it's definitely better than losing." While waiting for the cyan haze around his hands to thicken, he kept his eyes on the beams that were heading towards his way, as well as the position and possible emotion of the snake he was up against. By the time the beams were only about a meter away from him, He utilized the entirety of his buffs to speed up his descent to the ground as he slammed both of his hands on the ground as he shouted, "Knifelime Horizon!" Swoosh. As if it was a deadly virus, a layer of Untitled ice had appeared around Argentum before spreading towards the volcanic serpent monarch at breakneck speeds, catching the large snake off guard. Before the large snake could put up its defenses, the Untitled ice had already covered its surroundings, reducing the snake's defenses to an incredibly low level as a faint layer of ice covered its body. In fact, if one looked at the snake closely, the viscous red fluid flowing between the seams of its scales had now solidified into a maroon-colored rock. At this moment, the volcanic serpent monarch could not move its body anymore, though it could still move its eyes to look at what its prey was about to do to it. Surprisingly, as it watched the opponent it was up against gradually getting closer to it, it felt like its opponent did not want to do something like this, but had to since it was up against someone as strong like the volcanic serpent monarch. After evolving to the next rank, the volcanic serpent monarch could now sense more than ever before, finally getting an idea of what was about to happen to it. Although it could escape, it felt like its end would still be inevitable, so instead of becoming angry at the one it thought as a weakling, it had accepted its fate as it now considered the weakling as someone superior than it. Though in reality, it still continued to squirm around in its encasing, wanting to achieve greater power in the future. Of course, Argentum wouldn't let that happen as he looked at the large snake and sighed. He then raised his hand as multiple motes of cyan light appeared near the ceiling of the hall. If one counted the number of motes, then it would come to a total of 81. "Well, I guess you can consider it your luck that going to die under this move," Argentum said before letting out a disappointed sigh. "But to be honest, I really don't want to do this. This victory feels so unsatisfying." Anyways, whoosh. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience. Please click book here Reincarnated As A Stick _13361980066124005 a new satisfying victory _50883857666327841 for visiting 81 meteors of frozen grandeur. Bang, bang, bang. In less than an instant, the 81 motes of cyan light had expanded into large meteors of ice, crashing against the snake's body encased in ice as loud explosion sounds reverberated throughout the hall one after the other. Eventually, the explosions stopped, revealing the aftermath of the skill Argentum had cast. It went without saying that the snake's existence was nowhere to be seen at this point. Well, if one looked closely, then tiny ice shards that contained the bits and pieces making up the volcanic serpent monarch could be seen scattered throughout the hall amidst larger ice shards. Other than that, the current sight was akin to an icy wasteland, the exact opposite of what the hall looked like before. With a long sigh, Argentum deactivated Knifelime Horizon, removing the layer of Untitled ice on the ground as he could not help but say, "If I were up against a rank 5 animate, then I might have thought that using something like that would have been satisfying." Nevertheless, the true power of Sage's water magic is incredibly terrifying. No, wait. It's better to say that achieving the true element level of affinity on an element is the terrifying one, Argentum continued. His previously rekindled flame to achieve the true element level of affinity for the other elements now rekindled once more. Although he wanted to do just that, he knew that he was not in the right place at the moment, placing the thought at the back of his head as he waited for the disembodied voice to announce the end of the first trial. Fortunately, it did not take long for the disembodied voice to do so. In fact, a hint of disbelief could be heard from its voice as its voice reverberated throughout the hall. The inheritor has defeated the rank 4 volcanic serpent monarch. Signaling the successful end of the first trial. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the inheritance has decided to bestow the inheritor a chance to obtain skills or items within the inheritance on or under the prodigy grade. It continued, only to say soon after, "No, wait, scratch that." The inheritance has decided to increase the inheritor's grade to chaos prodigy grade, the grade after prodigy. With that, The inheritance has decided to bestow the inheritor a chance to obtain skills or items within the inheritance on or under the Chaos Prodigy grade. Chaos Prodigy grade? Ha! Argenta muttered to himself, excited to see what he could obtain with the heightened grade. Then again, he was also nervous of what would happen in the subsequent trials now that his grade had been upgraded to another level. Nevertheless, he knew that there was no point thinking about the future right now, prompting him to head towards the doorway that had just opened, allowing him to head back to the seemingly lavish room he was in before. On the other hand, the disembodied voice was left on its own in the hall, resounded throughout the hall for a bit as it muttered, "A being that's well versed in the four elements, has a superb level of comprehension skills, and is a pseudo-animate on top of that. Only one being fits that criteria." Soon after, it let out a light yet mischievous giggle as it continued, he. To think that he would enter my inheritance. Eleanor, it seems we're truly fated to meet. I wonder what kind of expression you'd have when you see me again. Chapter 325. The fifth member XXXX continent. Diva province, within the Astlia family household. After the ninth prince left Dane and Grizel off to themselves, allowing the two of them to do whatever they needed alone, he went ahead and headed to the entrance of the household, lightly knocking on the door as he knew that it was already nighttime. Nevertheless, even though it was already late at night, one of the household servants opened the door, only to be given the shock of his life after she came face to face with the ninth prince. Apologizing that he was requesting something after it was already late at night, he then went ahead and told the servant that opened the door if it was possible for him to rest in one of their guest rooms for the night. Of course, the servant responded to that request by asking as to where Dane went. Surprisingly, she was one of the people who saw how their lady Grizel banished the two of them away from the household. In response, Vanadia lightly giggled as he told the servant that it was a secret. Although the servant wondered as to why the ninth prince wanted to keep something like that a secret, she still went ahead and asked the others if it was possible for the ninth prince to sleep in their household for the night, to which the others hastily responded by leading him to the most lavish guest room they had in their household. Naturally, it was a shock to everyone in the household that the ninth prince, who they thought had already gone back to the palace a few hours ago, had requested to sleep inside one of their guest rooms. Of course, it was an absurd request, but the fact that one of the royal princes of the Seraph Kingdom opted to sleep inside their household rather than head somewhere else was a great honor to them. Nevertheless, it was a given that Vanadia wouldn't be interested in any of that, only letting out a chuckle as he requested a cup of tea from one of the servants the household allocated to him while he was staying in the household for the night. After taking a sip from the cup of tea he had received, he then looked out of the window to gaze at the night sky as he could hear faint grunts and M.O.A.Ns coming from some place. Hearing this, he could not help but let out yet another chuckle as he wondered to himself, I wonder how long their tussle would last. With that in mind, he went to sleep, only waking up once the sun was already at the peak of the sky. Letting out a yawn after taking one of the better sleeps he had these past few days, he got out of his bed and did some light stretching before asking one of the servants that attended to him if it was possible for him to get something to eat. Naturally, the servants of the household went above and beyond since it was a request from one of the royal princes. It did not take long for Vanadia's request to be accomplished, though instead of a basic meal, he was instead given a fancy 5-meal course that was definitely fit for a king. Letting out a light sigh in response to what was given to him, he ate all of the meals given to him since to him, it was a waste if he left food. Deciding to do a bit of strenuous exercise before checking on the two, he then gave the empty plates to the servants before doing some basic swordsmanship moves. After feeling that he had burned off most of the calories he ate, he then headed to where Dane and Grizel were, this time through the corridors inside the household. Knock, knock, knock. Knocking on the door leading to Grizel's room, Vanadia waited for either one of the two to respond, only to hear a muffled cacophony coming from the other side. After some time, this noise quieted down as the voice of a woman resounded from the room, asking him in a slightly panicked tone, "Who is it?" "It's me, Vanadia." Vanadia replied with a light smile on his face as a light sigh could be heard from the other side. A few seconds later, he then heard the woman's voice telling him to come in, prompting him to subconsciously nod as he opened the door. Of course, he closed the door behind him soon after, knowing what had happened during the previous night. I knew something would happen between the two of you, but I wasn't expecting the two of you to go this far. Vanadia could not help but mutter as he looked at the current state of Grizel's room. At the moment, multiple scratches and stains could be seen scattered throughout the four walls confining the room, while at the center, two people laid on the bed with a stained blanket on top of their bodies. The first person was naturally Grizel, who had responded to Vanadia's knocking a while ago since this was her room. Right now, her face was slightly red as she listened to Vanadia's words. With an awkward chuckle, she replied, "It was the heat of the moment. Yeah, that's it. Definitely the heat of the moment. Well, I'm not blaming you for having your way with him since I did tell you to do whatever you wanted, but you could have at least given him some breathing room. No?" Vanadia could not help but say as he looked at the second person beside Grizel. Or at least, what seemed to be a person. If it were not for the fact Vanadia knew who the second person was, he would instantly think that this person was siphoned to near death, with only the faint movement of his chest being the sign that he was still alive. Although incredibly emaciated at this moment, the second person was, in fact, Dane. Dane tried to say something to Vanadia, but only faint M.O.A.Ns came out of his mouth, prompting him to hastily move one of his hands to conjure a rift. Naturally, this rift was open to drop down a mana stone on one of his hands, which he hastily absorbed from like a man that had gone without water for days. After a few seconds, he regained a bit of his complexion, as well as his energy as he looked at the ninth prince and slowly said, "Your Highness. At the very least. You should tell me. You were planning to do something like this. I won't hide anything from you if it involves your life." Of course, I thought Grizel here would stop after some time. Vanadia responded to Dane's words before looking at Grizel, prompting the red on her face to intensify. He then continued with a chuckle, "But it seems I've highly miscalculated. Who knew the great fortress would have such a ravenous appetite? In any case, now that I've held up my part of the deal, it's time for you to fulfill yours," he said not long after, to which Grizel timidly replied, "Well, yeah. But could you at least let me wear clothes first?" she hastily added soon after, to which Vanadia replied with a chortle as he used his mana to bring the gradually recovering Dane away with him. Of course, he made sure to cover Dane's naked body with a robe made out of his energy. By the time the two of them got out of her room, Dane had already recovered enough energy to move on his own, creating a rift that enveloped his whole body. At the exact moment he was put down on his 2 feet by Vanadia, he was already wearing his usual attire, robe and all that. For a while, silence ensued between the two of them, but this was soon broken by Vanadia as he felt a little bit guilty for having Dane do something like that. With a light sigh, he looked at Dane beside him and said, "All right, I apologize for letting you go through something like that. Again? Wait a second. Did you also do it with Valentia?" "Yes, Your Highness." Dane lightly nodded as a faint blush suffused from his face, recalling what had happened to him with Valentia. Hearing that, Vanadia said, "From now on, I'll tell you if you have to do something like that." Soon after, a grin appeared on his face as he nudged him by the shoulder, telling him, "But tell me the truth. Don't you enjoy doing that?" "Well, indeed, I do." "But," Dane said in response as the blush on his face slightly intensified, only to disappear soon after as a light sigh came out of his mouth as he continued, "To be honest, I'd rather not have this skill at all." Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience. Please click book here Reincarnated As A Stick _13361980066124005 The 5th member _5090754201183456 for visiting. Telling me you weren't well versed in this area in the first place? Vanadia asked before adding, "Although that skill of yours isn't the reason why I chose you as my royal advisor, it still gave me an edge when it came to recruiting well-women. I'll put the blame on my master for that, Your Highness, Dane replied as he let out another sigh. He then continued, I studied under him because he was a prodigy in almost all fields that involved the arcane, but who knew he'd place his unfulfilled desires on me? That's harsh, Vanadier could not help but say as he recalled Dane talking about his master in the past. Placing his hand on one of Dane's shoulders, he then asked him, if I remember correctly, his name is Dalton, right? Yes, Your Highness. Dane nodded as he continued, it's kind of weird that he doesn't want others to know about his last name. Given the fact that he had built an institute for magic under his name. Think of it as him being quirky. Vanadier let out a chuckle as he soon asked him, anyways, do you think if you could ask him if I could grab some of his students from the Magic Institute? In exchange, I'll definitely repay him once I win the war for the throne. Well, I'll try my best to persuade him, Your Highness, Dane replied succinctly as the door to Grizel's room was opened, revealing a well-dressed Grizel, a stark contrast to what she looked like quite some time ago. Lightly coughing, she went ahead and looked at Vanadier and asked, so, my part of the deal is for me to join your team, right? Indeed, Lady Grizel, Vanadier lightly smiled, taking on a polite tone. In response, Grizel lightly nodded before shifting her vision towards Dane beside him. Not long after, a light blush suffused from her face as she sent a strand of energy to Vanadier, initiating a private connection between the two of them. You do know I would have accepted your request even if you didn't do something like this, right? She said through their connection before adding, back then in our younger years, you helped me out on multiple things, so it makes sense for me that I should repay for it. Is that so? If that was the case, then why did you shoo the two of us away? Vanadier could not help but ask after listening to Grizel's words. In response, Grizel let out an awkward chuckle as she replied, I wasn't expecting the two of you to come at that time, plus it would be better if we did something like that in the morning, so I shooed you two away. Also, at this point, the blush on her face became redder as she continued, I'm on that time of the month, so apologies for coming off as a bit rude yesterday. But did you really have to show my true colors to your royal advisor? As Grizel said this, she could not help but recall what had happened last night, which sparked the whole tussling between Dane and her. In response, Vanadier lightly chuckled as he replied, well, sooner or later, hell still find out since you two will be on the same team. Man, sometimes I don't know if I should hate you or thank you, Grizel said, eliciting a light giggle from Vanadier as the connection between the two of them were cut. Noticing this, Dane went ahead and asked the ninth prince, so, what did your highness and Lady Grizel talk about? We talked about some conditions for her to join the team, Vanadier said in response, taking note of the react Grizel had when she had just opened the door a while ago. Scratching her head as she let out a light sigh, she went along with Vanadier's words as she silently thanked him. Soon after, she then said in the most solemn tone she could muster, indeed, I will only join the team on the condition that I can have some free time with this fine gentleman right here. At first, her words were indeed solemn, but as time went on, it then turned timid, and eventually, hard to listen. Fortunately, all of them were at a decently high class at their age, allowing him to hear her final words. Dane could not help but lightly blush in response to her words, wondering if it was the right thing for him to do. As for Vanadier, he lightly chuckled as he looked at Dane and asked, are you willing to help Lady Grizel fulfill her conditions? Feeling that he had no choice in the long run, Dane let out a long sigh of defeat as he lightly nodded. Seeing him nod, Grizel could not help but feel ecstatic inside as she knew that she would now have the time of her life every once in a while. Vanadier, on the other hand, was glad that Grizel had joined their team as he said, with the Great Fortress now a part of our team, we now have a solid core. For now, let us head back to my pavilion.